every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, covering the latest developments across politics,
business and technology,
bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
Verdict of 5 states. Accurate coverage on NDTV.
The larger question of
In-depth analysis.
I would differ as far as Rajasthan is concerned.
Best analysts. Biggest newsmakers.
Narendra Modi is known for fiscal discipline.
No one covers elections like NDTV. Election means NDTV.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, covering the latest developments across politics,
business and technology,
bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, covering the latest developments across politics,
business and technology,
bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
Verdict of 5 states. Accurate coverage on NDTV.
The larger question of
In-depth analysis.
I would differ as far as Rajasthan is concerned.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24x7.
Good morning, you are watching NDTV's Breakfast Bulletin. I'm Parmeshwar Bava. Now, after 4 years, after Jammu and Kashmir lost its special status and the state was reorganized into 2 union territories of Jammu and Kashmir and Ladakh, the Supreme Court is scheduled to deliver its verdict today on a batch of petitions challenging the constitutional validity of the centre's decision. Also, the suspense over the names of the Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh chief ministers is set to end soon, with the BJP legislative party meetings in both states scheduled to be held today. All the details are lined up for you. Let's begin with the headlines we're tracking. Was the centre's move to scrap Article 370 of the Constitution that gave Jammu and Kashmir its special status and split the state into two union territories constitutionally valid? Well, the Supreme Court is expected to pronounce the verdict today. A key BJP meet in Madhya Pradesh today. The legislative party meet is in Bhopal to pick the chief minister. And BJP picks a tribal leader as chief minister of Chhattisgarh. Former union minister and three-time state chief Vishnu Deosai is set to be the next chief minister of Chhattisgarh. Sources say Raman Singh will be the speaker and two deputy chief ministers are likely. The cash seizure and the income tax department searches against an Odisha-based distillery company owned by Congress MP Dheeraj Sahu's family has been calculated at around 350 crore rupees after 5 days of counting and is the highest ever haul in a single action by any probe agency in the country. And in Qatar, the chances of ceasefire in Gaza are shrinking. Well, the Supreme Court will pronounce its verdict on a batch of petitions challenging the constitutional validity of the scrapping of Article 370 and dividing Jammu and Kashmir state into two union territories. A 5-judge bench headed by Chief Justice D.Y. Chandrachud had actually reserved the judgment following a marathon 16-day-long regular hearing of this case on the 5th of September. The Supreme Court will decide if the centre's decision on dividing Jammu and Kashmir into two union territories is actually valid. Now, there are 23 petitioners who have challenged the centre's move, and any decision by the Constitution bench will have far-reaching implications. The bench will decide if the changes made on the August 5th and 6th of 2019 that ended the special status of Jammu and Kashmir and bifurcated it into two union territories was constitutionally valid or not. In fact, security has been strengthened in the Kashmir Valley ahead of the verdict. Please listen in to the political reactions coming in.
इस वक्त तो एक अंदाज़ा ही लगाना है तो कल 10 बजे जब जजमेंट आएगी, वर्डिक्ट आएगा, तो उस वक्त पता चलेगा कि क्या है कि कश्मीरियों के हक में है, जम्मू कश्मीर के अवाम के हक में है या उनके खिलाफ है। इस वक्त हम यही कह सकते हैं कि हम 2 महीने या 4 महीने से इंतज़ार नहीं कर रहे हैं। हम गुज़िश्ता 4 साल से ज़्यादा अरसे से इस दिन का इंतज़ार कर रहे थे कि कब सुप्रीम कोर्ट, क्योंकि पहले 3 साल में तो कोई सुनाई हुई नहीं, सिर्फ एक दफ़ा आधे घंटे के लिए सुनवाई हुई थी, और जिसका हमने भी, मैंने खुद भी और मेरे साथियों ने अपनी पब्लिक मीटिंगों में पिछले 1-1.5 साल से कहा कि जब तक सुप्रीम कोर्ट इसको डे टू डे हियरिंग नहीं करेगी तो तब तक फैसला आना 50 साल में भी नामुमकिन है।
Meanwhile, here's what Mehbooba Mufti and Omar Abdullah had to say regarding this matter last week.
देखिए, सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने पहले ही कई बार एक तो इस मुद्दे को सुनने में बहुत देर कर दी, 5 साल लगाए इस मुद्दे को सुनने में। उसके बाद मैं समझती हूँ कि खुद सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कई बार जो पुराने हमारे जजमेंट्स आई हैं उसमें ये कहा गया है कि 370 को जम्मू कश्मीर की कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंट असेंबली के बगैर कोई नहीं हटा सकता है जी। तो मुझे लगता है ये फैसला तो सीधा होना चाहिए कि ये जो उन्होंने किया 2019 5 अगस्त को वो नाजायज था, वो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन के खिलाफ था, जम्मू कश्मीर के खिलाफ था। जो जम्मू कश्मीर के साथ वादे किए गए 1947 में, उन वादों के खिलाफ है।
ऐसा कौन है जो दावे से ये कह सके कि हमें पहले से ही मालूम है कि क्या होने जा रहा है? मेरे पास ऐसी कोई मशीनरी नहीं है, न मेरे पास ऐसा कोई तरीका है जिससे कि मैं आज ही पता लगा सकूं कि उन 5 ऑनरेबल जजेस के दिल में क्या है या उन्होंने जजमेंट में क्या लिखा है। मैं सिर्फ उम्मीद कर सकता हूं, मैं दुआ कर सकता हूं कि जो फैसला होगा वो हमारे हक में होगा, लेकिन मैं कोई दावा तो कर नहीं सकता हूं कि मुझे पहले ही मालूम है कि इसमें हमारी कामयाबी होगी। ना कोई ऐसा है जो ये दावा कर सके। हम फैसले के इंतजार में हैं, फैसला आ जाने दीजिए, उसके बाद बात करेंगे।
My colleague Nazir Masoodi is tracking the latest developments for us. He joins us live this morning. Thanks so much, Nazir, for joining us. The Supreme Court is expected to pronounce the crucial verdict today.
Yeah, exactly. And it is freezing in Kashmir. Minimum temperature is hovering around -4. You can see everything behind me. Everything is covered under the frost. We'll have to see if the Supreme Court judgment will break the ice, bring some warmth for those who have challenged this center's decision, or it will further deepen the freeze. That has to be seen once the judgment will be pronounced today. Having said that, it is a very, very crucial day for the history, for the politics, and for the constitutional status of Jammu and Kashmir. How it will shape the future of Jammu and Kashmir. The decision would be on two things. One, presidential order of 272 and 273, which has scrapped Article 370, and also Parliament which passed the act, which is called Reorganization Act, which divided Jammu and Kashmir into two union territories, Ladakh and Jammu and Kashmir. So both the things have been challenged by around 23 petitioners more than 4 years ago. So after 4 years, Supreme Court decided to hear the case after marathon hearing for 16 days, regular days. So the judgment was reserved on 5th of September, and today
Right, of course, we're just working on getting back to Nazir, but let's sincerely hope that the Supreme Court breaks the ice and doesn't further deepen the freeze. We are expecting the Supreme Court to pronounce the verdict. Meanwhile, a five-judge bench will be looking at the matter. In fact, the Supreme Court is going to pronounce its verdict on a batch of petitions challenging the constitutional validity of the scrapping of Article 370 in Jammu and Kashmir and dividing J&K state into two union territories. The five-judge bench will be headed by Chief Justice D.Y. Chandrachud, who had reserved the judgment following a marathon 16-day-long regular hearing of the case on the 5th of September, as Nazir Masoodi is reporting. In fact, Nazir is back with us. Back to you, Nazir. It's over to you.
Well, so it is very important for the politics, for the constitutional status of Jammu and Kashmir, how this judgment is going to shape. Because what Supreme Court would do, will they uphold the center's decision of scrapping Article 370, or they will reverse it, what was decided on August 5? Will the Supreme Court, turn down this
Right. We seem to be having certain trouble connecting with Nazir, but we will, of course, revert to him for regular updates. As Nazir Masoodi is reporting from Ground Zero, the Supreme Court is expected to pronounce the crucial verdict today. Let's sincerely hope that the Supreme Court breaks the ice and doesn't further deepen the freeze. Meanwhile, as far as the situation in Kashmir Valley is concerned, security has been strengthened ahead of the verdict. And as you know, Article 370 was actually scrapped, and Jammu and Kashmir was split in August 2019. Over a year after the PDP-BJP alliance government had collapsed. And it took place while the erstwhile state was under president's rule. Well, let's turn our attention now to Chhattisgarh, where the BJP has picked up a prominent tribal leader and former union minister Vishnu Deo Sai to become the chief minister of the state after he was elected as leader of the legislative party during a meeting of 54 newly elected MLAs. The BJP, however, is expected to decide chief ministers for Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh very soon, which it also won comfortably. Now, sources inform us that Raman Singh is likely to be the new Chhattisgarh speaker. Our sources also add that 2 deputies are likely for Vishnu Deo Sai, and OBC leader Arun Sao will be a deputy chief minister, while Brahmin leader Vijay Sharma will be another deputy chief minister. But you know, the move to put Vishnu Deo Sai on the saddle assumes importance ahead of Lok Sabha elections, as scheduled tribes that constitute approximately 8.6% of the country's population, around 10.4 crore a number, tribals or Adivasis that account for nearly 32% of the state's population and are socially dominant after the OBCs. Well, the party also intends to capitalize on Mr. Sai's elevation in adjoining states, especially Jharkhand, which too has a sizable ST population. Listen in to what Mr. Deo had to say.
आज मेरे लिए बड़ा सौभाग्य का दिन है कि आज छठवें छत्तीसगढ़ विधानसभा के प्रथम बैठक में छत्तीसगढ़ के सभी भारतीय जनता पार्टी के नवनिर्वाचित विधायकों ने सर्वसम्मति से अपना नेता चुना है। इसके लिए मैं सभी सम्मानित नवनिर्वाचित विधायक बंधुओं का बहुत बहुत आभार व्यक्त करना चाहूँगा। साथ ही साथ छत्तीसगढ़ में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की बड़ी सफलता के लिए छत्तीसगढ़ के लाखों लाखों कार्यकर्ताओं को भी धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगा।
मतलब एक छोटे से उसमें कार्यकर्ता के रूप में संघर्ष किए हैं। पहले सरपंच बने, पंच बने, सरपंच बने, विधायक बने, उसके बाद सांसद बने, फिर मंत्री रहे सांसद कार्यकाल में, अभी फिर तीसरी बार चुनाव जीत के मतलब मुख्यमंत्री बनने।
आपके बड़े भाई हैं अब मुख्यमंत्री।
बहुत खुशी है, बहुत बहुत खुश हैं और पूरा मतलब जसपुर पूरा विकास करेगा।
हमारा बेटा छत्तीसगढ़ का मुख्यमंत्री बन गए। हम आदिवासी सबका मन था कि आदिवासी सीएम बने, तो आज वो सब कुछ पूरा हुआ। मैं बहुत खुश हूँ, मेरा बेटा और आगे बढ़े।
Well, meanwhile, last month, on the 9th of November, while campaigning in Chhattisgarh, Home Minister Amit Shah had actually urged people to vote for Vishnu Dev Sai. Listen in.
विष्णु देव जी हमारे अनुभवी कार्यकर्ता है, नेता है, सांसद रहे, विधायक रहे, प्रदेश अध्यक्ष रहे। एक अनुभवी नेता को आपके सामने भारतीय जनता पार्टी लेकर आई है। आप इनको विधायक बना दो, उनको बड़ा आदमी बनाने का काम हम करेंगे। मुझे बताओ, विष्णुदेव साई को जिताएंगे क्या? अरे ऐसे नहीं जीतते भाई, जोर से बोलो, जिताएंगे। कमल के निशान पर बटन दबाएंगे, कमल फूल की सरकार बनाएंगे।
Well, meanwhile, the preparation for the meeting is on in the BJP office. The suspense regarding the Chief Minister in Madhya Pradesh may actually end today. All three observers from Madhya Pradesh will reach Bhopal, and the Legislative Party meeting will be held this evening at 4 p.m. We are hearing of movement of MLAs and their supporters, and also of commotion in the BJP office. Let's turn our attention now to the fourth meeting of the Opposition India bloc that has been postponed again and will be held on the 19th of this month in Delhi. This is what the Congress General Secretary Jairam Ramesh has confirmed. But he did not give any reasons why the meeting was postponed from the 17th of December to the 19th of December. Earlier, the meeting was postponed to the 17th of December after top leaders in the alliance that included Nitish Kumar, the Bihar Chief Minister, West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin, Hemant Soren, the Jharkhand Chief Minister, and Akhilesh Yadav, the Samajwadi Party Chief, decided to skip the meeting which was first called on the 6th of this month. The meeting on December 6th was actually called by the Congress on the day the election results of MP, Chhattisgarh, Telangana and Rajasthan were announced. As the BJP crossed the halfway mark in 3 states, the meeting of the opposition bloc was actually announced. And meanwhile, in other news, the cash seizure and the Income Tax Department's searches against an Odisha-based distillery company owned by a Congress MP's family has actually been calculated at 351 crore rupees after 5 days of counting, and is the highest ever haul in a single action by any probe agency in the country. The premises of Congress Rajya Sabha MP from Jharkhand, Dheeraj Prasad Sahu in Ranchi and other places were also covered during the searches by the department. The marathon raids against both Distillery Private Limited, its promoters and others entered the 5th day on Sunday. The raids were launched on the 6th of December by the taxman on charges of tax evasion as well as off-the-book transactions. But hitting out at the Congress over income tax raids at MP Dheeraj Sahu's residence, the Home Minister Amit Shah said the Congress is silent on this issue as corruption is in the nature of the grand old party. That's Mr. Shah's claim. Listen in.
मुझे तो बड़ा आश्चर्य है, आजादी के बाद किसी भी दल के सांसद के घर से इतनी बड़ी मात्रा में कैश नहीं पकड़ी गई होगी। सैकड़ों करोड़ों रुपए का कैश सांसद के घर से मिलता है और पूरा इंडी अलायंस मौन है इस करप्शन पर। मैं तो पूछना चाहूंगा इनके साथियों को, कांग्रेस का मौन तो हमें समझ में आता है क्योंकि इनकी फितरत ही भ्रष्टाचार की है, परंतु चाहे तृणमूल कांग्रेस हो, चाहे जेडीयू हो, चाहे आरजेडी हो, ये सारे दल डीएमके सहित चुप बैठे हैं। सपा भी चुप बैठी है, कोई रिएक्शन नहीं। अब मुझे समझ में आ रहा है कि मोदी जी के खिलाफ ये जो एक प्रचार अभियान चला कि एजेंसियों का दुरुपयोग हुआ है, वो क्यों चलाया गया? क्योंकि इनके जहन में एक डर था कि हमारे करप्शन के सारे कच्चे चिट्ठे खुल जाएंगे।
Well, as always, news and updates continue here on NDTV 24x7. We're taking a quick break for now.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, covering the latest developments across politics,
business and technology,
bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, covering the latest developments across politics,
business and technology,
bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
Verdict of 5 states. Accurate coverage on NDTV.
The larger question of
In-depth analysis.
I would differ as far as Rajasthan is concerned.
Best analysts. Biggest newsmakers.
नरेंद्र मोदी is known for fiscal discipline.
जनता का प्यार और आशीर्वाद।
No one covers elections like NDTV. Election means NDTV.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, covering the latest developments across politics,
business and technology,
bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate...
Now, where there's hectic political activity in the build-up to 2024, while Mayawati has put in place her succession plan. The BSP chief has named her 28-year-old nephew, Akash Anand, as a political successor. Now, he entered politics in 2017 at the age of 22, and he's an MBA graduate from London who has now been named Mayawati's political successor. The big question now, what is the BSP strategy for 2024?
In a surprise announcement from Lucknow, Bahujan Samaj Party chief Mayawati has named her nephew Akash Anand her successor. The former chief minister of Uttar Pradesh picked her political heir at a key party meet attended by office bearers. 28-year-old Akash Anand is BSP's national coordinator and son of the party's national vice president Anand Kumar.
आकाश आनंद साहब हमारे नेशनल कोऑर्डिनेटर हैं और आज आए तो हम सभी लोग उनका स्वागत भी करते हैं और वो आगे जब कैडर होंगे बैठकें होंगी उनमें बड़े पैमाने पर युवाओं के बीच में जब वो जाएंगे तो बहुजन समाज पार्टी का तेजी से जनाधार बढ़ेगा.
First seen in Saharanpur rally in 2017 with Mayawati, Akash Anand's role in the party grew steadily in the coming years. In 2019, he addressed a public meeting for the first time when the party was in alliance with SP and RLD. As national coordinator, Akash was in charge of 4 state elections this year. He organized a 13-day yatra in Rajasthan where BSP managed to win 2 seats. The young face of a party gradually losing its presence, Akash will head party affairs in states other than UP and Uttarakhand.
The grand walls of the BSP office saw quite a bustle after a very long time. With a new face emerging, can the BSP hope for its revival ahead of the 2024 Lok Sabha polls? With Ranveer Singh, Tanish Punjabi for NDTV.
Well, news and updates continue after this very short break.
Different people believe in different things. In cricket, some hail the king, some believe in God.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, covering the latest developments across politics,
Business and technology.
bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
Verdict of 5 states. Accurate coverage on NDTV.
The larger question of
In-depth analysis.
I would differ as far as Rajasthan is concerned.
Best analysts. Biggest newsmakers.
Narendra Modi is known for fiscal discipline.
No one covers elections like NDTV. Election means NDTV.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, covering the latest developments across politics,
Business and technology.
bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, covering the latest developments across politics,
business and technology,
bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
Verdict of 5 states. Accurate coverage on NDTV.
The larger question of
In-depth analysis.
I would differ as far as Rajasthan is concerned.
Best analysts. Biggest newsmakers.
Narendra Modi is known for fiscal discipline.
No one covers elections like NDTV. Election means NDTV.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, covering the latest developments across politics,
business and technology,
bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, covering the latest developments across politics,
business and technology,
bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
Verdict of 5 states. Accurate coverage on NDTV.
The larger question of
In-depth analysis.
I would differ as far as Rajasthan is concerned.
Best analysts. Biggest newsmakers.
Narendra Modi is known for fiscal discipline.
No one covers elections like NDTV. Election means NDTV.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where
Welcome back. The Aam Aadmi Party kick-started its 2024 campaign in Punjab, with Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal joining his Punjab counterpart Bhagwant Singh Mann in flagging off the doorstep delivery scheme in the state. It's a poll promise that won the party rich political dividends in Delhi, both in the local and assembly elections. Here are the details for you.
ये एक बहुत बड़ी क्रांतिकारी कदम है जो हमें लगता है 75 साल पहले हो जाना चाहिए था।
Arvind Kejriwal flagging off the doorstep delivery scheme in Punjab. A poll promise that has won his party rich political dividends in Delhi, both in local and assembly elections.
जोरदार ताड़ियां हो जाने ऐतिहासिक पल।
1076 is the magic number through which people of Punjab can avail over 43 basic services like registration of births and deaths without even going to government offices. Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann called the launch of the scheme historic.
इतिहास च लिखिया जाण वाला दिन है। आउण वाले समय दे विच बच्चों नूं सिलेबस दे विच एक क्वेश्चन आया करू समाजिक शिक्षा दे कि पंजाब दे विचों सरकारी दफ्तरां चों आम लोकां दी खज्जल खुआरी कदों खत्म होई तां उहदा सही उत्तर होया करूगा 10 दसंबर नूं लुधियाणे दे विच।
Taking a jibe at the BJP and the Congress, Kejriwal said the Aam Aadmi Party has walked the talk on its welfare promises, unlike previous governments in Delhi and Punjab.
ये एक बहुत बड़ी क्रांतिकारी कदम है जो हमें लगता है 75 साल पहले हो जाना चाहिए था। 2018 में ये दिल्ली में चालू किया गया और आज ये पंजाब में चालू किया गया है और केवल आम आदमी पार्टी की 2 राज्यों की सरकारों में हो रहा है। क्यों हो रहा है? क्योंकि हम लोग ईमानदार लोग हैं, हम पैसे नहीं खाते।
The Aam Aadmi Party claims this remote governance bid will not only make people's life easier, but also help the state exchequer in saving over 200 crore rupees by completely doing away with logistical costs.
Actually, Aam Aadmi Party has started Lok Sabha election campaign 2024 in Punjab. Under it, every week Punjab government starts big government scheme in one Lok Sabha constituency of Punjab. Along it, Arvind Kejriwal also comes to Punjab and addresses public meeting. In Ludhiana, with camera person Ashwini Mehra, Sharad Sharma for NDTV.
Well, let's switch tracks now. Mamidala Yashaswini Reddy is the youngest legislator in Telangana's new assembly. A political novice, she surprised everyone by defeating a veteran politician, a sitting BRS minister and 6-time MLA, Erabelli Dayakar Rao, by 46,000 votes. Ms. Reddy had an accidental entry into politics as the mother-in-law, Jhansi Reddy's candidature was actually rejected for being an NRI. She's spoken to NDTV on her road forward. Listen in.
Elections are done and the youngest woman MLA here in the Telangana Assembly is Yashaswini. Many congratulations first of all. You defeated a very, very senior leader, Mr. Erabelli Dayakar. Were you interested in politics all through? I do understand that your mother-in-law was supposed to be fighting this election, then you fought on behalf of mother-in-law.
Yes. Actually, my mother-in-law was supposed to get ticket due to some technical issues and the other party members being, they restricted it, some of it. So she didn't get it, she didn't give up. She thought about her people, her constituency. If she would have gone back, it would be good for her. But she stayed here and she got me here. We are here to do service to people.
Okay. Just a few days ago, we had the women's bill and talking about more representation to women. What is the way forward, do you think, in your view, to get more women into politics? Because even in this election, I think hardly a dozen women probably have got elected.
There is not, I only say one thing, until and unless we come, we don't know what's going to happen, and there is nothing to fear. If you have good intentions, there is no bond, nothing. So everyone should, whoever is interested, don't get scared, please come into politics and explore it.
So what is your priorities and agenda going to be? Otherwise, tell us more about your background. How did you come into politics first?
As everyone know, my mother-in-law was supposed to get ticket, due to some technical issues she didn't get, and the situation came up in that way that I need to come because all my family members are US citizens and I am the only Indian citizen. So that's the reason I got into politics, but it's just not that. Once after getting into politics and going into the people, I liked it, knowing their problems, and now I got chance to solve the problems. So I feel so lucky to solve their problems.
Well, in other news, in a dramatic late-night operation, A joint team of the Delhi and Rajasthan police arrested the main shooters in the sensational Gogamedi murder in Jaipur 4 days ago. So 2 among 3 shooters have been arrested in this late-night op. Here are the details.
In a dramatic late-night operation, a joint team of the Delhi and Rajasthan police arrested the main shooters in the sensational Gogamedi murder in Jaipur 4 days ago. Rohit, Nitin and their accomplice were arrested from Chandrachud a day after Ramveer, who helped the shooters hash the plot, was arrested from Jaipur. It has been a cat-and-mouse game between the police and the shooters, who have been on the run ever since the Karni Sena leader was shot dead in broad daylight at his Jaipur home.
कल 9 तारीख को जो 2 शूटर्स थे और उनको जो व्यवस्था करा रहा था, लॉजिस्टिकल असिस्टेंस दे रहा था, उनको हम चंडीगढ़ सेक्टर 22 में एक होटल के बाहर से दस्तयाब किया है और उनको अभी राजस्थान लाया गया है. जो मास्टरमाइंड है, जो कॉन्स्पिरेटर, मेन कॉन्स्पिरेटर है, उन तक पहुंचे और उनको कानून के सामने लाने का है.
Gogamedi's murder was a carefully planned conspiracy. The police suspect notorious gangster Rohit Godara to be the mastermind. Godara, seen as an arch-rival of the Karni Sena leader, tasked his confidant Virendra Charan to execute the murder. Charan, lodged in a jail in Rajasthan, chose his inmates Rohit Rathod and Virendra Shekhawat for the job. They were given 50,000 rupees each to shoot down Gogamedi at his Jaipur home. Their accomplice Naveen Shekhawat helped the shooters enter Gogamedi's residence for the shootout. The shooters fled the spot and planned to leave the country, according to the police. While the 4 accused are now in the custody of the Rajasthan police, the weapons are yet to be recovered. Questions now being raised on the law and order situation in Rajasthan and gangs operating in the state with impunity. With Shubhang in Delhi, Vedant Agarwal, NDTV.
And let's get you a quick update on the ongoing Israel-Hamas war. Well, key mediator in this war, Qatar, has said that the chances of a new ceasefire between Israel and Hamas are narrowing, but has vowed to keep up the pressure on both sides. Now, Israel, meanwhile, has ordered civilians to flee the center of Khan Yunis, with an official saying he doesn't want civilians caught up in the difficult fighting there. The Hamas-run health ministry in Gaza, meanwhile, has said that about 18,000 people have been killed in the enclave in Israel's retaliatory campaign against Hamas. In fact, as we speak, southern Gaza is under intense bombing, and the UN General Assembly will hold a special session on Tuesday afternoon to discuss the ongoing Israel-Hamas war.
בימים האחרונים עשרות מחבלי חמאס נכנעים בפני כוחותינו. הם מניחים את נשקם, הם מוסרים את עצמם לידי לוחמינו הגיבורים. זה ייקח עוד זמן, המלחמה בעיצומה, אבל זה תחילת הסוף של חמאס. ואני אומר למחבלי חמאס, זה נגמר. אל תמותו בשביל סינואר. תיכנו עכשיו.
Well, that's Netanyahu saying that it is the beginning of the end for the Hamas. With that, let's turn our attention now to Impact, the Tata Memorial host. Well, the theme, Hope 2023, is for pediatric cancer patients, and Impact Foundation, the Tata Memorial Center, have hosted Hope 2023, the biggest annual cultural event for pediatric cancer patients. As always, news and updates continue on NDTV 24x7. My colleague Pratibha Raman joins you with a quick update from Bengaluru after this very short break.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, covering the latest developments across politics,
business and technology,
bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, covering the latest developments across politics,
business and technology,
bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
Verdict of 5 states. Accurate coverage on NDTV.
The larger question of
In-depth analysis.
I would differ as far as Rajasthan is concerned.
Best analysts. Biggest newsmakers.
Narendra Modi is known for fiscal discipline.
No one covers elections like NDTV. Election means NDTV.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, covering the latest developments across politics,
business and technology,
bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered.
Bengaluru is not just restricted to technology. When you want to celebrate it as a 10-day Habba, then you need to look at it from food, music as well as culture. Now what better way to celebrate today's Habba than food? That too at Hotel Dwarka, which is one of the famous restaurants in Bengaluru's Baswanagudi. Come on, let's join. How it came to be so famous?
This hotel, by name Hotel Dwarka, it was established in the year 1972 at the Bull Temple Road near Dodaganapati Temple in the year 1972. And we had some premises problem there. In the year 2005, we have shifted our hotel from Bull Temple Road to NR Colony, and this is our own premises. Our Kali Dosa has become more popular, and the Kali Dosa, for the Kali Dosa, the ingredients we use, all the ingredients are of the best quality available in the market. And we have our own formula for preparing that Kali Dosa.
Famous Kali Dosa that Hotel Dwarka is known for, and what started off with very minimum dishes has now ballooned into a famous brand in Bengaluru, especially with this dosa. Now people who have been unraveling this festival for us, especially Malini Goyal, who's the brainchild of this Habba. Ma'am, if you can tell me, have you been to Dwarka before?
No, so this is a new place for me.
Okay. And did you taste the dosa and how did you like it?
So this is very light, so it's good, great for me actually, because I don't like too much grease, too much oil in my dosa. So this has no oil, almost literally. So I love it.
I mean, the entire festival, the concept around it is to kind of build the brand of Bengaluru. How do you think this dosa and brand Bengaluru kind of, go hand in hand?
Entire Darshini concept is very unique to Bangalore. Nowhere in the world you get tasty, fast, cheap, but yet healthy food as in Bangalore. And this particular dosa is a special item because it just melts in the mouth.
How long have you been in Bangalore and how new or old is Darshini culture to you?
50 years.
Wow.
50.
Okay. And how do you like Dwarka Hotel and, absolutely all the kinds of foods that you get in Bangalore?
I'm staying in Bangalore for the last 50 years and I have not visited Dwarka Hotel.
Oh no, you missed the world's greatest dosa.
So I'm very thankful to the person who has brought me here today and I'm enjoying the two things. One is that ambience of this hotel being so old but such a very neatly kept. And I really like that neatness of this hotel. Dosa, if you given chance, I can eat 10 dosa at a time. I don't want to leave anything.
Well, do not think we are done yet because, food cannot just stop with one destination when it comes to Bengaluru. So we are off to another place where we can try a lot more dishes that Bengaluru has to offer. Let's go. Since you have conceptualized this entire hubba, how do you find the food so different from Delhi, since you hail from Delhi?
So at two levels, I'll tell you. One is specific to the morning darshanis, right? The darshanis and the breakfast culture. It is very unique to Bangalore. I didn't know dosas could be of so many varieties, okay? So that's
how are the dosas in Delhi? I'm curious.
So dosas were more the crispy kind, right? I think that they're more Chennai variant, right? And so dosa are very different there, and probably typically you'll get one kind of it. But here I experienced all kinds of dosas.
Did you like them?
So this one is pretty good because it doesn't have too much oil in it. So I love it. So that's one. I think the morning culture here, like the day begins very early. The circadian rhythm of the city is very different than Delhi. Delhi is a late night city. It wakes up late, right? This city wakes up much early, and I'm a morning person, so I love it from that point of view.
And in fact, she skipped her morning yoga session to come and eat this, and I'm sure she's going to get back to her home and have 2 more sessions of yoga so that she doesn't feel guilty about this. Well, when you talk of Baswangudi in Bengaluru, you can't but think of Bull Temple Road. And what better way to show that to you with a lovely, aptly decorated bull who's been escorted by a man who's now, giving us a musical twist to this hubba. How many times have you frequented Baswangudi, and are you aware of this famous Bull Temple Road?
No, I live in Bangalore for nearly 40 years, but then I have breakfast only in JP Nagar, Jayanagar. I'm not, thanks to Ruch and Shush, who showed me such lovely eating place. Yeah.
I mean, how often have you visited Baswangudi? Have you visited the famous Bull Temple and the Bull Temple Road?
I'm visiting Ramakrishna Matta in Mission.
Okay. Yeah. So how different has this experience been for you?
It's a good experience, yeah.
Right. And where are you from?
Bangalore, Indranagar.
Okay.
Usually I'll come once in a year for that Kadlekai Parse. We'll enjoy the Parse and we'll buy all groundnuts. And for kids, all toys and all. It's very nice here.
Yeah. So, and what about you? Where are you from?
I'm originally from Maharashtra, but in Bangalore I stay in Nepal. Okay. It's almost 20 kilometers from here, but I wanted to explore Baswangudi, which is why I'm here and loving it right now.
me Sushma, who has designed this entire walk. I mean, have you been into this before? I'm told that you have designed these heritage walks and all that. How different is this food walk compared to the rest that you've designed?
Well, so just to give you a background into, the previous walks that I've conducted so far, it's got to do with understanding the city and its core, right? So we have areas like Baswangudi, we have Malleshwaram, we have Pete area, and most often, a lot of people in Bangalore, leave people coming outside of Bangalore. People within Bangalore itself don't really understand what the city is about, besides what they just look around. So the walks that was designed was basically to sort of get people to get into the core of the city, to really get underneath the carpet and see the way that the localites do, right? So that's what inspired me to sort of create these tours in such a way that people get to understand there is a whole lot to the city of Bengaluru, several monikers that it has. And curating one of these walks, this was something very special because, Bangalore is always known for its cosmopolitan culture. It's known for its food scene.
Month of December is extremely cold and, you need to warm yourselves up and fuel your body with some hot, steaming food. A foodie will never say I'm full. Now, we have tasted dosas and upmas, but have you ever tasted Davangere Benne Masala Dosa? Now, you will find a slice of Davangere in Bengaluru. Watch us. Have you been to Davangere? No. Okay. I have been to Davangere and I just simply love the dosa. The butter just melts over it. Is it melting here?
Oh, certainly, yeah.
Still say Davangere tops.
I think it's the same. I think there's not much difference, especially the masala inside, which is so soft. I think that was the highlight of the thing, and the benne taste as well. So yeah, I think it's the same.
It actually bubbles up and you can see those bubbles that form the craters over the dosa, especially the inside ones. And that is the speciality of Bengaluru. So many different varieties. In fact, there is even one place called 99 varieties of dosa. So this is what Bengaluru really stands for, and that's why we celebrate this in the form of a festival with food, culture, music, as well as much more. But then the food definitely tops the list when it comes to Bengaluru. When you have a heavy meal, you have to wash it down with a hot steaming cup of coffee. When it comes to Bengaluru, be it habba or beautiful conversations, it can happen only over a cup of coffee. Am I right? Yes. With camera person Govind, Pratibha Raman in Bengaluru for NDTV.
Different people believe in different things. In cricket, some hail the king, some believe in God. Some wait for Mr. Right, some believe in swiping right. Some run away from risk, others run after it. For some, kids mean babies. For others, kids mean puppies. Some want a home to settle in the future. Some want to roam the world today. Some make a career in a company. Some make a career out of building companies. But when it comes to money, everybody believes in only one thing: profit, profit, profit. And for profit, watch only NDTV Profit. We all love money.
Experience recrafted luxury with the BMW 6 Series Gran Turismo. Drive home your BMW at ₹6.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, covering the latest developments across politics,
business and technology,
bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
Verdict of 5 states. Accurate coverage on NDTV.
The larger question of
In-depth analysis.
I would differ as far as Rajasthan is concerned.
Best analysts. Biggest newsmakers.
Narendra Modi is known for fiscal discipline.
जनता का प्यार और आशीर्वाद.
No one covers elections like NDTV. Election means NDTV.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, covering the latest developments across politics,
business and technology,
bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, covering the latest developments across politics,
business and technology,
bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
Verdict of 5 states. Accurate coverage on NDTV.
The larger question of
In-depth analysis.
I would differ as far as Rajasthan is concerned.
Best analysts. Biggest newsmakers.
Narendra Modi is known for fiscal discipline.
जनता का प्यार और आशीर्वाद.
No one covers elections like NDTV. Election means NDTV.
how often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends,
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24x7.
Was the centre's move to scrap Article 370 of the Constitution that gave Jammu and Kashmir its special status and split the state into 2 union territories constitutionally valid? Well, the Supreme Court is expected to pronounce the verdict today. A key BJP meeting in Madhya Pradesh today. The legislative party will pick the chief minister. This is going to happen in Bhopal. BJP picks a tribal leader as the chief minister of Chhattisgarh. Former union minister and 3-time state chief Vishnu Deo Sai is set to be the next chief minister of the state. Sources say Raman Singh will be the speaker and 2 deputy chief ministers are likely. The cash seizure in the income tax department searches against an Odisha-based distillery company owned by Congress MP Dheeraj Sahu's family has been calculated at 350 crore rupees after 5 days of counting and is the highest ever haul in a single action by any probe agency in the country. Qatar says the chances of ceasefire in Gaza are now narrowing, they are shrinking. You are watching NDTV's Breakfast Bulletin. I'm Parmeshwar Bava. Our top story today, the Supreme Court will pronounce its verdict on a batch of petitions challenging the constitutional validity of scrapping of Article 370 and dividing Jammu and Kashmir state into 2 union territories. In fact, a 5-judge bench headed by Chief Justice D.Y. Chandrachud had reserved the judgment following a marathon 16-day-long regular hearing of the case on the 5th of September. The Supreme Court will decide if the centre's decision on dividing J&K into 2 union territories is valid. There are 23 petitioners who have challenged the centre's move, and any decision by the Constitution Bench will have far-reaching implications. The bench will decide if the changes made on the 5th and 6th of August 2019 that ended the special status of J&K were actually constitutionally valid or not. In fact, ahead of the verdict, security has been strengthened in the Kashmir Valley. Let's go across to my colleagues Nasir Masoodi and Arvind Gunasekar joining us live at the moment. Nazir, you had said that Kashmir is shivering as temperatures drop below zero, but there is hope that the Supreme Court will break the ice and not further deepen the freeze?
Well, today was the coldest night of the season at minus 4.8. Srinagar is shivering at minus 4.8. We'll have to see, will the Supreme Court judgment bring some warmth or it will deepen the freeze. For those who have challenged it and who have been eagerly waiting for a judgment, because August 5, 2019, when Centre scrapped Article 370 and passed the Reorganization Act, we divided Jammu and Kashmir state into 2 union territories. There is a, democracy is literally in a suspended animation, and the political parties have been demanding election. They moved to the Supreme Court, and Supreme Court took it 4 years and 4 months to pronounce the judgment after a marathon, regular hearing from August 1st to 5th September, 16-day-long hearings, and finally, verdict is today. Whatever the verdict may be, it will have far-reaching consequences for Jammu and Kashmir and also the national politics as well. Because if Supreme Court upholds the scrapping of 370, it will be a victory for the BJP. They would say, look, we have been talking about it. It was temporary. It should be, Supreme Court has actually finally sealed the fate of 370. They have declared it is gone and truly gone. But if it is reversed by the Supreme Court, then the opposition who has challenged it say, look, we were saying it was not temporary, it has been reversed by the Supreme Court. Then there's a second issue is about the Reorganization Act. It's the first state in the independent history which has been completely turned into a union territory, divided into 2 union territories. There's no precedent. And during the course of arguments before the Supreme Court, every lawyer, petitioner was talking about how is it possible, and they even termed it a fraud on the Constitution. While the centre defended it and said they are they have promised that the state will be restored after elections are held in Jammu and Kashmir. So we have to see what the Supreme Court will do. Will they strike down the Reorganization Act, or there will be some sort of direction to the centre to restore the state, since centre has already promised and in fact given an undertaking before the Supreme Court that centre will restore the statehood of Jammu and Kashmir whenever time is feasible after the holding assembly elections in the union territory. Why this decision is so important? Number one, it for the first time in the history of Supreme Court also, a case of such a major constitutional nature was live streamed and every common person was watching it. And here in Jammu and Kashmir, people for the first time saw, they felt like that their view is being put forward there by the petitioners very forcefully. Political parties here, their fingers are crossed. Nobody knows what is going to happen. It is between hope and cynicism, hope and pessimism. There are different people who are talking different things. For example, a retired judge said that everyone knew that it was dead, but some people wanted a death certificate and they will get it. So that very absolute pessimism, and they believe perhaps nothing is going to happen. Supreme Court will uphold both the decisions by the center, which is scrapping 370 and downgrading and dividing Jammu and Kashmir into two union territories. But the political parties say they have gone to Supreme Court with the hope that they will get the justice and the constitutional values would be upheld today and the center's decision would be reversed today. Whatever happened in few hours from now, we'll know when the 5-judge bench will pronounce a historic and a landmark judgment which will determine the constitutional status of Jammu and Kashmir and will have major implications, not only just because 370 actually is sui generis. It is just linked to Jammu and Kashmir. But when it comes to the dividing a state into two union territories, it will have far-reaching consequences for the federal structure of the rest of the country. That has to be seen what is going to happen in that case.
Thanks so much, Nazir, for joining us with that update. Arvind is also joining us live from New Delhi at the moment. Arvind, the Supreme Court expected to pronounce the crucial verdict today?
Yeah, Parmeshwar, Supreme Court 5-judge constitution bench comprising of Chief Justices Sanjay Kishan Kaul and also Sanjeev Khanna, and to the judges. The constitution bench of 5 judges will be giving its ruling on a very important issue pertaining to Jammu and Kashmir. So in all senses, that will be a landmark judgment from the Supreme Court constitution bench. Almost 23 petitions were filed in Supreme Court challenging the abrogation of Article 370 that granted special status to Jammu and Kashmir. So on two important issues, petitions were filed. One, abrogation of Article 370 granting special status to Jammu and Kashmir, and second issue was bifurcation of Jammu and Kashmir and also degrading the statehood to union territory. So these two are the important issues that will be settled by Supreme Court today. So if you could see the important arguments that were put forth by the petitioner side on behalf through senior counsels on behalf of parties from Jammu and Kashmir, the very important argument was that Article 370 forms basic structure of constitution. So going by the basic structure doctrine, Parliament could not have touched Article 370. That was a basic argument that was put forth by the arguing counsels appearing for the petitioner side. They also said President could not have used his powers under same Article 370 because if you could remember this, Parmeshwar, President through a presidential order revoked Article 370 that granted special status to Jammu and Kashmir. And that was one of the arguments that was put forth by the petitioner side, wherein they said that the President could not have used Article 370 to exercise his powers to revoke Article 370, that too in a case where the State Assembly was not in session. According to the petitioners, the State Assembly was dissolved, so thereby the State Assembly could not have recommended abrogation of Article 370, but whereas President taking the powers through President rule that was already in effect in Jammu and Kashmir passed this particular presidential order revoking Article 370. So that was second very important argument. Coming to the third argument was kind of that has far-reaching consequences apart from extending beyond Jammu and Kashmir, that is pertaining to bifurcation of a state and also degrading its statehood to a union territory. And that's where many of the arguing counsels appearing for the petitioner said the centre could not have bifurcated Jammu and Kashmir and centre could not have degraded the statehood of Jammu and Kashmir into a union territory, citing Article 3. So these were the main big takeaways from the petitioner side. But whereas centre government through Solicitor General and also other senior counsels made it very clear that coming to this very particular point of statehood, they told the Supreme Court that union territory status to Jammu and Kashmir is only a temporary phenomena, and then once elections are held, statehood will be restored. So even though Supreme Court asked when statehood will be restored in Jammu and Kashmir, though centre did not give a exact time frame, but centre told Supreme Court that once elections are held, then statehood will be restored in Jammu and Kashmir. That is on the statehood point. Coming to Article 370, centre told Supreme Court through Solicitor General that Article 370 does not form basic structure, and that's why centre was well within its right, Parliament was well within its right to amend Article 370 because that was through an executive notification, and presidential order was well within its law to revoke the Article 370. So today, Supreme Court will be answering on two very important issues: whether Parliament was well within its right and very importantly presidential order was well within a law revoking Article 370. That's on first point. Second point is the Jammu and Kashmir reorganization bill that was passed by Parliament, bifurcating Jammu and Kashmir and also making it as an union territory. So on these two issues today Supreme Court will be giving its landmark ruling, and according to our sources, two judges, Chief Justice and also Justice Sanjay Kishan Kaul, both of them have authored separate judgments. So at least there will be two opinions on this this particular very important topic. Parmeshwar?
As always, Arvind, thank you so much for joining us with the details this morning. We will, of course, revert to you for regular updates from the Supreme Court. We also have political reactions lined up for you. Listen in.
इस वक्त तो एक अंदाज़ा ही लगाना है तो कल 10 बजे जब जजमेंट आएगी, वर्डिक्ट आएगा, तो उस वक्त पता चलेगा कि क्या है कि कश्मीरियों के हक में है, जम्मू कश्मीर के अवाम के हक में है या उनके खिलाफ है। इस वक्त हम यही कह सकते हैं कि हम 2 महीने या 4 महीने से इंतज़ार नहीं कर रहे हैं। हम गुज़िश्ता 4 साल से ज़्यादा अरसे से इस दिन का इंतज़ार कर रहे थे कि कब सुप्रीम कोर्ट, क्योंकि पहले 3 साल में तो कोई सुनाई हुई नहीं, सिर्फ एक दफ़ा आधे घंटे की सुनवाई हुई थी, और जिसका हमने भी, मैंने खुद भी और मेरे साथियों ने अपनी पब्लिक मीटिंगों में पिछले 1-1.5 साल से कहा कि जब तक सुप्रीम कोर्ट इसको डे टू डे हियरिंग नहीं करेगी तो तब तक फैसला आना 50 साल में भी नामुमकिन है।
देखिए, बहुत ही अहम मुद्दा है और इंतज़ार थी, अब फैसला आने वाला है तो उसकी इंतज़ार है। जम्मू कश्मीर के लोगों को बिलखसूस और पूरे देश को भी एक अहम मुद्दा है और जिस तरह से हुआ है उसका मालूम है सबको कि किस तरीके से एक तरफा और अनडेमोक्रेटिक तरीके से एकदम से किया गया, जिससे जन भावनाओं को तो यहाँ ठेस पहुँची। और किसी भी चीज़ पे डिबेट होता, पार्लियामेंट्री प्रोसीजर एक होता है, और उसमें लोग उम्मीद करते थे यक्का-यक एक स्टेट को तोड़ करके 2 यूटी बना दी गई और जो अधिकार थे या जो 70 साल से यहाँ थे उसको सब ख़त्म किया गया है। उस पर मुख्तलिफ राय है, लेकिन बड़ी लंबी जो है बहस सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने सुनी है और लोगों को सुप्रीम कोर्ट से राहत की उम्मीद है और उम्मीद तो की जाती है कि संविधान को, कानून को, जनता की भावनाओं को मद्देनजर रखा जाएगा।
Meanwhile, investors are closely watching global trends, key macroeconomic data, and the forthcoming US Federal Reserve policy meeting. Let's go across to NDTV Profit to take a look at how the markets are going to open this morning.
Should be good candidates for short-term trading gains.
All right, Rahul, I know you don't want to give short-term trading gains, but maybe from a larger perspective, pre-open, what are you liking?
I think if I give you calls, they'll probably be based on at least a couple of years valuation out. I think more as investment. I think, Tamana, you could probably look at chemicals as a contra call. I think there's a lot of discourse in the market about what the future of the sector holds. But I think 2 years of price and time correction, we personally think this entire issue of inventory and destocking that's been spoken about, it'll probably persist for a couple of quarters. But you buy good companies at bad times. So I think if you look at names like, say, an SRF or a Naveen Fluorine, which are on the fluorination side, we think those could be pretty interesting names. And I think if you want to work down the market cap chain, I think something like a Fine Organics or a Neogen Chemicals. I think most of these would be in their return on equity and capital employed of say between 18, 19 to about 25, 26%. We're relatively comfortable with the managements, and I think the earnings growth outlook also for most of these guys will be north of 20%. So I think in that backdrop, I think it's a slightly contra call right now, but I think that could potentially be one space.
Well, it is a time for contra calls in a market like this.
Yeah, and we'll talk about some of the heavy hitters of this morning as well, post market rates open. Subros, for example, or a GMR Airports Infra, or for that matter Mazgan Dock, which also has gotten an order from ONGC if I'm not wrong, and that stock too looks set for some gains in the pre-open session, at least about 4% higher. So watch out for 2-3 names. We'll talk to Akshay about them as well. But here come the first rates on this Monday morning. Flat, is it? Let's see if the markets have opened. Yep, very, very flat, 20959. So lying very flat. The Nifty Bank also flattish in the session. So not the best of starts, but nothing untoward. That's a good thing. Mid caps about 0.33%. The small caps will come up on your screen as well, about 0.5%. So the broader market's actually doing much better than the large caps. I guess Tamanna has a lot more stocks to talk about than I do, considering that the large caps have hardly broken a sweat this morning. But bring up the heat map and show you what's happening on the large cap end of the market, at least the Nifty 50 names. Again, the Adani twins about a couple of percentage points, so 0.8% for ports. ONGC, in fact, now There is some gains for IndusInd, SBI and Axis, so which shows you why the Bank Nifty was looking slightly positive. It's kind of spread out between the gainers and the losers, so nothing much to choose out there between what will losing and what will gain. Reddy's, because of that 3 observations at the Hyderabad R&D unit, is down about 6%. We'll take a technical call on Reddy's at open immediately. Asian Paints about 1.25%, Sun Pharma about 1.5%. So that sums up what's happening. Banks looking okay. Pharma led by Dr. Reddy's, but Sun and Cipla also giving company not looking all that great. Energy seems to be okay, with ONGC up about 1% as well. Tamanna, what about the broader end of the spectrum?
Yeah, absolutely. We'll have to look stock specific because, like you said, it's flat. I like the Hindi word for this to explain how it feels. It's sapat. The Hindi word for what the markets are doing today is absolutely sapat. But just let's look at some of the stocks that we talked about and pulled up in pre-open. GMR Infra, one of them, and GMR Airports up 3% on that GQG investments that's coming in. Look at Subros, and Subros is something we spotted this morning after an October 2025 date finally to make those AC cabins, and Subros up 14% in trade. Dr. Reddy's, Neeraj already talked about it, but yeah, it's 6.5% down. And overall, pharma continues its weakness. So let me just quickly look at Cipla as well, which is seeing that pain as well. Max Health, though, had a good bit of news. They're taking over a hospital in Lucknow of 550 beds. So that's slightly up in the green, and MedPlus up on a Nomura report about 1% or so. So nothing too fascinating over there. Coforge is another stock that we've been talking about, and yeah, nothing too exciting, but up slightly in the green. Again, there's a report there from Jefferies, and Morgan Stanley on Kansai Nerolac, and that stock is about 1% down. Morgan Stanley says it's rating underweight with a target price of 250. MK on Saregama also came out with a report. Let's just quickly look at what Saregama is doing this morning and see if there's any, activity over there. Quite a positive report had come in from MK, and maybe we'll take a look at how Saregama is doing as well. But I think overall, Neeraj, this morning, the broader markets are definitely showing more signs of life and activity. Saregama there, 3% up. More life than your heavyweights.
Maybe one of the reasons could be pharma. Tamanna, Dr. Reddy's looking at a very sharp downtick on open. Let me first get a trading view there, and then we'll thank, of course, Akshay. But Akshay, quick 2 or 3 stocks before we thank you. One of the, okay, I think we've lost that line with Akshay, nevertheless. But Dr. Reddy's clearly the principal culprit today, down about 6%. Rahul, I don't know if you may not have a specific view on Reddy's per se, but save for maybe a Lupin, some of the other pharma names, and again, I don't know if you have a view on pharma, but the US observations for a lot of companies are coming thick and fast.
So I can tell you one thing anecdotally. Over the last 4 or 5 months, the maximum queries that have come to us in pharma have been on Lupin. And I can tell you that a lot of people are looking at it as a contra buy because they actually believe that so much is in the price. Our preference, Neeraj, is more towards Cipla. On the large cap space. I think it's very strong domestically, and whatever presence they have internationally as well, they're market leaders in it, whether they're inhalers or otherwise. I think if you look down the market cap chain, I think JV Chemicals is another name that's doing really well. I think Neeraj Chopra has done a very, very good job at the company. I think to take the company to a 25% return on equity and the kind of margin expansion that it's shown. But I think most pharma companies, Neeraj, I think between FY23 reported to FY25, whether you look at Alchem, Alembic, Ajanta, will all give you between 300 to 500 basis point margin expansion. So I think earnings will be good. The only point is
Sensex and Nifty open flat. We'll keep tracking the latest updates for you. For now, we're slipping into a very short break.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, covering the latest developments across politics,
business and technology,
bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, covering the latest developments across politics,
business and technology,
bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
Verdict of 5 states. Accurate coverage on NDTV.
The larger question of
In-depth analysis.
I would differ as far as Rajasthan is concerned.
Best analysts. Biggest newsmakers.
Narendra Modi is known for fiscal discipline.
No one covers elections like NDTV. Election means NDTV.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, covering the latest developments across politics,
business and technology,
bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, covering the latest developments across politics,
business and technology,
bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
Verdict of 5 states. Accurate coverage on NDTV.
The larger question of
In-depth analysis.
I would differ as far as Rajasthan is concerned.
Best analysts. Biggest newsmakers.
Narendra Modi is known for fiscal discipline.
No one covers elections like NDTV. Election means NDTV.
How often have you turned?
Welcome back. Well, the fourth meeting of the opposition India bloc has been postponed again, and now it will be held on the 19th of this month in Delhi. This is what Congress General Secretary Jairam Ramesh has confirmed. He didn't give any reasons why the meeting was postponed from the 17th of December to the 19th of December now. But earlier, the meeting was postponed to the 17th after top leaders in the alliance, which included Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar, West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin, Hemant Soren, Jharkhand's Chief Minister, and Samajwadi Party Chief Akhilesh Yadav decided to skip the meeting, which was first called on the 6th of December. The meeting on the 6th of December was called by the Congress on the day the election results of MP, Chhattisgarh, Telangana and Rajasthan were announced. As the BJP crossed the halfway mark in 3 states, the meeting of the opposition bloc was in fact announced. Well, news and updates continue in a moment. Do stay tuned.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, covering the latest developments across politics,
business and technology,
bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, covering the latest developments across politics,
business and technology,
bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
Verdict of 5 states. Accurate coverage on NDTV.
The larger question of
In-depth analysis.
I would differ as far as Rajasthan is concerned.
Best analysts. Biggest newsmakers.
Narendra Modi is known for fiscal discipline.
No one covers elections like NDTV. Election means NDTV.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, covering the latest developments across politics,
business and technology,
bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, covering the latest developments across politics,
business and technology,
bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
Verdict of 5 states. Accurate coverage on NDTV.
The larger question of
In-depth analysis.
I would differ as far as Rajasthan is concerned.
Best analysts. Biggest newsmakers.
Narendra Modi is known for fiscal discipline.
No one covers elections like NDTV. Election means NDTV.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
Welcome back. Well, the suspense over the name of the Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister is set to end soon. Preparation for the meeting is on in the BJP office, and the suspense may even end today, we're told. All three observers from Madhya Pradesh will reach Bhopal, and the Legislative Party meeting will be held this evening at 4 p.m. We are hearing of movement of MLAs and their supporters, also of commotion in the BJP office, where my colleague Amitanshi joins us from live at the moment. Amitanshi is at the Bhopal BJP headquarters. Amitanshi, any clarity on when the suspense over the name of the Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister will end?
Totally, the meeting is likely to be held at 4 p.m. in the BJP headquarters office, and right now I'm present at the place where the meeting is to be held. This is the dome which has been dedicated for all the newly elected MLAs of Madhya Pradesh. It has been more than a week after the BJP won the state assembly elections, but still the name of the person that who will be the newly elected chief minister of Madhya Pradesh is not clear yet. The three central observers, first the CM of Haryana, Manohar Lal Khattar, party's OBC's Morcha President K. Lakshman and party's National Secretary Ashra Lakra will be reaching here any moment, and the meeting is likely to be started at 4 p.m. There's a proper schedule for the meeting that will be held here. The party observers will have also lunch with all the newly elected MLAs of the BJP. Also, after that, they will have a group photo all together in the party office, and after that, 163 MLAs are invited in the BJP office to select especially that who will be the leader of the leader of the party, leader of the legislative assembly of the BJP. Now, if you talk about the front runners, that who are like basically in the name, who are the face contesting for the CM face in Madhya Pradesh right now. So first is CM Shivraj Singh Chauhan, second is ex-Central Minister Narendra Singh Tomar, ex-Central Minister Prahlad Singh Patel, and also Kailash Vijayvargiya, Rakesh Singh, and also the BJP State President V.D. Sharma. Here are 12 chairs are being set up here, and 3 observers will be sitting, and they'll be discussing with all the newly elected MLAs of the BJP. Also, it has been said that they'll be bringing the name here itself, and also you can see some of the preparations are being done. The first row has been reserved by the BJP. Many, if we talk about the people from the central leadership, will be sitting here also, because the Sangatans, especially the politicians, will be coming here and sitting. And also you can see the board behind there in this dome. It is representing that how has BJP has increased their vote share in the last many years, and also the last many assembly elections, especially in the Madhya Pradesh. So it is like who will be the choice of BJP will be clear around by 5 p.m. today maybe, because the observers will be like talking to the newly elected MLAs and consulting to the newly elected MLAs, and this will be the day. Maybe after 8 days, Madhya Pradesh today will be getting the new CM, and it can be anyone, because BJP has always given shocks by their decisions mainly made on this face of CM.
Amitanshi Joshi, thank you so much for joining us with a live update from the BJP headquarters in Bhopal. Let's hope we have clarity by 5 p.m. today regarding who is going to be the next Chief Minister. there. Let's turn our attention now to Chhattisgarh, where the BJP has actually picked up a prominent tribal leader and former Union Minister Vishnu Deosai to become the Chief Minister of the state after he was elected as leader of the Legislative Party during a meeting of 54 newly elected MLAs. The BJP, however, is expected to decide Chief Ministers for Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh, where it also won comfortably very soon. As Amritanshi is reporting, MP may be decided by 5 p.m. this evening. But as far as Chhattisgarh is concerned, as per our sources, Raman Singh is likely to be the new Chhattisgarh Speaker and 2 deputies are likely for Vishnu Deosai. In fact, our sources say OBC leader Arun Sao will be one deputy chief minister, while Brahmin leader Vijay Sharma is likely to be the other deputy chief minister. But you know, the move to put Vishnu Deosai on the saddle assumes importance ahead of the Lok Sabha elections, as scheduled tribes constitute approximately 8.6% of the country's population, numbering around 10.4 crore. And tribals or Adivasis account for nearly 32% of the state's population and are socially dominant after the OBCs. The party also intends to capitalize on Mr. Sai's elevation in adjoining states, especially Jharkhand, which too has a sizable ST population.
आज मेरे लिए बड़ा सौभाग्य का दिन है कि आज 6वें छत्तीसगढ़ विधानसभा के प्रथम बैठक में छत्तीसगढ़ के सभी भारतीय जनता पार्टी के नवनिर्वाचित विधायकों ने सर्वसम्मति से अपना नेता चुना है। इसके लिए मैं सभी सम्मानित नवनिर्वाचित विधायक बंधुओं का बहुत बहुत आभार व्यक्त करना चाहूँगा। साथ ही साथ छत्तीसगढ़ में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की बड़ी सफलता के लिए छत्तीसगढ़ के लाखों कार्यकर्ताओं को भी धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगा।
मतलब एक छोटे से उसमें कार्यकर्ता के रूप में संघर्ष किए हैं। पहले सरपंच बने, पंच बने, सरपंच बने, विधायक बने, उसके बाद सांसद बने, फिर मंत्री रहे सांसद कार्यकाल में, अभी फिर तीसरी बार चुनाव जीत के मतलब मुख्यमंत्री बनने।
आपके बड़े भाई हैं अब मुख्यमंत्री।
बहुत खुशी है, बहुत खुश हैं और पूरा मतलब जसपुर पूरा विकास करेगा।
हमारा बेटा छत्तीसगढ़ का मुख्यमंत्री बन गए। हम आदिवासी सबका मन था कि आदिवासी सीएम बने, तो आज वो सब कुछ पूरा हुआ। मैं बहुत खुश हूँ, मेरा बेटा और आगे बढ़े।
Meanwhile, on the 9th of November, while campaigning in Chhattisgarh, the Home Minister Amit Shah had urged people to vote for Vishnu Deosai. Listen in to his reaction from last month.
विष्णु देव जी हमारे अनुभवी कार्यकर्ता है, नेता है, सांसद रहे, विधायक रहे, प्रदेश अध्यक्ष रहे। एक अनुभवी नेता को आपके सामने भारतीय जनता पार्टी लेकर आई है। आप इनको विधायक बना दो, उनको बड़ा आदमी बनाने का काम हम करेंगे। मुझे बताओ, विष्णु देवसाई को जिताएंगे क्या? अरे ऐसे नहीं जीतते भाई, जोर से बोलो। जिताएंगे, कमल के निशान पर बटन दबाएंगे, कमल फूल की सरकार बनाएंगे।
And let's turn our attention now to day 6 of the winter session of Parliament. Amit Shah will table 2 Jammu and Kashmir bills in Rajya Sabha today. Vasudha is joining us with a quick update this morning. Vasudha, even as the Supreme Court is all set to pronounce the verdict on the abrogation of Article 370, Amit Shah today will introduce the Jammu and Kashmir Reservation Amendment Bill and the Jammu and Kashmir Reorganisation Amendment Bill.
Of course, Parmeshwar, today is the day 6th of the Parliament, of the winter session of the Parliament. It is the second week of the Parliament, and it's also the first day after TMC MP Mahua Moitra got expelled for unethical conduct and breach of parliamentary privilege. So an important day. What we expect is, of course, submission of many parliamentary committee reports. Apart from that, Home Minister Amit Shah is going to, introduce this Jammu Kashmir Reorganisation Amendment Bill and Jammu Kashmir Reservation Amendment Bill, which basically promise reservation for Kashmiri Pandits states and ethnic communities, displaced communities from Kashmir during the partition in the J&K Assembly. Now, this was opposed vehemently by the opposition when the bill was passed in the Lok Sabha, and because the opposition said that elections have not been held in the valley for the last 9 years. So clearly we can expect a lot of approach today. But, coincidentally, it's also coming on the same day that the Supreme Court is all set to pronounce its verdict on the abrogation of Article 370. Apart from that, Parmeshwar, there is also going to be a protest by BJP MPs on the income tax raids, on the humongous amount of money that has been seized from Congress MP Dheeraj Sahu's properties across Jharkhand and Odisha. The visuals of cash have been quite, appalling to the country, and this also strengthens the BJP's anti-corruption narrative against the Congress. Congress has, this is also a huge embarrassment for the party, and Congress has sought a response, a clarification from its MP. So that protest is going to take place today. What I understand is that the government, MEA V. Muralidharan, is also likely to bring a reply, citing the government's mistake in correcting, in calling Hamas a terrorist organization. Both Meenakshi Lekhi, who is the MOS for External Affairs, has also clarified that this reply cannot be attributed to the government. It was a technical error. So many things to happen in the parliament today. But, of course, two states are yet to announce their chief ministers. Both Chhattisgarh, of course, we saw Chhattisgarh chief minister being announced yesterday, but Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh, the BJP is actually putting its heads together and deciding who the next CM is supposed to be. So we're expecting a lot of meetings on that front also to take place in the parliament today, because the Home Minister is also here today.
Well, thanks so much, Vasudha. We will, of course, revert to you for regular updates. Meanwhile, as Vasudha was reporting, the cash seizure in the Income Tax Department's searches against an Odisha-based distillery company owned by a Congress MP's family has been calculated at about 350 crore rupees after 5 days of counting, and is the highest ever haul in a single action by any probe agency in the country. The premises of the Congress Rajya Sabha MP from Jharkhand, Dheeraj Prasad Sahu, in Ranchi and other places were also covered during the searches by the department. The marathon raids against both Distillery Private Limited, its promoters and others entered the 5th day on Sunday, and as Vasudha is reporting, the BJP is likely to protest against this. As always, news and updates continue here on NDTV 24x7. We're taking a quick break for now.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, covering the latest developments across politics,
business and technology,
bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
Business news can sound incomprehensible, unnerving, unrelatable. But how does it impact you? We deconstruct complex business news and ideas by talking directly to the leaders who shape the economy. We are serious about business. Welcome to Serious Business on NDTV.
$1 has only secured 0.6 cents of private capital. That needs to fundamentally change.
By mid-century, India's economy will grow eightfold.
One topic.
When a family comes out of the poverty line, what would be the first asset class they would buy? It's gold.
One speaker.
It's the biggest attack on Jews since the Holocaust.
If you want to control inflation, you need to play the trade policy.
UPI
all of that, where India is well ahead of the West.
5 trillion is a short-term goal. I would like to see India becoming a $30 trillion economy.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24x7.
When there's too much talking but very little being said, too many voices but hardly any being heard, you turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
Verdict of 5 states. Accurate coverage on NDTV.
The larger question of
In-depth analysis.
I would differ as far as Rajasthan is concerned.
Best analysts. Biggest newsmakers.
Narendra Modi is known for fiscal discipline.
No one covers elections like NDTV. Election means NDTV.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, covering the latest developments across politics,
business and technology,
bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
A debate has many facets. Perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
Business news can sound incomprehensible, unnerving, unrelatable. But how does it impact you? We deconstruct complex business news and ideas by talking directly to the leaders who shape the economy. We are serious about business. Welcome to Serious Business on NDTV.
$1 has only secured 0.6 cents of private capital. That needs to fundamentally change.
By mid-century, India's economy would grow 8-fold.
One topic.
When a family comes out of the poverty line, what would be the first asset class they would buy?
Well, our top story, the Supreme Court will pronounce its verdict on a batch of petitions challenging the constitutional validity of scrapping of Article 370 and dividing Jammu and Kashmir into 2 union territories. A 5-judge bench that's going to be headed by Chief Justice D.Y. Chandrachud had actually reserved the judgment following a marathon 16-day-long regular hearing of the case on the 5th of September. Now, the Supreme Court will decide if the centre's decision on dividing Jammu and Kashmir into 2 union territories is valid. There are 23 petitioners who have challenged the centre's move, and any decision by the Constitution bench will have far-reaching implications. The bench will decide if the changes made back in 2019 that ended the special status of Jammu and Kashmir and bifurcated it into 2 union territories were constitutionally valid or not. Now, ahead of the verdict, security has been strengthened in the valley. Listen in to the political reactions coming in.
इस वक्त तो एक अंदाज़ा ही लगाना है तो कल 10 बजे जब जजमेंट आएगी, वर्डिक्ट आएगा, तो उस वक्त पता चलेगा कि क्या है कि कश्मीरियों के हक में है, जम्मू कश्मीर के अवाम के हक में है या उनके खिलाफ है। इस वक्त हम यही कह सकते हैं कि हम 2 महीने में या 4 महीने से इंतज़ार नहीं कर रहे हैं। हम गुज़िश्ता 4 साल से ज़्यादा अरसे से इस दिन का इंतज़ार कर रहे थे कि कब सुप्रीम कोर्ट, क्योंकि पहले 3 साल में तो कोई सुनाई हुई नहीं, सिर्फ एक दफ़ा आधे घंटे की सुनवाई हुई थी, और जिसका हमने भी, मैंने खुद भी और मेरे साथियों ने अपनी पब्लिक मीटिंगों में पिछले 1-1.5 साल से कहा कि जब तक सुप्रीम कोर्ट इसको डे टू डे हियरिंग नहीं करेगी तो तब तक फैसला आना 50 साल में भी नामुमकिन है।
देखिए, बहुत ही अहम मुद्दा है और ज़ात ही अब फैसला आने वाला है, तो उसकी इंतज़ार है जम्मू कश्मीर के लोगों को बिलखसूस और पूरे देश को भी। एक अहम मुद्दा है और जिस तरह से हुआ है उसका मालूम है सबको कि किस तरीके से एक तरफा और अनडेमोक्रेटिक तरीके से एकदम से किया गया है, जिससे जन भावनाओं को तो यहाँ ठेस पहुँची। और किसी भी चीज़ पे डिबेट होता, पार्लियामेंट्री प्रोसीजर एक होता है, और उसमें लोग उम्मीद करते थे यक्का-यक एक स्टेट को तोड़ करके 2 यूटी बना दी गई और जो अधिकार थे या जो 70 साल से यहाँ थे उसको सब ख़त्म किया गया है। उस पर मुख्तलिफ राय है, लेकिन बड़ी लंबी जो है बहस सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने सुनी है और लोगों को सुप्रीम कोर्ट से राहत की उम्मीद है। और उम्मीद तो की जाती है कि संविधान को, कानून को, जनता की भावनाओं को मद्देनजर रखा जाएगा।
And let's get you a quick update on the ongoing Israel-Hamas war. Well, key mediator in the war, Qatar, has said that the chances of a new ceasefire between Israel and Hamas are narrowing, but they have vowed to keep the pressure up on both sides. Israel, meanwhile, has ordered civilians to flee the center of Khan Yunis, with an official saying he doesn't want civilians caught up in the difficult fighting there. On the other hand, the Hamas-run health ministry in Gaza has said that about 18,000 people have been killed in the enclave in Israel's retaliatory campaign against Hamas. But Netanyahu on Sunday told Hamas to surrender amid heavy fighting raging across Gaza. In fact, in a televised address, the Israeli Prime Minister said that it is the beginning of the end for Hamas.
בימים האחרונים עשרות מחבלי חמאס נכנעים בפני כוחותינו. הם מניחים את נשקם, הם מוסרים את עצמם לידי לוחמינו הגיבורים. זה ייקח עוד זמן, המלחמה בעיצומה, אבל זה תחילת הסוף של חמאס. ואני אומר למחבלי חמאס, זה נגמר. אל תמותו בשביל סינואר. תיכנו עכשיו.
Well, as always, we'll keep tracking the latest developments for you here on NDTV 24x7. For now, we're sipping into a very short break.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24x7.
When there's too much talking but very little being said, too many voices but hardly any being heard, you turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
Verdict of 5 states. Accurate coverage on NDTV.
The larger question of
In-depth analysis.
I would differ as far as Rajasthan is concerned.
Best analysts. Biggest newsmakers.
Narendra Modi is known for fiscal discipline.
No one covers elections like NDTV. Election means NDTV.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
covering the latest developments
across politics,
business and technology,
bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
Business news can sound incomprehensible, unnerving, unrelatable. But how does it impact you? We deconstruct complex business news and ideas by talking directly to the leaders who shape the economy. We are serious about business. Welcome to Serious Business on NDTV.
$1 has only secured 0.6 cents of private capital. That needs to fundamentally change.
By mid-century, India's economy will grow eightfold.
One topic.
When a family comes out of the poverty line, what would be the first asset class they would buy? It's gold.
One speaker.
It's the biggest attack on Jews since the Holocaust.
If you want to control inflation, you need to play the trade policy.
UPI, Aadhaar, all of that, where India is well ahead of the West.
5 trillion is a short-term goal. I would like to see India becoming a $30 trillion economy.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24x7.
When there's too much talking but very little being said, too many voices but hardly any being heard, you turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
Verdict of 5 states. Accurate coverage on NDTV.
The larger question of
In-depth analysis.
I would differ as far as Rajasthan is concerned.
Best analysts. Biggest newsmakers.
Narendra Modi is known for fiscal discipline.
No one covers elections like NDTV. Election means NDTV.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
covering the latest developments
across politics,
business and technology,
bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
Business news can sound incomprehensible, unnerving, unrelatable. But how does it impact you? We deconstruct complex business news and ideas by talking directly to the leaders who shape the economy. We are serious about business. Welcome to Serious Business on NDTV.
Was the centre's move to scrap Article 370 of the Constitution that gave Jammu and Kashmir its special status and split the state into 2 union territories constitutionally valid? The Supreme Court is expected to pronounce its verdict in half an hour from now. Security tightened and heightened in Srinagar ahead of the verdict. Key BJP meet in Madhya Pradesh today. The legislature party will be meeting in Bhopal around 4 p.m. to pick its head, and who will be then sworn in as the chief minister. Former union minister and three-time state chief Vishnu Desai is the next Chhattisgarh chief minister. He is going to take oath soon. Raman Singh, the former chief minister, will be the speaker, and there are two deputy chief ministers likely. The cash seizure in the income tax department searches against an Odisha-based distillery company owned by Congress MP Dheeraj Sahu's family has been calculated at 351 crore rupees after 5 days of counting. BJP to hold protest today. Home Minister Amit Shah hits out at the Congress. And chances of ceasefire in Gaza is shrinking, is what Qatar is saying. Srinagar records coldest night of the season. Cold wave intensifies in Kashmir. Hello everyone, good morning. Our top story this hour is the Supreme Court, which will be announcing its verdict on a batch of petitions, in all 23 petitions which were challenging the constitutional validity of scrapping Article 370 and reorganizing Jammu and Kashmir state into 2 union territories. A 5-judge bench headed by Chief Justice Chandrachud had reserved the judgment following a marathon 16-day-long regular hearing of the case on September 5th. The Supreme Court will decide if Centre's decision on reorganizing Jammu and Kashmir into 2 union territories is valid. Remember, as I said, there are 23 petitioners who have challenged the union government's move, and any decision by the Constitution bench will have far-reaching implications. The bench will decide if the changes made on August 5th and 6th of 2019 that ended the special status of the erstwhile state of Jammu and Kashmir and bifurcated into 2 union territories were constitutionally valid or not. Security has been heightened in Jammu and Kashmir. Listen in to all the political reactions that are coming in.
देखिए, बहुत ही अहम मुद्दा है और इंतजार थी, अब फैसला आने वाला है, तो उसकी इंतजार है। जम्मू कश्मीर के लोगों को बिलखसूस और पूरे देश को भी एक अहम मुद्दा है, और जिस तरह से हुआ है उसका मालूम है सबको कि किस तरीके से एक तरफा और अनडेमोक्रेटिक तरीके से एकदम से किया गया है, जिससे जन भावनाओं को तो यहाँ ठेस पहुँची। और किसी भी चीज़ पे डिबेट होता, पार्लियामेंट्री प्रोसीजर एक होता है, और उसमें लोग उम्मीद करते थे यक्का-जक एक स्टेट को तोड़ करके 2 यूटी बना दी गई, और जो अधिकार थे या जो 70 साल से यहाँ थे उसको सब ख़त्म किया गया है। उस पर मुख्तलिफ राय है, लेकिन बड़ी लंबी जो है बहस सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने सुनी है, और लोगों को सुप्रीम कोर्ट से राहत की उम्मीद है, और उम्मीद तो की जाती है कि संविधान को, कानून को, जनता की भावनाओं को मद्देनजर रखा जाएगा।
देखिए, सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने पहले ही कई बार एक तो इस मुद्दे को सुनने में बहुत देर कर दी, 5 साल लगाए इस मुद्दे को सुनने में। उसके बाद मैं समझती हूँ कि खुद सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कई बार जो पुराने हमारे जजमेंट्स आई हैं उसमें ये कहा गया है कि 370 को जम्मू कश्मीर की कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंट असेंबली के बगैर कोई नहीं हटा सकता है जी। तो मुझे लगता है ये फैसला तो सीधा होना चाहिए कि ये जो उन्होंने किया 2019 5 अगस्त को वो नाजायज था, वो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन के खिलाफ था, जम्मू कश्मीर के खिलाफ था। जो जम्मू कश्मीर के साथ वादे किए गए 1947 में, उन वादों के खिलाफ है।
जो दावे से ये कह सके कि हमें पहले से ही मालूम है कि क्या होने जा रहा है। मेरे पास ऐसी कोई मशीनरी नहीं है, न मेरे पास ऐसा कोई तरीका है जिससे कि मैं आज ही पता लगा सकूं कि उन 5 ऑनरेबल जजेस के दिल में क्या है या उन्होंने जजमेंट में क्या लिखा है। मैं सिर्फ उम्मीद कर सकता हूं, मैं दुआ कर सकता हूं कि जो फैसला होगा वो हमारे हक में होगा, लेकिन मैं कोई दावा तो कर नहीं सकता हूं कि मुझे पहले ही मालूम है कि इसमें हमारी कामयाबी होगी। ना कोई ऐसा है जो ये दावा कर सके। हम फैसले के इंतजार में हैं, फैसला आ जाने दीजिए, उसके बाद बात करेंगे।
And Nazir, my colleague, is joining us live from Srinagar. Nazir, it was one of the coldest nights of this winter in Srinagar, and now this important verdict that will shape the discourse in the valley. What is the anticipation? What is the mood like?
Well, mood is like a political leader called me this morning when I was doing live broadcasts. And he said, you may be shivering outside because of the cold, because it was the coldest night of the season at minus 4.8. And he said he's shivering inside his home because of the verdict they fear if they lose this case. So it is a very, very important case. We have to see, will this verdict break the ice, bring some warmth for those who have challenged the abrogation of 370? Well, it will deepen the freeze. Having said that, it is a very, very important case for the future of Jammu and Kashmir, how its constitutional status will shape. Those who have challenged it, there have been 23 petitions who challenged this abrogation of Article 370. One is the two presidential orders, Presidential Order number 272 and 273, which has actually altered the nature of the Constituent Assembly of Jammu and Kashmir so as to make Assembly of Jammu and Kashmir able to recommend for the dissolution of 370. Then the governor recommended to become who chose to wear the hat of the assembly and the Jain government and recommended for the dissolution, and president issued the order. Then there's the Reorganization Act which was passed by the parliament by which Jammu and Kashmir state was downgraded and bifurcated into 2 union territories, and both the decisions have been challenged. Today Supreme Court will decide whether the centre's decision of scrapping Article 370 was right, will it uphold the case and close the chapter of Article 370 and the politics around it, which was continuing for last more than 70 years, or will the Supreme Court reverse it? Initial indications are, if you see, Kapil Sibal, who was the lead, petitioner lawyer of this case, what he's writing, he just tweeted that, quote, some battles are fought to be lost. For history must record the uncomfortable facts for generations to know. The right and the wrong of the institutional actions will be debated for the years to come. History alone is the final arbiter of the moral compass of historic decisions. Yesterday, a former judge from Jammu and Kashmir, High Court Judge Justice Bilal Nazki, put a social media post wherein he said, everybody knew this was dead, but some people wanted a death certificate and he thinks that they will get it. So clearly, there is hope and cynicism while the political parties say they have gone to Supreme Court with the hope that they will get the justice. But the centre has clearly said that whatever decision was taken was within the ambit of the Constitution, framework of the Constitution. There was no illegality, there was no violation of the Constitution. Petitioners have said that it was a constitutional fraud which was enacted on August 5. That is the turning point in the constitutional history of Jammu and Kashmir state, that as 370 gave special privilege and the constitutional autonomy to Jammu and Kashmir state, which has been now completely revoked, though it was largely de-Ottomanized for over the decades. But on August 5, 2019, that completely, whatever remnant constitutional autonomy was there, that has been completely removed. But important point which everybody has been talking is downgrading and dividing a state into 2 union territories. Legal experts have been saying that there can be you can carve out one union territory, but mother has to be there, state has to be there, because it is unprecedented in the history of independent India that a state was completely removed from the map of the country and then turned into a union territory. And they are saying whatever decision Supreme Court will take will have far-reaching implications on the federal structure of the country as well. So very, very important day. Today, whatever in half an hour from now, we will know what Supreme Court will decide when the fire bench, Constitution bench will start pronouncing the judgment people have been waiting for since last 4 years and 4 months.
Yes. And Nazir, you can go indoors for a bit and then we'll have you back on air soon as the verdict is pronounced. It's very, very cold in Srinagar. So you can enjoy some heat for a moment. Let me bring in Arvind. Arvind, good morning to you. It's an important day because during the course of those 16 days, the Supreme Court had questioned who can recommend the revocation of Article 370. And under the rules, a nod is required from the Constituent Assembly to scrap Article 370, which the Constitution had held temporary. So the question before the court certainly would be now that was it done within the legal framework? The centre's argument had been yes. It has also contended that the mainstreaming of Jammu and Kashmir has reduced terrorism and provided a level playing field to the people in the valley as well. And over the last 4 years, it has really helped, fast-track development in the state as well. So, Arvind, what is the mood like in the court? And this will all be happening in courtroom number 1, which is the Chief Justice's chamber.
Yeah, Maria, today's Supreme Court, 20 minutes from now exactly, Supreme Court will be giving its landmark ruling on petitions challenging the centre's decision to abrogate Article 370 that granted special status to Jammu and Kashmir. So exactly in 20 minutes from now, 5-judge bench of the Supreme Court headed by Chief Justice of India will be pronouncing the verdict. So according to our sources, there will be at least 2 judges have authored separate opinions on this particular judgment. We are not sure whether it would be concurring opinion or whether it would be dissenting opinion, because Chief Justice along with Justice Sanjay Kishan Kaul, both of them have authored this particular judgment. This is what we are learning from our sources in Supreme Court. Keeping that aside, the important challenge here, there are 2 issues that Supreme Court will be giving its ruling upon. One, the decision of centre government to abrogate Article 370. Second one is bifurcation of Jammu and Kashmir and also downgrading the statehood to union territory. So these 2 are the issues that today Supreme Court will be giving its judgment. So on the very first issue about abrogation of Article 370, there are at least 2 documents that were relied upon by the petitioners wherein they challenged these two documents which form the basis for abrogation of Article 370. Like you mentioned, Constituent Assembly, the moment, according to the centre government, the moment the Constituent Assembly, the work got done, it ceased to exist, and then the Legislative Assembly took the form of Constituent Assembly. And because there was no Legislative Assembly, and because the state of Jammu and Kashmir, the state of Jammu and Kashmir was under the President rule, so President took the form of Council of Ministers, and also because there was no Legislative Assembly, Council of Ministers took power, and because there was no government, the President rule was in effect. So President took the form of Council of Ministers, and that's where he revoked Article 370. And based on this particular notification, the presidential order, a statutory resolution was brought in Rajya Sabha. So these 2 are the documents which were relied upon by the petitioners. The main argument was that Article 370 forms basic structure of a constitution, and going by the basic structure doctrine, a parliament could not have amended Article 370. That forms the first argument of the petitioner's side. Second one, according to them, even if the Parliament or Centre wanted to revoke Article 370, that could have done only through Constituent Assembly. If at all if there is no Constituent Assembly, then they should have gone with the Legislative Assembly. That seems to be the second argument of the petitioner's side. But whereas Centre government countered it, saying that because the Assembly was suspended and there was no Assembly in place, and President rule was imposed in Jammu and Kashmir, and that's where the Council of Ministers power was exchanged to President, and President was well within his right to issue this presidential order, taking the powers within himself and then moving the statutory resolution. That seems to be the counter argument of government when it comes to Article 370. Again on the issue of abrogation of, again on the issue of bifurcation of Jammu and Kashmir, and also downgrading the status from statehood to union territory, for which Centre told the Supreme Court that union territory status is only a temporary status. The moment elections are held in Jammu and Kashmir, they would be restoring the statehood. And they also buttressed their argument before the Supreme Court with several facts how situation was completely different in Jammu and Kashmir, and with union territory status now situation is improving. And they also told the Supreme Court that very soon statehood will be restored in Jammu and Kashmir without giving a timeline. So today Supreme Court will be giving its order on two very important issues: whether the presidential order that was that was issued by then President Ramnath Kovind was well within the legal framework, and based on that particular presidential order, a statutory resolution that was moved in Rajya Sabha, whether the parliament had competency moving that statutory resolution. These two are the issues when it comes to Article 370. When it comes to bifurcation of state, the petitioners have argued that under Article 3, centre could not have bifurcated a state, and centre could not have downgraded the status of Jammu and Kashmir into a union territory. On that particular aspect also, this particular aspect that the Supreme Court ruling today, this will have far-reaching consequences beyond Jammu and Kashmir. If Supreme Court holds that the Parliament was well within its right using Article 3 to bifurcate a state and to downgrade the status of a statehood to union territory, then centre can do it in any other state, seems to be the argument of petitioners said. So today Supreme Court will be answering these two very important questions.
Yes, that's very well summed up, Arvind. And the question and the point that was made by the centre also becomes important here, Arvind, when the centre said that Jammu and Kashmir surrendered its sovereignty to the Union of India upon accession, and petitioners are confused between internal sovereignty with autonomy. So I think all these nuances and all those aspects that were discussed and during the course of this hearing, you had the legal eagle of the country, from Gopal Subramaniam to several others, all of them, Arvind, making these points on behalf of petitioners, on behalf of the government, trying to have a very, very strong constitutional discussion. 23 petitions in all, Arvind, and if you can give us a sense of how many petitioners are likely to be present today.
Unlikely, we don't see all the petitioners to be present in Supreme Court today, Maria. In fact, the security has also been beefed here with the sensitive nature of ruling that's expected from Supreme Court, and hardly we saw 3 to 4 petitioners coming here. There were several political parties also. They were before Supreme Court challenging the decision or the abrogation of Article 370. So we don't see as many petitioners here. In fact, Umar Abdullah was very much here, at least for 2 to 3 hearing, and also we also saw Mufti, the former Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, was also here, but we don't. So it's not many petitioners here, Maria, because it's anyway that the judgment will be telecasted. So I think people have chosen to watch this judgment at least through our news channels or through the direct Supreme Court link. YouTube.
Okay, Arvind, I'm going to come back to you in another 12 to 13 minutes when that entire broadcast of that judgment will begin from courtroom number 1, which is the Chief Justice's courtroom. And there are 5 judges in all. We can see their pictures on our television screen as well. Article 370, there was a lot of discussions and elaborate hearing which happened for over 16 days. Several aspects discussed, including concurrence of Jammu and Kashmir government, whether temporary provision that became permanent, all those aspects were discussed. Let me bring in my guest now. Asad Abbas is a political analyst. We have Ranbir Singh Patania of the BJP, Tushar Gupta representing the Swarajya magazine, and Kamal Haq is a Kashmiri activist. Let's keep our opening comments very, very brief, because we'll have to go straight to the Supreme Court. Kamal Haq, this is an important day. But over the last 4 years, the fact is that Jammu and Kashmir has seen a lot of overall infrastructure development. Several medical colleges being set up, several opportunities being created. Overall, if you look at the history of what it has done since that move in 2019, it has been in the interest of the state.
Yeah, Maria, if you analyze and see the Kashmir post-abrogation of Article 370, I would say it's not less than anything like a revolution that's happened in the Kashmir. Kashmir has become beyond recognition now as far as the development, as far as all around activities going on there in terms of schools, in terms of development, in terms of progress, in terms of tourism, in terms of name anything. It's gone beyond recognition. I think it's something like it was under the cages, behind the bars for the last 70 years now, those shackles have been broken for the last 4 years. Now, all said and done, coming to this today's historic judgment that we expect in another maybe 10, 15, 16 minutes, whatever the legalities, we will not go, that's for the courts to decide. But what I feel as a Kashmiri, having lived there, been born there and brought up in Kashmir, I believe that Article 370 abrogation was something which needed to happen much earlier than it actually did happen. And whatever the petitions, the motive behind all these petitions, the motive behind all these arguments is nothing except the politics, except the loss of their personal freedoms. Because if it's being termed today that it is a constitutional fraud that has been committed on the country, but you need to go back to the history and see the process of how the constituent assemblies were constituted. When did Kashmir have its constitutional assembly? How did the constitution come into the force? How the Article 370 came into a picture? How the presidential ordinance of Article 335A came into existence? And then have a very dispassionate analysis of those events. You will say that it was the biggest constitutional fraud committed on the people of India in 1950-51. So going that, I think that's not an argument anymore.
Let me take opening comments also from others, Kamal Haq. Asad Abbas, we have seen elaborate discussion, hearing happen over 16 days, various aspects discussed, Article 35A also, because it, the argument was also that it took away fundamental rights of the citizens. The answer from the government and also the government councils have been that it has given level playing field for the citizens of Jammu and Kashmir as well. The way forward is something that the Supreme Court had asked. Does the centre really have a date on which elections will be conducted? Because the centre had said clearly that reorganization or bifurcation of Jammu and Kashmir into two states was two union territories was a temporary arrangement. So would you really hope that after this no politics plays out? It should be seen in the interest of the people of these two union territories.
Maria, I absolutely look forward to, our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji's words, which were IITs aayenge, IIMs, global investors meet and so on and so forth in the beautiful land of Kashmir. Undoubtedly, there has been a good range of improvement. I'm sure we can certainly do better, especially in talking about the infrastructure, growing the economy of the land of Kashmir, and also bringing along jobs for the people of Kashmir, bringing about Kashmiriyat in the real sense. Also, as a matter of fact, keeping a democracy in mind, it's very important to have elections being held. I think Omar Abdullah is absolutely right when he has time and again asked for elections. Why aren't elections being held? So is Mehbooba Mufti and other opposition leaders. We also need to understand that Kashmir, in all its best, needs to be in the interest of the people who stay there. Be it the economy, be it the jobs, be it bringing about a sense of belongingness. Also, as a matter of fact, Maria, if we look at this, the bifurcation which has taken place, Jammu and Kashmir to Union Territory, to also what we see with Ladakh, this is going to be very important. I truly believe Justice D.Y. Chandrachud ji and his 5-bench panel will bring it's a mammoth task ahead. Yes. This will be a landmark
And that is the
judgment.
reason why the stage is set. Those are the visuals coming in from the Supreme Court.
Yes.
With the places of the 5 judges being readied with some water as well. That's the live stream coming. And those 5 judges will decide the direction Jammu and Kashmir will be taking. Tushar, I was looking at of course, based on government data about the transformation which has happened. 10% reservation which has been provided to economically weaker sections. In terms of 4% reservation which has been provided to Pahari speaking people. There are several others, including women's rights emphasized upon, 8 new tribal hostel buildings, smart schools, Eklavya model residential schools, skill development centers, tribal, for scholarships being given. If this is not advantages for ordinary Kashmiris, then what is?
Absolutely, Maria. Look, the ordinary Kashmiris do not care for the politics around Article 370. They have been in poverty for too long. They have been in a conflict for too long. They have seen generations after generations being plagued by a prolonged conflict that had no economic progress for them. Post-2019, they're looking at a new future. The age group under 25 is looking at the possibility of new opportunities, professional accomplishments, and whatnot. And if you look at the investments also, in the current financial year, in the first 6 months, around 1,800 crore have already been invested under the new industrial policy. Last financial year, there was an investment of around 2,200 crore rupees. And we're also looking at 2 years of COVID that hampered economic progress across the world significantly. So we have to understand all these petitions that are being made against the constitutional validity of Article 370 have more to do with the politics against the BJP and not for the interests of the ordinary Kashmiris over there, not for the interests of the people of Ladakh or for the people of Jammu. And you look at the kind of infrastructure development that is happening in Ladakh also. We often talk about Kashmir, but look at the infrastructure development happening in Ladakh with terms of the BRO, what they are doing, the kind of tunnel work that is on the strategic and both tourist implications of it will be huge 5 years from now. In Jammu, the cultural economy is taking a boom. So post-2019, life for the ordinary Kashmiris, Jammu people and Ladakh people has significantly improved. What has not really improved is the prospects of all those people who just want to use Kashmir for politics as they were doing since 1950 until August 5th, 2019.
But the larger question is, when will the elections happen? And that is the question that the Supreme Court had asked as well. When do you plan to restore, the statehood of Jammu and Kashmir? Right now, it has been reorganized into 2 union territories. So, Ranbir Singh Patania, coming to you before I slip into a short break and prepare for that big verdict, which is going to begin in 3 minutes from now. You have exactly 1 minute. Mr. Patania, go ahead.
Yes, Maria, thanks and a very good morning to all of the fellow panelists and the direct viewers of this channel. Article 370 was a fraud. It was a fraud on the spirit of the constitution. It was a fraud with regard to the security of the people of Jammu and Kashmir. It was a fraud on the basic jurisprudence. It was virtually a fraud and antithesis to the very idea of India. It was a remnant of the two-nation theory. That's why it brought in train bloodshed, unemployment, hatred, acrimony, and virtually underdevelopment. Jammu and Kashmir virtually burnt. Jammu and Kashmir was in flames since the past 6 and 7 decades. It was an article of deceit, duplicity, and demagogy. Now, once this smoke screen has been removed, as everybody knows, Jammu and Kashmir has basked under a new sun. Jammu and Kashmir is on the developmental path. Almost 30,000 crores of investment have reached Jammu and Kashmir. 70% drop in militancy cases. And virtually, we could see on cultural front, on film side front also, Jammu and Kashmir have been booming.
Mr. Patania, we have put those development data that has come from the government also on our television screens. I would request all of you to just hold on to your thoughts. We have to take a quick break and then prepare ourselves for the big verdict, which is going to be announced in another 2 minutes from now. Stay with us.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24x7.
And there's too much talking but very little being said. Too many voices but hardly any being heard. You turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
Verdict of 5 states. Accurate coverage on NDTV.
The larger question of
in-depth analysis.
I would differ as far as Rajasthan is concerned.
Best analysts. biggest newsmakers.
Narendra Modi is known for fiscal discipline.
No one covers elections like NDTV. Election means NDTV.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis.
Covering the latest developments
across politics,
business and technology.
bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
Business news can sound incomprehensible, unnerving, unrelatable. But how does it impact you? We deconstruct complex business news and ideas by talking directly to the leaders who shape the economy. We are serious about business. Welcome to Serious Business on NDTV.
$1 has only secured 0.6 cents of private capital. That needs to fundamentally change.
By mid-century, India's economy will grow eightfold.
One topic.
When a family comes out of the poverty line, what would be the first asset class they would buy? It's gold.
One speaker.
It's the biggest attack on Jews since the Holocaust.
If you want to control inflation, you need to play the trade policy.
UPI, Aadhaar, all of that, where India is well ahead of the West.
5 trillion is a short-term goal. I would like to see India becoming a $30 trillion economy.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view. Because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24x7.
When there's too much talking but very little being said, too many voices but hardly any being heard, you turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
Verdict of 5 states. Accurate coverage on NDTV.
The larger question of
In-depth analysis.
I would differ as far as Rajasthan is concerned.
Best analysts. Biggest newsmakers.
Narendra Modi is known for fiscal discipline.
No one covers elections like NDTV. Election means NDTV.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis.
Covering the latest.
Was Parliament within its powers to make the changes that it did to Article 370 of the Constitution? That is something that is going to be decided today. Remember, there is a batch of 23 petitions, and all the lawyers, the legal eagles of the country who had, argued over a period of 16 days have all seated. This is the visual coming in from courtroom number 1. You had Mr. Kapil Sibbal, Gopal Shankar Narayanan, top lawyers of the country, including senior advocate C.U. Singh and many others. Senior advocate Rajiv Dhawan had all argued for the petitioners. And the visuals will start coming in any moment now. It's a 5-judge bench which will be deciding the fate of all those petitioners who had questioned the validity of the presidential orders of 2019, which revealed the special status of Jammu and Kashmir. 5-judge bench who will be seated shortly to make that announcement of the judgment. This is a 5-judge constitution bench which is presided by Chief Justice of India, D.Y. Chandrachud, and it had reserved its verdict in the matter on September 5th this year. And to explain it better, let me just give you a quick context of it. The Supreme Court will be deciding on, because remember, Jammu and Kashmir was reorganized, has been reorganized into 2 union territories, and the judgment certainly will have impact on several major decisions that have been taken by the centre in the last 4 years. Of course, the policy decisions which include our Article 35A, Article 370, which gave special status to Jammu and Kashmir in the Indian Union and restricted the centre's legislative powers with respect to the state. It gave the state legislature special powers to draft its own constitution, has been done away with. Article 35A was introduced in the constitution through Article 370. And it is Article 35A which empowered the Jammu and Kashmir state legislature to define the permanent residents of the state and their special rights. So the reorganization of Jammu and Kashmir, which happened on August 5th, 2019 through a special presidential order, we'll be putting that on our television screens as well. It made changes to Article 370, and the centre also reorganized the erstwhile state of Jammu and Kashmir into 2 union territories of Ladakh and Jammu and Kashmir. Ladakh was carved out as a union territory without a legislature, while Jammu and Kashmir had a legislative body. Because there have been no elections that have taken place in Jammu and Kashmir, both the union territories are currently governed, in fact administered is the right word, by the centre-appointed lieutenant governors. The delimitation of parliamentary and legislative constituencies have happened. With the reorganization, there was delimitation that happened. There was a commission which was set up, which was led by a justice who's retired, Ranjana Prakash Desai, in March 2020, and the commission has started this massive delimitation exercise to delineate the assembly and the parliamentary constituencies in the union territory. We'll try and connect with our reporters in just a bit, but those visuals are continuing to come on our television screens. But Kamal Haq, looking at those, there is a lot of anticipation. We have seen some solid arguments happen, hearing which continued over a period of 16 days. And all those questions which were raised were on the constitutional validity and whether the parliament had that power of doing away of Article 370 when it was set by the Constituent Assembly. So a lot of aspects which will perhaps decide also what happens next, because if this is actually upheld, then the parliament assumes even more power.
Look, Maria, whatever is the legalities of this thing or the constitutionality of the whole issue, the Supreme Court will decide that in maybe in a matter of minutes now. But we need to look at a very larger picture. Can any constitutional provision allow or produce or maybe aid lawlessness, maybe anarchy, separatism, fundamentalism, terrorism? I think those are some of the fundamental questions the nation, the people, the political parties, and all the activists need to understand. Article 370 was not just an act of a parliament. It was an act which enabled division in Kashmir. It enabled communalism in Kashmir. It enabled terrorism in Kashmir. It enabled fundamentalism in Kashmir. And above all, it enabled and promoted corruption of unprecedented levels in Kashmir. I think, is that important to put an end to that, or the legalities or the constitutional these things? I think these are some of the questions which are very pertinent to be asked. And I hope Supreme Court, while delivering today's justice, would have kept these things in mind.
So any moment now, Chief Justice of India, D.Y. Chandrachud, and Justices Sanjay Kishan Kaul, Sanjeev Khanna, Bhushan R. Gavai and Surya Kant. Justices Surya Kant and others will be seated, and those are the visuals coming in. You can see Tushar Mehta, Solicitor General, and others are present. Kapil Sibal, who argued on behalf of the petitioners, also present in the court. Dushyant Dave, another senior counsel, present. All of them are waiting as the proceedings of courtroom number 1 of the Supreme Court will begin any moment. So this is a 5-judge bench which is presided by the Chief Justice of India, D.Y. Chandrachud, and other justices include Sanjay Kishan Kaul. These are the senior most judges of the Supreme Court of India, Justice Sanjeev Khanna, Justice Bhushan Gavai, and Justice Surya Kant. All of them will be seated any moment, and then the final judgment will be pronounced, whether it will be a unanimous verdict or whether there will be two judgments. That remains to be seen. But remember, the hearing in the case actually began on August 2nd after a brief gap of 3 years, in fact, hardly brief, pretty long gap of 3 years, with its last listing dating back to March 2000. And there were several back and forth, and in fact, Kapil Sibal, who was spearheading the legal submissions on behalf of the petitioners in the case, was followed by a strong lineup of several senior counsels, which included Gopal Subramaniam, Rajiv Dhawan, Dushyant Dave, Gopal Shankar Narayanan, Zafar Shah, among others. And they had looked into core issues and deliberated. All of that was deliberated during the course of this 16-day long hearing. And the petitioners in these 23 petitions, which had all come up over the period of a few years, was clubbed together for the final hearing, which began earlier this year. And all those included parliamentarians. In fact, the National Conference, which is a political party headed by Farooq Abdullah, was also a petitioner. Kashmiri citizens are petitioners. In fact, former bureaucrats are petitioners, and various organizations have been petitioners in this. First, there was the petitioners who had argued in the first 9 days, and then who had in fact contended that Article 370 was an embodiment of the constitutional promise which was made, and it cannot be done away with, and it can be only done away with the Constituent Assembly. But because there's no Constituent Assembly per se, how can it go ahead? The Solicitor General and the Attorney General of India, Venkat Ramani, and Solicitor General Tushar Mehta had underlined that Article 370 was not an embodiment of any special status to Jammu and Kashmir, what was only a stopgap arrangement. So they had specified that repeatedly, Tushar, that this was more of a stopgap arrangement, and in the process of its complete integration with the Union of India. So you cannot have two constitutions in a country which is one. So 23 petitioners challenging centre's decision, and all that included bureaucrats, several civil society members, also a party in National Conference.
Look, of course, what is the alternate? Let's say the petitioners are right. Hypothetically, let's assume for the sake of argument. Are they saying that the government was incorrect to interpret the Constituent Assembly as a legislative assembly of J&K? Are they really suggesting that Article 370 is supposed to be permanent and the government of India can have no say in the region as it was pre-August 5th, 2019? Except in the affairs of defense, communications, and foreign affairs? That's just impossible. What the petitioners are essentially asking for is for Kashmir to be perpetually descended into lawlessness, corruption, as Mr. Haq pointed out correctly. There was corruption in the government jobs, how they were allotted. There was corruption on the ground level. There was corruption in terms of what the benefits were being availed by the people.
Tushar, just hold on to your thoughts. We will be going to Supreme Court in just a bit. So let's take a quick break. Okay, so how often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
Business news can sound incomprehensible, unnerving, unrelatable. But how does it impact you? We deconstruct complex business news and ideas by talking directly to the leaders who shape the economy. We are serious about business. Welcome to Serious Business on NDTV.
$1 has only secured 0.6 cents of private capital. That needs to fundamentally change.
By mid-century, India's economy will grow eightfold.
One topic.
When a family comes out of the poverty line, what would be the first asset class they would buy? It's gold.
One speaker.
It's the biggest attack on Jews since the Holocaust.
If you want to control inflation, you need to play the trade policy.
UPI, Aadhaar, all of that, where India is well ahead of the West.
5 trillion is a short-term goal. I would like to see India becoming a $30 trillion economy.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view. Because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24x7.
When there's too much talking but very little being said, too many voices but hardly any being heard, you turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
Verdict of 5 states. Accurate coverage on NDTV.
The larger question of
In-depth analysis.
I would differ as far as Rajasthan is concerned.
Best analysts. Biggest newsmakers.
Narendra Modi is known for fiscal discipline.
No one covers elections like NDTV. Election means NDTV.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, covering the latest developments across politics,
Business and technology.
bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
how often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? So the 5-judge bench of the Supreme Court will sit any moment, although the councils have seated already. They will be delivering a landmark judgment, because a lot of aspects are on question before this 5-judge constitution bench. Is conversion of Jammu and Kashmir as union territory consistent with federalism is one of the questions that Supreme Court had asked the centre. It had also said that restoration of democracy is important. That's what Supreme Court had asked the centre when Jammu and Kashmir's statehood will be restored was the question that was asked. So all those answers will be coming. Remember at that time, the centre's response, which had come from the Solicitor General and also the Attorney General, was that they cannot give any timeline as to when Jammu and Kashmir's statehood will be restored. They had said that they are ready for elections, though. So lot of plethora of ideas that were discussed, because one of the points that was made by the petitioners was also that by the centre was also, in fact, the respondents, I would say, that Article 370 was more of a political compromise, and President had broad powers to pull the plug, is what the respondents had told the Supreme Court. So what happens to Article 370? Was the Parliament well within its rights to do away with Article 370? Did it assume the responsibilities of the Constituent Assembly when it went ahead and took that decision? So all those are the questions which will be answered today. But this is a 5-judge bench, remember, which had heard 23 petitions in all. Asad Abbas is with us as well. Asad Abbas, when will elections be held is something that the centre has said it is really not in a position to answer at the moment. But if you look at the developments in the Parliament over the last few days, becomes important because of the reservation being given and the announcements that have been made by the Home Ministry. So certainly the empowerment part of this entire process is something that the centre is focusing on.
Absolutely, Maria. As a matter of fact, the question have been raised not just by political leaders like Omar Abdullah and Mahbooba Mufti, but even the people of Kashmir. They are looking forward to go out there and vote. And if the centre, the Bharatiya Janata Party, has indeed done some great work, I think very confidently they must go ahead and call for elections. And also the coming back of the statehood, we also need to understand the moot point here. I think most decisively for the 5-bench judge will be is to whether the Parliament has all the political powers to bring about the abrogation of the Article 370, or had it to be done by the Constituent Assembly. That is something which I'm sure all the people across India are looking forward to. This is going to be the most important judgment. I'm sure I leave it to the wisdom of the judges led by Sri D.Y. Chandrachud ji, and that will come through. Also, we need to understand here, the economic development has been fantastic. There are no two ways about it. I completely agree with my friend Tushar and Mr. Haq. We also need to understand here that the coming of IITs will be a great boom for the youth of Kashmir. The IIMs coming in, global investors meet coming in, thousands of crores coming in. That will undoubtedly be a great step in the progression of Vikas. That is something which Kashmir look forward to. But now, one thing which needs to be led behind is from both the respondents and the petitioners is once this decision come through, I think that needs to be held sacrosanct, without which I think the whole fabric of the nature will be lost. We need to understand that Kashmir, as per the accession plan, from Maharaja Hari Singh to Dr. Karan Singh, undoubtedly is a part of India, and will it be? It will be so in the coming future. Yes. We need to also understand the internal sovereignty and the autonomy. I think there needs to be a malleability of both to come through. Kashmir undoubtedly is a part of India, and Kashmir in the future will see development in its best forms. So therefore, the centre, and if it's BJP in the federal structure or any other party, needs to work cohesively. Only then will we see progressive forms coming through. Be the employment. I think lakhs of youth will be employed. The best of education.
Yes, so
all
there
of
seems to be a complete agreement between all the panelists this morning. So Tushar, you have reasons to smile, and so I can see also Mr. Kamal Haq smiling. We'll try and connect with our reporters in just a bit, because those are the visuals coming in. There is heightened security that is there in Srinagar as well. So the PCR is telling me that we have to take a short break and come back because we can see the honorable judges arrive in courtroom number 1, which is the Chief Justice's chamber.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
Business news can sound incomprehensible, unnerving, unrelatable. But how does it impact you? We deconstruct complex business news and ideas by talking directly to the leaders who shape the economy. We are serious about business. Welcome to Serious Business on NDTV.
$1 has only secured 0.6 cents of private capital. That needs to fundamentally change.
By mid-century, India's economy would grow eightfold.
One topic.
When a family comes out of the poverty line, what would be the first asset class they would buy? It's gold.
One speaker.
It's the biggest attack on Jews since the Holocaust.
If you want to control inflation, you need to play the trade policy.
UPI, Aadhaar, all of that, where India is well ahead of the West.
5 trillion is a short-term goal. I would like to see India becoming a $30 trillion economy.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24x7.
When there's too much talking but very little being said, too many voices but hardly any being heard, you turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
Verdict of 5 states. Accurate coverage on NDTV.
The larger question of
In-depth analysis.
I would differ as far as Rajasthan is concerned.
Best analysts. Biggest newsmakers.
Narendra Modi is known for fiscal discipline.
No one covers elections like NDTV. Election means NDTV.
One authored by the Chief Justice for himself, Justice Gavai and Justice Suryakant. There is a concurring opinion authored by Justice Sanjay Kishan Kaul. Justice Sanjeev Khanna has concurred with both the judgments. The reference before the Constitution bench raises the following questions for determination. A, whether the provisions of Article 370 were temporary in nature or whether they acquired a status of permanence in the Constitution. B, whether the amendment to Article 367 and exercise of the power under Article 371D was to substitute the reference to the Constituent Assembly of the state referred to in Clause 3 of Article 370 by the words Legislative Assembly of the state is constitutionally valid. C, whether the entire Constitution of India could have been applied to the state of Jammu and Kashmir in exercise of the power under Article 370, Clause 1, bracket D. D, whether the abrogation of Article 370 by the President in exercise of the power under Article 370, Clause 3 is constitutionally invalid in the absence of a recommendation of the Constituent Assembly of the State of Jammu and Kashmir as mandated by the proviso to Clause 3. E, whether the proclamation of the Governor dated 20 June 2018 in exercise of power conferred by Section 92 of the Constitution of Jammu and Kashmir and the subsequent exercise of power on 21 November 2018 under Section 53(2) of the Constitution of Jammu and Kashmir to dissolve the Legislative Assembly are constitutionally valid. F, whether the proclamation which was issued by the President of India under Article 356 of the Constitution on 19 December 2018 and the subsequent extensions are constitutionally valid. G, whether the Jammu and Kashmir Reorganization Act 2019, by which the state of Jammu and Kashmir was bifurcated into 2 union territories, the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir and the Union Territory of Ladakh is constitutionally valid, bearing in mind, 1, the first proviso to Article 3, which requires that a bill affecting the area, boundaries, or name of a state has to be referred to the legislature of the state for its views, and 2, the second proviso to Article 3, which requires the consent of the state legislature for increasing or diminishing the area of the state of Jammu and Kashmir, or altering the name of the boundary of the state before the introduction of the bill in Parliament. H, whether during the tenure of a proclamation under Article 356, and when the Legislative Assembly of the state is either dissolved or is in suspended animation, the status of the state of Jammu and Kashmir as a state under Article 1(3)(a) of the Constitution and its conversion into a union territory under Article 1(3)(b) constitutes a valid exercise of power. I'll now read out our conclusions under different heads. Whether the proclamation issued under Article 356 of the Constitution of India and Section 92 of the Constitution of Jammu and Kashmir is constitutionally valid. We have held that this court need not adjudicate on the validity of the proclamations because, 1, the pleadings of the petitioners in the writ petitions indicate that their principal challenge is to the abrogation of Article 370 and whether such an action could have been taken during Precedent's rule. And 2, even if this court holds that the proclamation could not have been issued under Article 356, there would be no material relief which can be given in view of the fact that Precedent's rule was revoked in the state of Jammu and Kashmir on 31st October 2019. Further, the petitioners have assailed the specific actions which were taken when the proclamation was in force on the ground that those actions breached the constitutional limitations on the exercise of power after a proclamation under Article 356 is issued. These substantive challenges, which form the fulcrum of the case of the petitioners, have been considered. Next issue. Whether there are limitations on the exercise of power by the President or Parliament under Article 356. We have held that there are limitations on the power which can be exercised by the Union government in the state when a proclamation under Article 356 is in operation. We have reached the conclusion on the following grounds. A, the majority in S.R. Bommai, the 9-judge bench decision, held that the actions taken by the President after issuing a proclamation are subject to judicial review. However, the learned judges adopted slight variations on the standard needed to be applied by the court to test the validity of the exercise of power by the President after the issuance of the proclamation. Justice Sawant applied the standard of whether the exercise of power was mala fide or palpably irrational. Justice Reddy observed that the advisability and necessity of the action must be borne in mind by the President. 2. This bench, sitting in a combination of 5 judges, is bound by the decision of the majority in S.R. Bommai on the issue. We also undertook a textual and purposive reading of Article 356 in particular and Part 18 as a whole. We hold that there are limitations on the power exercisable after a proclamation under Article 356 is issued. The following are our reasons. First, the thread that runs through Part 18 of the Constitution, when read as a whole, is that differing levels of executive and legislative power are required to handle an emergency under Article 352 and under Article 356. This principle applies to the exercise of power when a proclamation under Article 356 is in force. Second, Article 356(1) states that the President may, by a proclamation, assume or declare the powers stipulated in clauses A, B, and C of Article 356(1). The powers stipulated in clauses A, B, and C of Article 356(1) are not automatically invoked when a proclamation is issued under Article 356. Third, Article 356(1)(a) does not opt for an all or none formula. The phrase all or any does not indicate that the Union government can exercise a part of the functions of the state government and the state government can exercise the remaining, because the suspension of the state government is an automatic consequence of the proclamation under Article 356. It rather indicates that the scope of the power exercised by the Union government must depend on the circumstances for issuing the proclamation. Fourth, clauses A, B, and C of Article 356(1) grant the President independent powers. However, the power provided under Clause C is broad enough to encapsulate the power of the President to assume functions under Clause A and declare under Clause B that the powers of the legislature of the state shall be exercisable by Parliament. Fifth, the principle underlying Article 356(1)(c) is that the exercise of power by the President must be desirable or necessary to give effect to the objects of the proclamation. The commonality in both the necessity and desirability standard is that the exercise of power must have a reasonable nexus with the object of the proclamation. Thus, the principle which runs through Article 356(1)(c) and which also guides the exercise of power under Article 356(1)(a) is that the exercise of power must have a reasonable nexus with the object of the proclamation. And sixth, When a proclamation under Article 356 is in force, there are innumerable decisions which are taken by the union government on behalf of the state government for the purpose of day-to-day administration. Every decision and action taken by the union executive on behalf of the state is not subject to challenge. Opening up challenge to every decision would lead to chaos and uncertainty. It would in effect put the administration in the state at a standstill. Therefore, the following standard is laid down to assess actions under Article 356 after the proclamation has been issued. A. The exercise of power by the President under Article 356 must have a reasonable nexus to the object of the proclamation. B. The person challenging the exercise of power must prima facie establish that it is a mala fide or extraneous exercise of power. After a prima facie case is made, the onus shifts to the union to justify that the exercise of power had a reasonable nexus with the object of the proclamation. And C. The exercise of power by the President for everyday administration of the state is not ordinarily subject to judicial review. The argument of the petitioners that the union government cannot take actions which have irreversible consequences when a proclamation under Article 356 is in force is not accepted. The power of the legislature of the state under Article 357 to repeal or alter or amend a law enacted by Parliament in exercise of the power of the legislature of the state must be read in the context of the amendment introduced by the Constitution, 42nd Amendment Act 1976. Before the amendment, the law to the extent of incompetency would automatically cease to exist after a buffer period and actions done were expressly saved. However, an express repeal by the competent legislature is required for the law to cease to exist after the amendment. The repealing statute would in such case make provisions for actions taken during the subsistence of the legislation. The observations in Krishna Kumar Singh on whether the consequence of an ordinance can subsist even after the ordinance ceases to exist cannot be transposed to interpret the limits of Article 356 because an ordinance which has the effect of a law by its very nature has a limited life. The argument of the petitioners that Parliament can only assume the lawmaking powers of the legislature of the state when the proclamation under Article 356 is issued is not accepted. The purpose of Article 357 is to ensure that while exercising the powers of the legislature of the state, pursuant to a declaration under Article 356(1), Parliament, or as the case may be, the President, are not impeded by an absence of competence, which would have impeded the exercise of a similar power in the absence of a proclamation under Article 356. Further, Article 357 does not contain a non-obstante provision which overrides Article 356. To interpret Article 357(1) as a restriction on Article 356(1)(b would be to read in a restriction which the plain terms of the Constitution do not provide. As held above, the exercise of power after a proclamation under Article 356 is issued is subject to judicial review, and immunity from judicial scrutiny does not attach to the exercise of constitutional powers of the legislature of the state. The court, while judicially reviewing the exercise of power, can determine if the exercise of the constitutional power of the legislature of the state by Parliament has a reasonable nexus with the object sought to be achieved by the proclamation. The next issue is whether Jammu and Kashmir retained an element of sovereignty or internal sovereignty when it joined the Union of India. We have held that the state of Jammu and Kashmir did not retain an element of sovereignty when it joined the Union of India. We have arrived at this conclusion for the following reasons. First, paragraph 8 of the instrument of accession executed by Maharaja Hari Singh provided that nothing in the instrument would affect the continuance of the sovereignty of the Maharaja in and over the state. Second, on 25 November 1949, a proclamation was issued for the state of Jammu and Kashmir by Yuvraj Karan Singh. The declaration in this proclamation that the Constitution of India would not only supersede all other constitutional provisions in the state, which were inconsistent with it, but also abrogate them, achieves what would have been attained by an agreement of merger. With the issuance of the proclamation, paragraph 8 of the instrument of accession ceased to be of legal consequence. The proclamation reflects the full and final surrender of sovereignty by Jammu and Kashmir through its sovereign ruler to India, to her people who are sovereign. Third, neither the constitutional setup nor any other factors indicate that the state of Jammu and Kashmir retained an element of sovereignty. The Constitution of Jammu and Kashmir was only to further define the relationship between the Union of India and the state of Jammu and Kashmir. The relationship was already defined by the instrument of accession, the proclamation by Yuvraj Karan Singh in November 1949, and more importantly, by the Constitution of India. Fourth, there is a clear absence in the Constitution of Jammu and Kashmir of a reference to sovereignty. In contrast, the Constitution of India emphasizes in its preamble that the people of India resolve to constitute themselves or to constitute India into a sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic republic. Fifth, that the state of Jammu and Kashmir became an integral part of the Union of India is evident from Articles 1 and 370 of the Indian Constitution. It is reiterated in Section 3 of the Constitution of Jammu and Kashmir, which is unamendable. Sixth, the preamble of the Constitution of Jammu and Kashmir, Sections 3, 5, and 147 of the State Constitution, coupled with Article 1 of the Constitution of India, read with the first schedule, as well as Article 370, indicate in no uncertain terms that a system of subordination, as understood by the definition of sovereignty, exists by which the state is subordinate to the Indian Constitution first and only then to its own constitution. Seventh, all states in the country have legislative and executive power, albeit to differing degrees. The Constitution accommodates concerns specific to a particular state by providing for arrangements which are specific to that state. Articles 371A to 371J are examples of special arrangements for different states. This is a feature of asymmetric federalism, like Article 370, which became applicable to Jammu and Kashmir on the adoption of the Constitution. The state of Jammu and Kashmir does not have internal sovereignty which is distinguishable from the powers and privileges enjoyed by other states in the country. And eighth, the limited question before the Constitution bench in its decision in Premnath Call was whether the monarch held plenary legislative powers after the Constitution of India as it applied to Jammu and Kashmir was adopted in the state, but before the Constitution of Jammu and Kashmir was adopted. A decision is an authority for the proposition which it decides. The question whether the state of Jammu and Kashmir retains sovereignty upon integration with the dominion of India did not arise in that case. The next issue which we have addressed is the challenge to Constitutional Order 273, CO 273. To answer this issue, we had to decide on two issues. One, whether Article 370 is a temporary provision, and two, the effect of the dissolution of the Constituent Assembly of Jammu and Kashmir on the scope of powers under Clause 3 of Article 370. We have held that Article 370 is a temporary provision on a reading of the historical context in which it was included. Article 370 was introduced to serve two purposes. First, the transitional purpose, to provide for an interim arrangement until the Constituent Assembly of the state was formed and could take a decision on the legislative competence of the Union on matters other than the ones stipulated in the instrument of accession and ratify the Constitution. And second, a temporary purpose, an interim arrangement in view of the special circumstances because of the war conditions in the state. See, we have held that a textual reading of Article 370 also indicates that it is a temporary provision. For this purpose, we have referred to the placement of the provision in Part 21 of the Constitution, which deals with temporary and transitional provisions, the marginal note to the provision, which states temporary provisions in respect to the state of Jammu and Kashmir, and a reading of Articles 370 and 1, by which the state became an integral part of India upon the adoption of the Constitution. D. On the second question of the effect of the dissolution of the Constituent Assembly of Jammu and Kashmir on the scope of powers under Clause 3 of Article 370, we have held that the power of the President of India under Article 370, Clause 3, to issue a notification declaring that Article 370 ceases to exist, subsists even after the dissolution of the Constituent Assembly of Jammu and Kashmir for the following reasons. First, the proviso to Article 373, that is Clause 3, encapsulates the process by which the Indian states could ratify the Constitution of India. The ruler of each Indian state had to issue a proclamation ratifying the Constitution on the recommendation of the Constituent Assembly, where such body existed. In states where the Constituent Assembly was not convened by then, the ruler of the state had to issue a proclamation accepting the Constitution. When a Constituent Assembly was convened in those states, the Constituent Assembly could make a recommendation for the modification of the Constitution as it applied to the state, and such a recommendation would be earnestly considered, into inverted commas, earnestly considered by the Union. The words recommendation of the Constituent Assembly referred to in Clause 2 shall be necessary before the President issues a notification, as it appears in the proviso to Article 370, Clause 3, and must be read in this context. Thus, the recommendation of the Constituent Assembly to begin with was not binding on the President. Second, at the time of the framing of the Constitution of India, it was obviously within the contemplation that the Constituent Assembly of Jammu and Kashmir was formed for framing the Constitution for the state. It was not intended to be a permanent body, but a body with a specific remit and purpose. The power conferred by the proviso to Article 370, Clause 3, was hence something which would operate in a period of transition when the Constituent Assembly of Jammu and Kashmir was formed and was in existence pending the drafting of the state constitution. Third, when the Constituent Assembly of Jammu and Kashmir ceased to exist, only one of the special circumstances for which the provision was introduced ceased. However, the other circumstances, that is, the special circumstances because of the situation in the state of Jammu and Kashmir, for which Article 370 was introduced, subsisted even after the Constituent Assembly ceased to exist. This is recognized by the judgment of the Constitution Bench in Sampat Prakash. Fourth, the effect of the President declaring under Clause 3 of Article 370 that Article 370 ceases to exist is that the provisions of the Constitution which apply to every state in the first schedule would equally apply to the state of Jammu and Kashmir. Articles 370(1)(d) and 370(3) were introduced with the purpose of enhancing constitutional integration and not for the disintegration. So, the power under Article 370(1)(d) and Article 370, Clause 3, even when exercised to its fullest extent, does not freeze the system of integration contemplated by Article 370, but is rather intended to enhance constitutional integration between the Union and the state of Jammu and Kashmir. Holding that the power under Article 370, Clause 3 cannot be exercised after the dissolution of the Constituent Assembly would lead to the freezing of the process of integration, contrary to the purpose of introducing the provision. And 5, if the contention of the petitioners on the interpretation of Article 370 vis-a-vis the dissolution of the Constituent Assembly is accepted, then Article 370, Clause 3 would become redundant and would lose its temporary character. The President, while deciding if the power under Article 370, Clause 3 must be exercised, determines if the special circumstances which warranted a special solution in the form of Article 370 have ceased to exist. This is a policy decision which completely falls within the realm of the executive. The court cannot sit and appeal over the decision of the President of India on whether the special circumstances which led to the arrangement under Article 370 have ceased to exist. However, the decision is not beyond the scope of judicial review. It is settled law that the exercise of executive power can be challenged on the ground of malefides. The slew of constitutional orders issued by the President under Article 370(1)(d), applying various provisions of the Constitution and applying provisions with modification, indicate that over the course of the last 70 years, the Union and the state have, through a collaborative exercise, constitutionally integrated the state of Jammu and Kashmir with the Union. This is not a case where only Articles 1 and Article 370 of the Constitution were applied to the state of Jammu and Kashmir, and suddenly, after 70 years, the entire Constitution was being made applicable. The continuous exercise of power under Article 370, Clause 1 by the President indicates that the gradual process of constitutional integration was ongoing. The declaration issued by the President in exercise of the power under Clause 3 of Article 370 is a culmination of the process of integration. Thus, we do not find that the President's exercise of power under Clause 3 of Article 370 was mala fide. Having concluded that the power under Article 370, Clause 3 subsisted even after the dissolution of the Constituent Assembly, we have held that the exercise of power by the President to issue CO 273 is a valid exercise of constitutional power. The next issue is the challenge to CO 272 on the ground that the power under Article 371D cannot be issued to apply all the provisions of the Constitution to the state of Jammu and Kashmir. We have held that all provisions of the Constitution can be applied to Jammu and Kashmir through the exercise of power under Article 371D. The power under Article 371D can be used to apply one provision, more than one provision, an entire part of the Constitution, or all the provisions of the Constitution, that is the entire Constitution. The provision does not make a distinction between one or all provisions of the Constitution. Non-application of mine cannot be claimed merely because CO 272 applies all provisions of the Constitution to Jammu and Kashmir in one go. The next issue is the challenge to CO 272 on the ground that the President could not have secured the concurrence of the Union government under the second proviso to Article 371D. We hold that the President seeking the concurrence of the Union government instead of the government of the state to issue CO 272 is not invalid because, first, the effect of applying all the provisions of the Constitution to the state of Jammu and Kashmir through the exercise of power under Article 371D is the same as an exercise of power under Article 370, Clause 3, notifying that Article 370 shall cease to exist. That is, all provisions of the Constitution of India will apply to the state of Jammu and Kashmir, except for the fact that the former can be reversed while the latter, namely under Clause 3, cannot. Second, consultation and collaboration between both the units will only be necessary where the application of the provisions of the Indian Constitution to the state would require amendments to the state constitution, because the purpose of the requirements of consultation and collaboration is for the smooth functioning of governance in the state and to ensure that the provisions of the Constitution of Jammu and Kashmir are not inconsistent with the provisions of the Constitution of India. Third, since the effect of applying all the provisions of the Constitution of Jammu and Kashmir, to Jammu and Kashmir through the exercise of the power under Article 371D is the same as issuing a notification under Article 370, Clause 3, which the President has the power to unilaterally issue, the principle of consultation and collaboration are not required to be followed. Fourth, the exercise of power is mala fide only if power was exercised with an intent to deceive. Deception can only be proved if the power which is otherwise unavailable to the authority or body is exercised, or if the power that is available is improperly exercised. Since the concurrence of the state government was not required for the exercise of power under Article 370(1)(d) to apply all provisions of the Constitution to the state, the President securing the concurrence of the Union of India on behalf of the state government is not mala fide. The next issue is the challenge to CO 272 on the ground that it is ultra vires Article 371D because it modifies Article 370. We have held that the modification by CO 272 to Article 367 as it applies to Jammu and Kashmir had the effect of amending Article 370 and is thus ultra vires Article 370(1)(d). We have reached this conclusion for the following reasons. First, recourse must be had to the procedure contemplated by Article 370, Clause 3, if Article 370 is to cease to operate or is to be amended or modified in its application to the state of Jammu and Kashmir. No other procedure may be utilized to amend Article 370. Second, the rule of interpretation that a power under a statute must be exercised in accordance with the provisions of that statute and in no other manner is undoubtedly applicable to the Constitution. Third, from precedent, including Shankari Prasad Singh, Sajjan Singh, Quixote Holohan, and Rajendra Shah, it emerges that the following aspects are of significance when assessing whether a change has been made to a provision of the Constitution. 1. A change may be either in terms of or in its effect. 2. A change can be said to have been made even if the language of the concerned provision is not directly amended by adding, subtracting, or modifying the language. This is a change in effect. And 3. If the effect of an amendment is to change a provision, such effect must be significant or appreciable. And 4. The substance of a change is more important than its form. Second, an assessment of whether a constitutional order amounts to a modification and consequently whether the procedure under Article 370 Clause 1 or under Article 370 Clause 3 ought to have been followed depends on this standard. Third, the effect of a provision of law is as important as its form. While the change sought to be made by paragraph 2 of CO 272 may appear to be a modification or amendment of Article 367 at first blush, its effect is to amend Article 370 itself. CO 272 changes the language to the proviso to Article 370 Clause 3 in two ways. First, it changes the recommending body from the Constituent Assembly to the Legislative Assembly. And second, it makes a new arrangement at variance with that specific Constituent Assembly. Both these changes are not insignificant because they modify the essential character of the proviso by substituting a particular type or kind of body with another type or kind entirely. Fourth, while the interpretation clause, namely Article 367, can be used to define or give meaning to particular terms, it cannot be deployed to amend a provision by bypassing the specific procedure laid down for its amendment. This would defeat the purpose of having a procedure for making an amendment to the Constitution of India. Fifth, the consequence of permitting amendments through the circuitous manner would be disastrous. Many provisions of the Constitution would be susceptible to amendments which evade the procedure stipulated by Article 368 or other provisions. Sixth, the previous constitutional orders which modified Article 370 through Article 367 were clarificatory and consequential. They did not have the effect of amending Article 370. We have therefore held as ultra vires the amendments which were made to Article 370 Clause 3 by taking recourse to Article 367. G, the status of the Constitution of Jammu and Kashmir. The gaps left by the non-application of some parts of the Constitution of India were filled by the Constitution of the state. After the abrogation of Article 370, as it stood before the issuance of CO 272 and CO 273, and the application of the entirety of the Constitution of India to the state, the Constitution of the state does not fulfill any purpose or serve any function. Hence, the implicit but necessary consequence of the application of the Constitution of India in its entirety to the state of Jammu and Kashmir is that the Constitution of the state is inoperative. On the validity of Parliament's exercise of power under the first proviso to Article 3, this is what we have said. A 5-judge bench of this court in Babulal Parate held that the views expressed by the legislature of the state under the proviso to Article 3 are not binding on Parliament. If the views of the state legislature were binding on Parliament, which is not the case, there would be scope for debate on whether Parliament, in exercise of its powers under Article 356(1)(b, could have substituted its views for the views of the Legislative Assembly of the state. However, the views of the legislature of the state are not binding on Parliament in terms of the first proviso to Article 3. The views of the legislature of the state under the first proviso to Article 3 are recommendatory to begin with. Thus, Parliament's exercise of power under the first proviso to Article 3 is valid and not mala fide. The next issue is on the validity of the suspension of the second proviso to Article 3 as applicable to Jammu and Kashmir. When the reorganization bill was introduced, that is on 5 August 2019, the second proviso to Article 3 as it applied to the state of Jammu and Kashmir ceased to exist because of CO 272. Thus, the issue of whether the second proviso to Article 3 could have been suspended in exercise of the power under Article 356(1)(c) does not survive. The next issue is the validity of the Jammu and Kashmir Reorganization Act 2019. The Solicitor General, appearing for the Union of India, submitted that statehood will be restored to Jammu and Kashmir and that its status as a union territory is temporary. The Solicitor General submitted that the status of the Union Territory of Ladakh will not be affected by the restoration of statehood to Jammu and Kashmir. In view of the submission made by the Solicitor General that statehood would be restored of Jammu and Kashmir, we do not find it necessary to determine whether the reorganization of the state of Jammu and Kashmir into two union territories of Ladakh and Jammu and Kashmir is permissible under Article 3. The status of Ladakh as a union territory is upheld because Article 3A, read with explanation 1, permits forming a union territory by separation of a territory from any state. This court is alive to the security concerns in the territory. Direct elections to the legislative assemblies, which is one of the paramount features of representative democracy in India, cannot be put on hold until statehood is restored. We direct that steps shall be taken by the Election Commission of India to conduct elections to the Legislative Assembly of Jammu and Kashmir, constituted under Section 14 of the Reorganization Act by 30 September 2024. Restoration of statehood shall take place at the earliest and as soon as possible. The question of whether Parliament can extinguish the character of statehood by converting a state into one or more union territories in exercise of power under Article 3 is left open. In an appropriate case, this court must construe the scope of powers under Article 3 in light of the necessary effect of converting a state into union territories, which is that autonomy would be diminished, the historical context for the creation of federating units, and its impact on the principles of federalism and representative democracy. In view of the above discussion, the following are the conclusions. A. The state of Jammu and Kashmir does not retain any element of sovereignty after the execution of the instrument of accession and the issuance of the proclamation dated 25 November 1949, by which the Constitution of India was adopted. The state of Jammu and Kashmir does not have internal sovereignty, which is distinguishable from the powers and privileges enjoyed by other states in the country. Article 370 was a feature of asymmetric federalism and not sovereignty. B. The petitioners did not challenge the issuance of the proclamations under Section 92 of the Jammu and Kashmir Constitution and Article 356 of the Indian Constitution until the special status of Jammu and Kashmir was abrogated. The challenge to the proclamations does not merit adjudication because the principal challenge is to the actions which were taken after the proclamation was issued. C. The exercise of power by the President after the proclamation under Article 356 is issued is subject to judicial review. The exercise of power by the President must have a reasonable nexus with the object of the proclamation. The person challenging the exercise of power must prima facie establish that it is a mala fide or extraneous exercise of power. Once a prima facie case is made, the onus shifts to the Union to justify the exercise of such power. D. The power of Parliament under Article 356(1)(b) to exercise the powers of the legislature of the state cannot be restricted to lawmaking power, thereby excluding non-lawmaking power of the legislature of the state. Such an interpretation would amount to reading in a limitation into the provision contrary to the text of the article. E. It can be garnered from the historical context for the inclusion of Article 370 and the placement of Article 370 in Part 21 of the Constitution that it is a temporary provision. F. The power under Article 370, Clause 3 did not cease to exist upon the dissolution of the Constituent Assembly of Jammu and Kashmir. When the Constituent Assembly was dissolved, only the transitional power recognized in the proviso to Article 370, Clause 3, which empowered the Constituent Assembly to make its recommendations, ceased to exist. It did not affect the power held by the President under Article 370, Clause 3. G. Article 370 cannot be amended by exercise of power under Article 370(1)(d). Recourse must have been taken to the procedure contemplated by Article 370, Clause 3 If Article 370 is to cease to operate or is to be amended or modified in its application to the state of Jammu and Kashmir, paragraph 2 of CO 272 by
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
Business news can sound incomprehensible, unnerving, unrelatable. But how does it impact you? We deconstruct complex business news and ideas by talking directly to the leaders who shape the economy. We are serious about business. Welcome to Serious Business on NDTV.
$1 has only secured 0.6 cents of private capital. That needs to fundamentally change.
By mid-century, India's economy will grow eightfold.
One topic.
When a family comes out of the poverty line, what would be the first asset class they would buy? It's gold.
One speaker.
It's the biggest attack on Jews since the Holocaust.
If you want to control inflation, you need to play the trade policy.
UPI, Aadhaar, all of that, where India is well ahead of the West.
5 trillion is a short-term goal. I would like to see India becoming a $30 trillion economy.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24x7.
When there's too much talking but very little being said, too many voices but hardly any being heard, you turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
Verdict of 5 states. Accurate coverage on NDTV.
The larger question of
In-depth analysis.
I would differ as far as Rajasthan is concerned.
Best analysts. Biggest newsmakers.
Narendra Modi is known for fiscal discipline.
No one covers elections like NDTV. Election means NDTV.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
Covering the latest developments
across politics,
business and technology,
bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
Business news can sound incomprehensible, unnerving, unrelatable. But how does it impact you? We deconstruct complex business news and ideas by talking directly to the leaders who shape the economy. We are serious about business. Welcome to Serious Business on NDTV.
$1 has only secured 0.6 cents of private capital. That needs to fundamentally change.
By mid-century, India's economy will grow eightfold.
One topic.
When a family comes out of the poverty line, what would be the first asset class they would buy? It's gold.
One speaker.
It's the biggest attack on Jews since the Holocaust.
If you want to control inflation, you need to play the trade policy.
UPI, Aadhaar, all of that, where India is well ahead of the West.
5 trillion is a short-term goal. I would like to see India becoming a $30 trillion economy.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one
that a slightly different path was followed for the accession of state of Jammu and Kashmir by recognizing the Constituent Assembly to be formed for the state. The route of assimilation of state of Jammu and Kashmir was through Article 370. Then I've taken note of the various factors such as Article 370's historical context in the text and subsequent practice to conclude that Article 370 was intended to be a temporary provision. As a corollary, there was a mechanism to bring the whole arrangement to an end. The effect of the power under Article 373, once exercised, would be that the article shall cease to be operative. In other words, the mechanism was meant to de-recognize the state's internal sovereignty. Thus, the exercise of power under Article 373 meant that for purposes of the Constitution of India, only the Constitution of India would apply to the Jammu and Kashmir and not any other constitution, that is the Constitution of Jammu and Kashmir. The purpose, then on Article 373, I've said, the purpose of the Constituent Assembly was to draft a constitution for the governance of the state. On the other hand, the purpose of Article 370, as noted above, was to slowly bring Jammu and Kashmir on par with the states in India. It can hardly be contended that the second and in some ways a larger purpose would be effected by the fulfillment of the first. The second purpose remained an ongoing exercise long after the State Constituent Assembly was dissolved. Thus, the conditionality in Article 373 of the requirement of a recommendation from Constituent Assembly cannot be read in the manner as to make the reference to the larger intention of the provision redundant. B. The next question is to determine what process is to be followed by the President to exercise the power under Article 373. The President can exercise this power under Subclause 3 without a recommendation from the Jammu and Kashmir Constituent Assembly. When the Constituent Assembly ceased to exist, only the power of the Constituent Assembly to make the recommendation ceased to exist, that is, the proviso to Article 370 became otious. The main provision, which is the President's power to issue a declaration, continues to exist. C. Now coming to the impugned action, first the amendment of Article 373 through the route of Article 367 was invalid. When a methodology has been provided, that methodology would have to be followed and an amendment through the back door would be impossible. D. Concurrence with the government of the state was not necessary to apply all provision of the Constitution of India to the state. Although Article 371D requires concurrence with government of the state, in this case, the governor of the state had dissolved the Legislative Assembly of the state. There were no Council of Ministers, and the President had reduced to himself all functions of the government of the state under the 2018 proclamation as extended. Then on the exercise of power under Article 356 were permissible while issuing COs 272 and 273. Article 356 can be imposed once the Legislative Assembly has been dissolved, particularly since Section 92 of the Jammu and Kashmir Constitution limited the governor's role to 6 months without any scope to extend. This imposition was predicated on the failure of the constitutional machinery, which really took place prior to the government's rules. Then B, Article 356 permits the President to make irreversible changes. Both Savanji and Reddy J and S.R. Momai recognized that irreversible actions in this case, the de-operationalization of Article 370 is permitted if the proclamation had been approved by the Parliament prior to such irreversible action. C, the President reserves both legislative and non-legislative powers after the proclamation of emergency. Though Article 356 is continuance of Article 356, The former does not stipulate any bar or restriction on the Union Parliament or the President to exercise non-legislative power of the state legislature. And I've dealt with the challenge to Section 3 and 4 of the Jammu and Kashmir Reorganization Act. A. The challenge to Section 3 of the Jammu and Kashmir Reorganization Act on the touchstone of Article 3 is not required to be debated on account of the assurance on behalf of the Government of India that statehood of Jammu and Kashmir would be restored on elections being held. B. It is imperative to ascertain the views of the state legislator under the first proviso to Article 3 if the proposed bill affects the area, boundaries or name of the state. However, in the instance case, since state of Jammu and Kashmir was under President's rule and the state legislature was already dissolved, the functions of the state legislature were performed by the Union Parliament. Hence, it was not possible to ascertain the views of the state legislature. It follows that Section 3 of the Reorganization Act is valid. I have penned down an epilogue at the end of the judgment, maybe some sentiments involved. The Valley of Kashmir carries a historical burden. It has a social context. Thus, in involving constitutional status of the region, it is difficult to segregate the aforesaid. We, the people of Jammu and Kashmir, are at the heart of the debate. They have carried the burden of victims of conflict for several decades, originating from 1947 with the invasion of the valley. Intervening political circumstances did not permit a redressal to the fullest extent of the invasion. The consequences remained in terms of parts of Kashmir being occupied by other countries. The second round of insurgency holds its origin to the latter part of 1980s. There were troubled situations at the ground level, which was apparently not redressed. It culminated in the migration of one part of the population of the state in 1989-90. It is something that our country has had to live with, and without any redressal for the people who had to leave their homes and hearth. It was not a voluntary migration. The situation became so aggravated that the very integrity and sovereignty of our country was endangered, and the army had to be called in. Armies are meant to fight battles with enemies of the state and not really to control the law and order situation within the state. But then these were peculiar times. The entry of the army created its own ground realities in their endeavor to preserve the integrity of the state and the nation against foreign incursions. The men, women, and children of the state have paid a heavy price. During my travels home over the years, I have absorbed that the social fabric waning and the consequences of intergenerational trauma on the already fractured society. I cannot help but feel anguish for what the people of the region have experienced, and I am constrained to write this epilogue. In order to move forward, the wounds need healing. What is at stake is not simply preventing the recurrence of injustice, but the burden of restoring the region's social fabric to what it historically has been based: coexistence, tolerance, and mutual respect. It is worth noting that even the partition of India in 1947 did not impair Jammu and Kashmir communal and social harmony. In this context, Mahatma Gandhi is famously quoted to have said that Kashmir was a ray of hope for humanity. The first step towards this is to achieve a collective understanding of the human rights violations perpetuated both by state and non-state actors against the people of this region. There have been numerous reports documenting these incidents over the years. Yet, what is lacking is a commonly accepted narrative of what has happened, or in other words, a collective telling of the truth. Internationally, the right of victims of human rights violation and the truth is an end itself. It encompasses a structural investigation of the events and social political structures that led to the atrocity, the particular circumstances of individual suffering, and an authoritative reporting of the results of the investigation. Additionally, truth-telling provides an opportunity for victims to narrate their stories, which facilitates an acknowledgement from those responsible for perpetuating the wrongs and from the society as a whole. This paves the way for reconciliation. While there are different ways of achieving these objectives, Truth and Reconciliation Commissions have been particularly effective globally. South Africa Truth and Reconciliation Commission was set up to investigate human rights violations perpetuated during the period of apartheid regime. It served as a means of reckoning or a catharsis for victims and fostered peace building. Reflecting on its success, Albie Sachs J. noticed, as a result of the TRC, the private sorrow and grief of tens of thousands was publicly acknowledged to an embracing and personalized way. Another form of acknowledgement emerged from perpetrators themselves. They had to come forward openly in front of the television cameras, owning up their crimes. Finally, there was acknowledgement by the whole country that these things have happened and can happen again. that we needed to fit all these facts together in some kind of significant pattern, which would enable us to understand their genesis and do what we could do to minimize any possibility of their reoccurrence. In the past, calls for setting up of Truth and Reconciliation Commissions have also been echoed by different sections of the Valley. In view of the inroads made globally in indigenous requests for truth and reconciliation, I recommend the setting up of an impartial Truth and Reconciliation Commission. The Commission will investigate and report on the violation of human rights both by the state and non-state actors perpetrated in the Jammu and Kashmir at least since 1980s and recommend measures for reconciliation. The Commission should be set up expeditiously before memory escapes. The exercise should be time-bound. There is already an entire generation of youth that has grown up with a feeling of distrust, and it is to them that we owe the greatest day of reparation. At the same time, considering the significance of the matter and under sensitivities involved, it is my view that it is for the government to devise the manner in which it should be set up and to determine the best way forward for the Commission. I am alive to the challenges of recommending of the setting up of the Truth and Reconciliation is beyond the realm of the court. However, I am of the view that transitional justice and its constituents are facets of transformative constitutionalism. Globally, constitutionalism has evolved to encompass responsibility of both state and non-state actors with respect to human rights violations. This includes
When there's too much talking but very little being said, too many voices but hardly any being heard, you turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
Verdict of 5 states. Accurate coverage on NDTV.
The larger question of
In-depth analysis.
I would differ as far as Rajasthan is concerned.
Best analysts. Biggest newsmakers.
Narendra Modi is known for fiscal discipline.
No one covers elections like NDTV. Election means NDTV.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
Covering the latest developments
across politics,
business and technology,
bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
Business news can sound incomprehensible, unnerving, unrelatable. But how does it impact you? We deconstruct complex business news and ideas by talking directly to the leaders who shape the economy. We are serious about business. Welcome to Serious Business on NDTV.
$1 has only secured 0.6 cents of private capital. That needs to fundamentally change.
By mid-century, India's economy would grow 8-fold.
One topic.
When a family comes out of the poverty line, what would be the first asset class they would buy? It's gold.
One speaker.
It's the biggest attack on Jews since the Holocaust.
If you want to control inflation, you need to play the trade policy.
UPI, Aadhaar, all of that, where India is well ahead of the West.
5 trillion is a short-term goal. I would like to see India becoming a $30 trillion economy.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24x7.
When there's too much talking but very little being said, too many voices but hardly any being heard, you turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
Verdict of 5 states. Accurate coverage on NDTV.
The larger question of
In-depth analysis.
I would differ as far as Rajasthan is concerned.
Best analysts. Biggest newsmakers.
Narendra Modi is known for fiscal discipline.
No one covers elections like NDTV. Election means NDTV.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
covering the latest developments
across politics,
business and technology,
bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
The Supreme Court, in its landmark verdict, has upheld the constitutional validity of abrogation of Article 370. It has also said that the elections in Jammu and Kashmir must be held by September 2024. It has gone on to say that the statehood of Jammu and Kashmir must be restored at the earliest, and the Supreme Court also upholds carving out of Ladakh as a separate union territory. So big thumbs up to the union government's decision of abrogation of Article 370. The Supreme Court clearly saying that the state of Jammu and Kashmir does not retain any element of sovereignty. It does not have internal sovereignty, and hence abrogation of Article 370 was the right decision, and that the petitioners did not challenge presidential proclamation. Let me go straight to Srinagar, where my colleague Nazir is joining me live. So Nazir, a verdict which will have far-reaching ramifications, but certainly it's a big thumbs up for the union government.
Exactly, a big victory for the union government, and Supreme Court has upheld both the decisions in a sense. One, 370, very, very clearly Supreme Court said it has closed the chapter of Article 370, and it has said it was temporary, it was transitional, it was never meant to be permanent. So the presidential order of scrapping it is valid, and the challenge to that scrapping of 370 by the petitioners has been not accepted. So Justice gave all the details how about J&K never had an element of sovereignty, and about the Article 370, how it was framed and why it was temporary, and now its abrogation. There was no need for a constituent assembly, and president and the union government were well within their rights to abrogate it. So clearly upholding centers decision of scrapping Article 370. Article 370 is gone, truly gone, and its chapter has been closed by the Supreme Court. In fact, yesterday, very interestingly, a former judge from Kashmir, Justice Bilal Nazki, had written a social media post wherein he has said that everybody knew it was dead, but some people wanted a death certificate, and I think they will get it. So clearly, Supreme Court today.
Okay, just hold on to your thoughts. Ghulam Nabi Azad is speaking. Let's listen in.
अदारे हैं जो इसका फैसला कर सकता है, एक पार्लियामेंट, मरकज़ी सरकार और दूसरा सुप्रीम कोर्ट। जाहिर है मरकज़ी सरकार करती नहीं, उन्होंने तो आर्टिकल 370 को ख़त्म किया, कानून बनाकर नया। अब ये आखिरी हमारी उम्मीद थी कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट इसमें सुनाई करे और इसका फ़ैसला सुनाए। 3 महीने 4 महीने इस पर बहस हुई पार्लियामेंट के अंदर, और मुख्तलिफ वकला ने अलग अलग पार्टीज़ को और रियासत जम्मू कश्मीर के लोगों को रिप्रेजेंट किया, और उसके बाद जो आज यूनानिमस फैसला आया, उससे मेरे ख्याल में जम्मू कश्मीर के सभी लोग, चाहे वो कश्मीर के हों या जम्मू सूबा के, वो खुश नहीं है। मैं आज भी समझता हूँ कि ये हमारी रीजन के लिए एक हिस्टोरिकल चीज़ थी। हमारे जज्बात जम्मू कश्मीर के लोगों से इससे जुड़े थे, चाहे वो 370 हो या 35A हो, जिस 35A को महाराजा हरि सिंह ने 1925, 1927 और 1928 में बनाया था कि बाहर वाला न नौकरी कर सकता, न बाहर वाला ज़मीन खरीद सकता। और जब हमारा आईन बना तो 35A की शक्ल में उस महाराजे को फैसले को आगे बढ़ाया था। तो आज वो भी ख़त्म हो गया, दोनों चीज़ें ख़त्म। इससे हमारी स्टेट की इकानमी को बहुत नुकसान होगा, ज़मीनें महंगी हो जाएंगी, पूरे हिंदुस्तान के लोग जम्मू और श्रीनगर आएंगे। हमारी महदूद, हमारे यहाँ कोई बड़ी इंडस्ट्रियाँ नहीं है कि जिसमें हज़ारों या लाखों लोग काम करें। हमारी सबसे बड़ी इंडस्ट्री है टूरिज़्म, और वो लिमिटेड लोगों के लिए है। हमारी सबसे बड़ी इंडस्ट्री जम्मू कश्मीर की है नौकरी, सरकारी नौकरी, और उसमें भी अब और बहुत कम नौकरियां होती, ज़ाहिर स्टेट बहुत छोटी है, अब उसमें पूरे मुल्क के 130 करोड़ जो आबादी हमारे में वो अप्लाई कर सकते हैं हर महकमे के लिए। तो हमारे जो नौजवान बच्चे हैं या बच्चियाँ हैं पढ़ी लिखी, वो और बेकारी हमारी बढ़ेगी, कई गुना और ज़्यादा बढ़े। तो ये तमाम चीज़ें जब रखी गई थी आर्टिकल 370 में, 35A में, 35A में, इन तमाम चीज़ों को नज़र में रखा गया था कि एक बॉर्डर स्टेट है, एक तरफ से चाइना है, दूसरी तरफ से पाकिस्तान है, और कोई यहाँ ज़रिया आमदनी नहीं है, कोई खदाने नहीं है बड़े, कोयले की खदानें या दूसरी खदानें। तो ये चीज़ें आर्टिकल 370, 35A रखना चाहिए ताकि इनको तमाम लाज़िमात मिले। आज उन लाज़िमात, अब उन लाज़िमात से हम
कोर्ट जाएंगे, हम कह सकते हैं आज के बाद जम्मू कश्मीर के लोगों का।
So the Supreme Court has also directed that the statehood of in the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir be restored at the earliest. I can see Sunil Prabhu also joining me from outside the Supreme Court, and Nazir is live with us from Srinagar. Sunil, so the Supreme Court clearly upholding the validity of the scrapping of Article 370 in Jammu and Kashmir, and has gone on to say that it cannot sit in judgment over it because the power of Parliament under Article 356(1) is to exercise powers on behalf of the State Assembly, is not restricted to law-making powers alone.
That's right. And if you see the opening point of the Chief Justice of India in his judgment copy, which is basically a majority judgment, saying that the petitioners did not challenge 356, and they refer to the 9-judge bench, and they have to go by that yardstick. But having said that, they made it very clear that the presidential proclamation done and revoking 370 is valid.
They have held, in fact, on the question of statehood for the state of Jammu and Kashmir, that it should be restored as soon as possible. They haven't given a time frame, but they have given a time frame for conducting elections by the 30th of September. As you are well aware, there haven't been elections for the last 5 years in the state of Jammu and Kashmir. The Election Commission has been saying that they are getting the electoral rolls ready. They have now given a very clear directive to the Election Commission to hold elections by the 30th of September. So we could expect simultaneous elections for the state of the Jammu and Kashmir Assembly, as well as when Lok Sabha elections take place during that time. They've also held very categorically that the Union Territory status of Ladakh is accepted. And as you've been seeing and hearing, they have only found on one point a technical flaw about how they went about it, saying that Article 367 should have been was ultra virus, but that's basically a technical point because when you have held that the president has the powers, that the integration process was one and the same, that you have held, for example, that in Jammu and Kashmir, the Constituent Assembly it wasn't, even though it was dissolved, it wasn't something that cannot be done by the president, and it's in that backdrop that they have upheld on various counts the entire decision of abrogation of Article 370, the formation of 2 union territories with a proviso asking for the state of Jammu and Kashmir to become a state, and taking the point that what had been stated both in Parliament at that time by no less than the Home Minister during the debate, which I was present at that time, very categorically said that Jammu and Kashmir will be restored to a state soon. That same assurance was given by the Solicitor General during these hearings at the Constitutional Bench, and now the Supreme Court saying that should happen as soon as possible. But as I said, very categorically, no date, no time, no space for that, but definitely for conducting elections so that a popularly elected government is provided in the state of Jammu and Kashmir. They have put a date and time of 30th September 2024.
Yes, so the government has cleared the top court test on abrogation of Article 370. The court has gone on to stamp the government's decision of August 5th and 6th, those 2 dates when it was passed by the Parliament of India. And the court has also upheld the powers of Parliament. So certainly a big thumbs up to the government of India. So Article 370 is history now, Nazir. Are you getting a sense of, final closure among the people of Srinagar, that it's over, it's, the chapter is closed?
Well, in May this year, Union, External Affairs Minister, Mr. Jaishankar said when he was asked a question about 370, he said, wake up, smell the coffee. Article 370 is a history. Sooner you realize it, better. So exactly that has happened. And today we see what Supreme Court has done. They have clearly said that it was within the ambit of the Constitution, and Article 370 was a temporary, and President rights, constitutional rights, so was the union government to abrogate it. So 370 gone, completely gone, and not many people actually had a hope that it would be, restored by the Supreme Court. We see through the social media, as I was referring to a former judge's opinion, he was saying it was a dead, and some people wanted a dead death certificate, and they will get it. And now important thing is now about the statehood. Reorganization Act, the Supreme Court has said we do not find it necessary to determine whether the Jammu and Kashmir Organization Act 2019 was invalid. So they have not dealt with that question, which was challenged, that if turning Jammu and Kashmir state into 2 union territories, that Reorganization Act, if that was invalid, they have not determined that question, but they have clearly given directions to the center, restore statehood as soon as possible and hold the assembly elections by September 30 next year. So Jammu and Kashmir is without an elected government since last more than 5 years, 5.5 years. On 18th of June 2019, BDP-BJP government fell. After BJP withdrew its support to the PDP government, governor rule was imposed, then presidential rule was imposed, and then what we know was in August 2019, then which was a turning point in the constitutional history of Jammu and Kashmir state. The constitutional autonomy which Jammu and Kashmir enjoyed is completely gone. Though that constitutional autonomy was already eroded to a great extent, as Kilton was left, which was just kicked out, as the Supreme Court has said, the Jammu and Kashmir didn't have the element of sovereignty in the Union of India after acceding to the Union after the accession. So clearly the last seal on Article 370 chapter has been closed by the Supreme Court. There was whole politics around in Jammu and Kashmir was about Article 370, the situation in which this article was brought in and adopted by the Jammu and Kashmir Assembly, Constitutional Assembly as well. So really, after August 5, 2019, today is also the turning point, as Supreme Court has also upheld Centre's decision on Article 370 reorganization.
Nazir, we'll keep coming back to you because certainly abrogation of Article 370 has been upheld by the Supreme Court. Article 370 is now history and something which cannot be ever restored. Let me bring in Sarfaraz Wani, advocate of Jammu and Kashmir High Court and also a member of National Conference. Remember, National Conference was one of the petitioners. We have Vijayta Singh, deputy editor of The Hindu, Ashutosh Srivastav, advocate of the Supreme Court, also Kamal Haq, Kashmiri Pandit, and Aditi Fadnis, a senior journalist. Vijayta, beginning with you, the big takeaways, of course, would be that abrogation of Article 370 has been upheld, but also a timeline that has been set that the Election Commission of India must hold elections in Jammu and Kashmir by September of 2024.
A while ago that Jammu and Kashmir had an elected government till 5 years ago. But I would like to point out that the last time the elections were held in Jammu and Kashmir was in 2014. So it is almost 9 years. And the government keeps promoting this idea that we have conducted panchayat elections, we have conducted DDC elections, but even the terms of the panchayats and the DDCs, they are also about to come to an end, and there is no sign of elections. And if you have to conduct elections, and if you're talking about grassroots democracy, there is no urgency which I see in the government circles in holding the elections. And when Jammu and Kashmir's statehood was snatched and it was divided into 2 union territories, the Union Home Minister had made a promise on the floor of the House that its statehood will be restored soon. And during a debate in the Parliament last week, also there was no direct reply to this question as to when the elections will be held. Now the Supreme Court has set a date. September 30, 2024, by which the elections are to be held. So we have to see if government, this does not fit well with the government's contention that normalcy has returned in Kashmir and there is peace and there is security. Then why aren't you holding elections? Why are people forced to go to bureaucrats for their smallest of work? Because there is no representation of theirs in Kashmir, and if you speak to people there are a lot of problems because bureaucracy cannot be a solution for day-to-day problems of the people.
Okay. In fact, there are several tweets that have come in now of petitioners, politicians of the valley, and who had made this certainly a talking point for years. And there is a final closure, I would say, to this story, which has been there for very, very long. Mr. Haq, would you say that this is an end of a dark chapter in Jammu and Kashmir's history? Kamal Haq?
Maria, this is definitely a very significant day, a very important judgment delivered by the Supreme Court today, which normally should have closed this discussion once for all. But I think Mr. Ghulam Nabi Azad gave you a little bit sample of what's going to happen in Kashmir. As Nazir sometimes back rightly mentioned, that People, this abrogation of Article 370 was dead, but people were just.
Parliament is supreme, and all the provisions of the Constitution of India are applicable in the context of Jammu and Kashmir. So therefore, the Jammu and Kashmir is now integral part, and it is the Constitution which has accepted this position under the Constitution. The second thing, that the State Reorganization Act 2019 has also been upheld. Now, the only caveat the Honorable Supreme Court has said that the Jammu and Kashmir has to be restored its statehood, and the election, in terms of the statement of the Solicitor General, they have said that election must be held by 30th September 2024, and Jammu and Kashmir must be restored statehood. Whereas they have also upheld that Ladakh will remain union territory, and there is no illegality, no invalidity so far Ladakh is union territory of the country. The third aspect is that they have said that Constitution and the President has power to issue proclamation, and the proclamation issued in 2018 is valid, and Constitution Assembly, the Constituent Assembly advice is advisory body, it is not binding on the Parliament, meaning thereby the decision of the Indian Parliament is binding on the Jammu and Kashmir and the Jammu Kashmir government, Jammu Kashmir legislatures. So therefore, the today's judgment is a historic judgment, and it has proved that our Prime Minister and the Honorable Home Minister, they had very categorically said that the Jammu Kashmir is integral part of India.
Yes.
And it was the manifesto of Bharatiya Janata Party.
A lot of reactions coming in from the Supreme Court as well, as lawyers are speaking. We have Arvind, who was inside the courtroom when this judgment was being pronounced. Arvind, expected reactions coming from the political class as well. National Conference leaders, Umar Abdullah and others, saying that they are disappointed but not disheartened, and the struggle will continue. What does it actually mean? I mean, in the sense that Article 370 is now history, and with the Supreme Court clearly saying that abrogation of Article 370, a decision of the Parliament and the Union government, was a valid one.
Maria, if you could read the judgment, it's not just about merely upholding the decision of the central government in abrogation of Article 370. But the reasoning for that conclusion that was given by Supreme Court is very important. That clearly takes away the basic foundation of some of the political parties in Jammu and Kashmir. So at least judicially, there seems to be no room left for all these political parties to fight this particular battle, at least in Supreme Court, because Supreme Court has held in a unanimous view that Article 370 was a temporary provision. That has been held unanimously by Supreme Court Constitution bench. That's one thing. Second thing, very importantly, on the very aspect that Article 370 could not have been abrogated by centre unilaterally without the consult of the state or the Constituent Assembly. For that particular question also, Supreme Court has given a direct answer saying that Constituent Assembly of Jammu and Kashmir was also a temporary provision that was formed only to frame the Constitution of Jammu and Kashmir, and the moment the Constitution of Jammu and Kashmir was framed, it ceases to exist. So that's a very important conclusion that has been given by Supreme Court, and Supreme Court has also upheld the powers of the President, that President has the power to issue this particular presidential order to abrogate Article 370. The only thing that the centre has found fault in centre's overall work on this particular aspect under Article 370 was a slightly interpretation that was given by the centre through this very presidential order. Using Article 370, centre amended Article 367 to interpret that Constituent Assembly of Jammu and Kashmir shall be read as Legislative Assembly of Jammu and Kashmir. That alone Supreme Court has held it ultra virus. That alone Supreme Court has quashed it, saying that centre could not have used Article 370 to amend Article 367, indirectly to amend Article 370. That means to name Constituent Assembly as Legislative Assembly of Jammu and Kashmir. For which Supreme Court has said that though this particular process of centre is wrong, but Supreme Court has held that there was no need to to do that also, because President himself has the power under the Constitution to revoke or to issue this particular presidential order revoking Article 370 that granted special status to Jammu and Kashmir. So overall on Article 370, Supreme Court has completely upheld the action of centre. Coming on the aspect of bifurcation of Jammu and Kashmir, even to that particular aspect also, Supreme Court has upheld the carving out of Ladakh as a separate union territory, for which Supreme Court has refused to intervene. But on the issue of degradation of Jammu and Kashmir as an union territory, for which Supreme Court has said that we are not entering that particular domain for now, because Solicitor General for appearing for the central government has himself told the Supreme Court that very soon at the earliest statehood of Jammu and Kashmir will be restored. So on that particular aspect also, Supreme Court has not intervened. But Supreme Court has given a direction to the Election Commission of India to conduct elections in Jammu and Kashmir by September 2024. So the crux or the big takeaways from today's judgment is abrogation of Article 370, upheld. Supreme Court has directed Election Commission to conduct elections in Jammu and Kashmir by September 30th, 2024. Supreme Court has refused to intervene on the aspect of carving out of Ladakh as a separate union territory. But the statehood status of Jammu and Kashmir should be restored at the earliest as per the submission of centre.
And political reactions also have started coming in, Arvind. As you said, it's elaborately, the Supreme Court has looked at each and every point that was made by the petitioners and has given, dismissed those points. And it's a unanimous verdict. And when the CJI, Arvind, when he started the entire proceedings today, he said that there are 3 judgments which will be read. Could you give us details on that, and then finally it appearing to be this way? What exactly was the confusion in the beginning?
Maria, there were 3 judgments that were authored by 3 separate judges. Chief Justice Chandrachud authored a judgment for himself, for Justice Gawai and for Justice Suryakant. So that forms the majority view. Justice Sanjay Khanna also wrote a separate judgment, but concurring with the view of the Chief Justice. And also Justice Sanjay Kishan Kaul also wrote a separate judgment. He also concurred with the majority view of CJ. So 3 judgments, but all the 3 judgments are concurring judgments. That's where in an unanimous view, Supreme Court has upheld abrogation of Article 370. Supreme Court has upheld the action of centre to carve out Ladakh as a separate union territory. Supreme Court has not entered the domain of granting the union territory status to degradation of Jammu and Kashmir as a union territory. For that, Supreme Court has refused to enter, because centre itself has told Supreme Court that they will restore the status. Only direction that Supreme Court has given, the materialistic direction, unanimous view is to Election Commission of India to hold elections in Jammu and Kashmir by September 30th. So it's an unanimous view, but 3 separate judgments concurring.
Okay, so unanimous verdict coming in from the apex court. Arvind, will keep coming back to you. Continue to stay with us. Let me bring in Aditi Fadnis as well. So the conclusions which are part of the essence of this judgment becomes very important, Aditi. It says that the state of Jammu and Kashmir does not retain any element of sovereignty after the execution of the IOA and issuance of proclamation dated 25th November 1949 by the Constitution of India. The state of Jammu and Kashmir does not have internal sovereignty which is distinguishable from the powers and privileges enjoyed by other states, and hence Article 370 was a feature of asymmetric federalism and not sovereignty. I think elaborately it has gone on to look at every aspect of the points that were questioned by the petitioners. Please go ahead, Aditi.
I think it's a comprehensive defeat for those who were questioning the centre's action. I'm not a lawyer, so I don't want to go too deeply into the legal implications of the Supreme Court's order. But politically, I think this is going to have a very profound impact on the politics of J&K. A hint of that was given by a clip by Ghulam Nabi Azad. That's one part of it. The second part of it is the kind of a cracker that has been left off by Justice Sanjay Kishan Kaul by his suggestion that there should be a Truth and Reconciliation Commission and transitional justice should be secured for state and, those who are affected by the actions of both state and non-state actors. If this suggestion is accepted by the centre, And there is while J&K is still a union territory, there is a Truth and Reconciliation Commission set up. I am really not sure how that will go in the politics of J&K. So that's one part of it. Second part of it is, of course, National Conference and others were petitioners and they questioned the whole judgment. And how they will now frame their politics in the changed circumstances, we have to watch that.
Yes, certainly, and an answer to that may come from Sarfaraz Wani, advocate of Jammu and Kashmir High Court and also a member of the National Conference, because it has said very clearly that the power of the Parliament cannot be just restricted to law-making, and it has the power also to interpret its limitations. So I think that becomes important. These are important parts of that judgment on your television screens. Go ahead, Mr. Wani.
Just clarifying one point, I'm an independent political analyst. I don't belong to any political party.
All right, Sarfaraz, go ahead.
See, as we have already been debating since years, that this is a question of India's federalism. The very nature of India's federal structure is under challenge. So in a way, I am very disappointed by the judgment that this has given a license to the central government to do anything. Now, central government can go on with any state of India, reduce that to a union territory, impose president's rule, assume the powers of the legislature, and in a sense, take away all the powers of the state. So this is some way with unexpected judgment. As a student of law, as a student of constitution, I was not expecting such a judgment, because in a sense, you have given license to the government to.
Okay.
India's federal structure, which in a sense, in case when the Bharti's case has been held to be a part of basic structure of the constitution. So I don't know, maybe for the sake of the national interest, maybe for the sake of collective this security issue, Supreme Court has come, but this is legally not a justifiable judgment.
Okay, so you think that it's not legally justifiable, Ashutosh? The Supreme Court has said very clearly that the centre may not consult the state government. The Parliament may not go with the views of the state government, and that has been one of the points that was raised by the parties in the valley.
See, the Parliament has followed all the due process of law, whatever has been stated in the constitution of this country. So there is no any other thought about it. As long as my friend says about taking away the state and by the central government and utilizing it, so far as that is concerned, as per the provision, because Article 356 has also been interpreted by the Supreme Court, and that also has been upheld as of now, and there is no kind of any ulterior motive or bona fide intentions which have been found by or maybe observed by the Supreme Court. So Supreme Court is of the view that whatever has happened has been done with the proper following of the due process of law. So far as the elections are concerned, so far as statehood is concerned, obviously the time has been given so that the elections should take place by September 2024. So that is not an issue. Now, Article 370, the Supreme Court has clearly stated that it was temporary in nature, and that is the reason why it was kept in Part 21 of the Constitution, which is meant only for the provisions of laws which are temporary in nature and which are transitional, which can be later, can be amended. And apart from that, the most important aspect which we should not forget, and the Supreme Court also observed, is the proclamation declared by Yuvraj Karan Singh, who is the son of the ruler of Jammu and Kashmir, Hari Singh, who had given a proclamation that the state of Jammu and Kashmir shall follow the Constitution of India, and also the successors and legal heirs will also follow the same.
Okay.
And this proclamation was made on 25th of November, 1949.
Hold on to your thoughts, Ashutosh. Mr. Nadda has actually put out a tweet welcoming the Supreme Court's judgment. He has gone on to say that Prime Minister Modi's government's decisions have been in the interest of the people of Jammu and Kashmir. And he says that crores of our workers express heartfelt gratitude to the Prime Minister. This remains our top focus here on NDTV. We are stepping into a short break.
Different people believe in different things. In cricket, some hail the king, some believe in God. Some wait for Mr. Right, some believe in swiping right. Some run away from risk, others run after it. For some, kids mean babies. For others,
a debate has many facets. Perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
Business news can sound incomprehensible, unnerving, unrelatable. But how does it impact you? We deconstruct complex business news and ideas by talking directly to the leaders who shape the economy. We are serious about business. Welcome to Serious Business on NDTV.
$1 has only secured 0.6 cents of private capital. That needs to fundamentally change.
By mid-century, India's economy will grow eightfold.
One topic.
When a family comes out of the poverty line, what would be the first asset class they would buy? It's gold.
One speaker.
It's the biggest attack on Jews since the Holocaust.
If you want to control inflation, you need to play the trade policy.
UPI, Aadhaar, all of that, where India is well ahead of the West.
5 trillion is a short-term goal. I would like to see India becoming a $30 trillion economy.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7.
When there's too much talking but very little being said, too many voices but hardly any being heard, you turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
Verdict of 5 states. Accurate coverage on NDTV.
The larger question of
In-depth analysis.
I would differ as far as Rajasthan is concerned.
Best analysts. Biggest newsmakers.
Narendra Modi is known for fiscal discipline.
No one covers elections like NDTV. Election means NDTV.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
covering the latest developments
across politics,
business and technology,
bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
A debate has many facets. Perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
Business news can sound incomprehensible, unnerving, unrelatable. But how does it impact you? We deconstruct complex business news and ideas by talking directly to the leaders who shape the economy. We are serious about business. Welcome to Serious Business on NDTV.
$1 has only secured 0.6 cents of private capital. That needs to fundamentally change.
By mid-century, India's economy will grow eightfold.
One topic.
When a family comes out of the poverty line, what would be the first asset class they would buy? It's gold.
One speaker.
It's the biggest attack on Jews since the Holocaust.
If you want to control inflation, you need to play the trade policy.
UPI, Aadhaar, all of that, where India is well ahead of the West.
5 trillion is a short-term goal. I would like to see India becoming a $30 trillion economy.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24x7.
When there's too much talking but very little being said, too many voices but hardly any being heard, you turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
Verdict of 5 states. Accurate coverage on NDTV.
The larger question of
In-depth analysis.
I would differ as far as Rajasthan is concerned.
Best analysts. Biggest newsmakers.
Narendra Modi is known for fiscal discipline.
No one covers elections like NDTV. Election means NDTV.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
covering the latest developments
across politics,
business and technology,
bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail. And Prime Minister Modi has now tweeted, that tweet is on your television screens. He says, today's Supreme Court verdict on the abrogation of Article 370 is historic and constitutionally upholds the decision taken by the Parliament of India on 5th of August 2019. It's a resounding declaration of hope, progress and unity for our sisters and brothers in Jammu and Kashmir and Ladakh. The court, in its profound wisdom, has fortified the very essence of unity that we as Indians hold dear and cherish above all. Prime Minister Modi goes on to say, I want to assure the resilient people of Jammu and Kashmir and Ladakh that our commitment to fulfilling your dreams remains unwavering. We are determined to ensure that fruits of progress not only reach you, but also extend their benefits to the most vulnerable and marginalized sections of a society who suffered due to Article 370. The verdict today is not just a legal judgment, it's a beacon of hope, a promise of a brighter future, and a testament to our collective resolve to build a stronger, more united India. It's about with that hashtag of Naya Jammu and Kashmir. So the Prime Minister hailing this verdict, of course, now the top court has said that Article 370 was a temporary provision, and clearly there was no need to consult the state government is also something that the Supreme Court has said. Vijayata continues to be with us. So Vijayata, I think for the Prime Minister to say that that this is about beacon of hope and a promise of a brighter future, do you think that timeline that has been given, where the Supreme Court has directed the Election Commission of India to conduct elections in Jammu and Kashmir by September 2024, becomes important, because that will set the stage for that entire electoral process to be kicked in?
Yeah, since the court has set a date, it becomes imperative for the government to follow that order. But there is no, it's not binding upon the government to strictly follow that deadline. They can even conduct the elections even like earlier, say simultaneously with the Lok Sabha elections. And because this is a primary condition that has been set to restore the statehood of Jammu and Kashmir. And for that to happen, I don't see, because if you speak to officials and if you speak to security officials in J&K, everyone says that, you know, our apparatus is ready, everything is ready. We're just waiting for a political call to conduct elections. Even on the floor of the House in Lok Sabha last week, MOS personnel Jitendra Singh, who represents Jammu in Lok Sabha, he also said that we are just waiting for directions from the ECI. So I think this election is not being held back for security reasons or for any other reasons. It's just the political will that is missing. And if the government of the day decides and has EC calls a meeting, I don't see why the elections cannot be held in J&K, because you need representation in the legislative assembly, in the legislature. Where is the voice of the people? We don't hear. And LG cannot be confused with an elected chief minister. So we need to see that the aspirations of the people are reflected in the assembly. And why should J&K be be an exception to this democratic setup where all the other states and UTs have which have an elected legislative assembly.
So now that date has been set, with the Supreme Court clearly saying, Mr. Haq, that the elections must be completed by September 2024. What does it do to the politics of all those parties of the valley which have been, which has been largely around opposition to this move by the center?
Maria, you need to understand all the mess that was created in Kashmir for the last 70 years was due to these people's representatives, so-called people's representatives. I think while appreciating the judgment of Supreme Court, I have somehow a feeling that it has failed to understand the nuances of the public mindset in Kashmir. Kashmir, despite the fact that Article 370 has been removed, the death certificate has been issued by the Supreme Court today. But will the local politicians of Kashmir, whether mainstream ground will be Azad or the separatist Mehbooba Mufti or the autonomy proponent Farooq Abdullah, allow the burial of Article 370? I think no. Kashmir has vulnerabilities. Kashmir has an atmosphere which is not very strong as of now, fragile at the moment. This election, in the just span of 1 year, within 1 year, will try to exploit those vulnerabilities that exist in Kashmir. I think in its all wisdom, we cannot challenge what Supreme Court found at what in its wisdom it delivered. For me as a Kashmiri, for me as a person who understands the psyche of the Kashmiri, the person who has lived through this turmoil in Kashmir, I feel elections, though important, I don't deny that elections should not be there, but I think within a span of around 8-10 months is not a good idea for it to happen. But anyway, Supreme Court has delivered its judgment, and it's for the government to respond and to see if they can do it. It would have been a good idea to hold the elections if the people of Kashmir, especially, I'm not talking about the people, the politicians of people would have taken a stand, accepting their humility or maybe whatever, that, okay, now this is finally dusted, now let us respond differently to it. You would have seen, whether it is National Conference, whether this is PDP, Mehbooba Mufti, whether this is Ghulam Nabi Azad, parroting the same objections, the same narrative that they have been parroting for the last 72 years, despite the fact the realities are totally different now. Now, this mindset and this philosophy will reshape the atmosphere in Kashmir, and I'm pretty sure it's going to be a different.
So the big question now is, Aditi, what does it do to the politics of the parties which have been from Kashmir, Mehbooba Mufti's PDP, or National Conference of Omar Abdullah and Farooq Abdullah? Because those are the visuals coming in of celebrations which are happening of Kashmiri Pandits particularly, because certainly it will be seen as a historic day for the larger integration sentiments.
Well, I think some things have been dead and buried. One of them is the statement by Atal Bihari Vajpayee about protection of Jamhuriyat, Kashmiriyat, Insaniyat. So now we have to see whether that is dead or whether that is going to be upheld by the government, basically the central government now that there's no assembly. So that's one part of it. How that is encapsulated, how it is expressed, how it is rolled out in the politics of the state, we still have to see. The second part is, of course, it is undeniable that Jammu and Kashmir or Kashmir is majority Muslim. So that fact is there right in front of us. We have to see how the ideas of a Muslim majority in a Hindu majority nation, how the ideas are now rolled out, how they are ideated, and what does this mean now for the state in politics. So I'm really not sure how it is all going to be rolled out. I'm sure the National Conference will be conducting meetings to figure out what they're going to do now, as also Mehbooba Mufti.
Yes.
Whether they're going to join forces, whether they're going to continue on their separate paths. And also, I will look forward to hearing what the Jama Masjid or the main masjid in Kashmir, in Srinagar, says about.
Yes. So going forward in 2024 elections, will this become a major poll plank for the BJP? That is the big question. And also, what does it do to this entire argument of national integration as well? Can that be the consolidation pitch going ahead? Because there is a narrative which is being set, Article 370 victory, then you have the Ram Temple, the inauguration that will happen on January 22nd, all this being leading up to the elections that will happen in the month of May. Ashutosh and Sarfaraz, quick 30 seconds to you. Beginning with you, Sarfaraz, will this lead to some kind of reimagination of politics of the parties which are largely valley-based?
Well, I think people have been dismayed, and you see, had people liked the decision of scrapping of 370, then Kargil autonomous election would have been won by the BJP. They suffered a bad loss there. The same will be the result in the assembly elections also, because people here do not like the decision. This is the reality. Even though it has been given a valid stamp by the Supreme Court, but you don't see celebrations of the Kashmiri Muslims or the majority population here. Might be Pandits are celebrating, might be some sections are celebrating, but a majority of population are not happy. They are not celebrating. You are not showing me any visuals right now from Lal Chowk where people are celebrating.
Okay. We'll try and get those visuals as well for you.
That Article 370 is gone and dusted.
We'll try and get those visuals as well. Quick 30 seconds to you. In fact, Home Minister Amit Shah has also responded. We'll be putting out his tweet also on air in just a bit, in which he's saying that he welcomes the Supreme Court of India's verdict upholding the decision to abolish Article 370. He says that on the 5th of August 2019, Prime Minister Modi took a visionary decision to abrogate Article 370. Since then, peace and normalcy have returned to Jammu and Kashmir. Growth and development have been brought, and that has brought new meaning to the life of people. prosperity in tourism and agriculture sectors has raised the income levels of the residents of both Jammu and Kashmir and Ladakh. So, and he also goes on to say that Supreme Court's verdict has proved that the decision to abrogate Article 370 was completely constitutional. Ashutosh, a quick 30 seconds and then I wrap up this discussion.
Yes, see, so far as people are concerned, as you had asked just now, I feel that they will basically focus on their future, on their betterment, on the development in the interest of themselves, their children, and overall development of the state and overall happiness, prosperity among themselves. That should be the priority I think they all will go for. The elections may come and they accordingly, by the democratic system, they will choose the best leaders who can do much better for them, which would not have taken place for long years. And I really wish that, this today's decision goes in the interest of all the people of this country, including all the citizens and people of Jammu and Kashmir. And this is what I feel they would be thinking about coming elections in 2024. And so far as the legality is concerned, we have already discussed and understood that whatever has taken place is as per the laws. This is what Supreme Court has held. It has examined each and every articles of the Constitution, whether it is 356, whether it is 368, and also 370, sub article 3 of 370 has been properly examined and interpreted, and accordingly the Supreme Court has come to such a decision today, which I think is in the interest of this country.
All right, we'll continue to get you more reactions on this story. I would like to thank all the panelists who joined us to give perspective on this story. Certainly a big victory for the centre, as the Supreme Court has upheld the validity of order and of abrogating Article 370. The top court has said that Article 370 was a temporary provision, and certainly this is a big thumbs up for the Modi government. It goes on to say that there was no need to consult the state government, a point that has been raised by the petitioners. And also a timeline has been set where the Supreme Court has asked the Election Commission of India to conduct elections in Jammu and Kashmir by September 2024. Lots of political reactions coming in. We'll continue to track this story very, very closely. Thanks so much for watching. News and updates on the other side.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
Business news can sound incomprehensible, unnerving, unrelatable. But how does it impact you? We deconstruct complex business news and ideas by talking directly to the leaders who shape the economy. We are serious about business. Welcome to Serious Business on NDTV.
$1 has only secured 0.6 cents of private capital. That needs to fundamentally change.
By mid-century, India's economy will grow eightfold.
One topic.
When a family comes out of the poverty line, what would be the first asset class they would buy? It's gold.
One speaker.
It's the biggest attack on Jews since the Holocaust.
If you want to control inflation, you need to play the trade policy.
UPI, Aadhaar, all of that, where India is well ahead of the West.
5 trillion is a short-term goal. I would like to see India becoming a $30 trillion economy.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24x7.
When there's too much talking but very little being said, too many voices but hardly any being heard, you turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
Verdict of 5 states. Accurate coverage on NDTV.
The larger question of
In-depth analysis.
I would differ as far as Rajasthan is concerned.
Best analysts. Biggest newsmakers.
Narendra Modi is known for fiscal discipline.
No one covers elections like NDTV. Election means NDTV.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
Covering the latest developments,
across politics,
Business and technology.
bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
how often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
Business news can sound incomprehensible, unnerving, unrelatable. But how does it impact you? We deconstruct complex business news and ideas by talking directly to the leaders who shape the economy. We are serious about business. Welcome to Serious Business on NDTV.
$1 has only secured 0.6 cents of private capital. That needs to fundamentally change.
By mid-century, India's economy will grow 8-fold.
One topic.
When a family comes out of the poverty line, what would be the first asset class they would buy? It's gold.
One speaker.
It's the biggest attack on Jews since the Holocaust.
If you want to control inflation, you need to play the trade policy.
UPI, Aadhaar, all of that, where India is well ahead of the West.
5 trillion is a short-term goal. I would like to see India becoming a $30 trillion economy.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24x7.
When there's too much talking but very little being said, too many voices but hardly any being heard, you turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
Verdict of 5 states. Accurate coverage on NDTV.
The larger question of
In-depth analysis.
I would differ as far as Rajasthan is concerned.
Best analysts. Biggest newsmakers.
Narendra Modi is known for fiscal discipline.
No one covers elections like NDTV. Election means NDTV.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
covering the latest developments,
across politics,
Business and technology.
bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
how often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail. Where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
Business news can sound incomprehensible, unnerving, unrelatable. But how does it impact you? We deconstruct complex business news and ideas by talking directly to the leaders who shape the economy. We are serious about business. Welcome to Serious Business on NDTV.
$1 has only secured 0.6 cents of private capital. That needs to fundamentally change.
By mid-century, India's economy will grow eightfold.
One topic.
When a family comes out of the poverty line, what would be the first asset class they would buy? It's gold.
One speaker.
It's the biggest attack on Jews since the Holocaust.
If you want to control inflation, you need to play the trade policy.
UPI, Aadhaar, all of that, where India is well ahead of the West.
5 trillion is a short-term goal. I would like to see India becoming a $30 trillion economy.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view. Because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with
This is NDTV. And you're watching NDTV 24x7.
Good afternoon, it's 1 p.m. You are watching NDTV 24x7. I'm Parmeshwar Bava. The Supreme Court has said Article 370 is a temporary provision introduced to serve two purposes, transitional and temporary, while upholding the constitutional order that read down the article in Jammu and Kashmir after hearing the petitions challenging the Narendra Modi government's move and the bifurcation of Jammu and Kashmir state into two union territories in August 2019. We'll take you through the details. Let's begin with the headlines we're currently tracking. The Supreme Court sanctions scrapping Article 370. The top court says the article was a temporary provision. The Prime Minister, meanwhile, hails the verdict as historic. A key BJP meeting in Madhya Pradesh this evening. The legislative party meet to pick the Chief Minister will happen in Bhopal at 4 p.m. today. The cash seizure in the Income Tax Department searches against an Odisha-based distillery company owned by Congress MP Dheeraj Sahu's family has been calculated at over 351 crore rupees after 5 days of counting. Sensex hits 70,000 for the first time, while Nifty soars past 21,000, hits a fresh record high. Srinagar freezes at minus 4.8 degrees Celsius. Srinagar has actually recorded the coldest night of the season. This as the cold wave intensifies in Kashmir. Our top story. The Supreme Court today upheld the centre's move to scrap special status to Jammu and Kashmir under Article 370 of the Constitution. A 5-member bench of the Supreme Court, led by Chief Justice of India D.Y. Chandrachud, ruled that Article 370 was a temporary provision to ease Jammu and Kashmir's merger with India. Jammu and Kashmir did not retain sovereignty when it joined India, and its constituent assembly ceased to exist the moment it merged with India. This is what the Supreme Court has said. In fact, the court added, the J&K Constituent Assembly was not intended to be a permanent body. It was formed only to frame the constitution, and the recommendation of the Constituent Assembly was not binding on the president. But here's what happened in the top court earlier.
That steps shall be taken by the Election Commission of India
to conduct elections to the Legislative Assembly of Jammu and Kashmir, constituted under Section 14 of the Reorganization Act by 30 September 2024. We have held that all provisions of the Constitution can be applied to Jammu and Kashmir through the exercise of power under Article 370(1)(d). The power under Article 370(1)(d) can be used to apply one provision, more than one provision, an entire part of the Constitution, or all the provisions of the Constitution, that is the entire Constitution. The provision does not make a distinction between one or all provisions of the Constitution. Non-application of mine cannot be claimed merely because CO 272 applies all provisions of the Constitution to Jammu and Kashmir in one go.
Then I've heard that I've taken note of the various factors such as Article 370's historical context in the text and subsequent practice to conclude that Article 370 was intended to be a temporary provision. As a corollary, there was a mechanism to bring the whole arrangement to an end. The effect of the power under Article 373, once exercised, would be that the article shall cease to be operative. In other words, the mechanism was meant to de-recognize the state's internal sovereignty. Thus, the exercise of power under Article 373 meant that for purposes of the Constitution of India, only the Constitution of India would apply to the Jammu and Kashmir and not any other constitution, that is the Constitution of Jammu and Kashmir.
Meanwhile, the Prime Minister has hailed the verdict as historic. In fact, in a post, he has said it is a resounding declaration of hope, progress and unity for our sisters and brothers in Jammu and Kashmir and Ladakh. In fact, Mr. Modi has added that the court, in its profound wisdom, has fortified the very essence of unity that we as Indians hold dear and cherish above all else. My colleagues Sunil Prabhu and Nazir Masoodi have been tracking the latest developments for us and decoding the finer details. Let's go across to my colleague Sunil Prabhu first. Sunil, the Supreme Court has directed the Election Commission to now conduct elections in Jammu and Kashmir by September next year.
That's right. In fact, this is in a way the Supreme Court, while not getting into the issue of Jammu and Kashmir as well as the question of the issue of statehood, making it clear that elections must be held as soon as possible in the state and by the 30th of September. So that's a direction to this Election Commission. As we are well aware, the Election Commission was to conduct the elections. They had been revising the electoral rolls and it was expected that elections will be held in the state in the run-up along with the Lok Sabha polls. So now that stage is set, but it's remained silent on the question of statehood. It has not given a timeline, but has said that it should be done as soon as possible. Whereas in the state of Ladakh made it clear that for Ladakh, the Union Territory status has been upheld. There are other issues that have been gone into in the entire judgment, which is a final letter or the final word from the Supreme Court, and that's the last arbiter in terms of justice. After Parliament had passed it in 2019, it is now clear that the Supreme Court has upheld most of the decisions that have been taken. The President has power, that the sovereignty is paramount, that the Constituent Assembly it was temporary but could not adjudicate on this matter. This is a presidential power, saying that 356, even though it hasn't been challenged, they have held concurrently. There is a small technical know-how about how they've gone about that entire process, but by and large, the Government of India and the Ministry of Home Affairs, which had brought about this proclamation, and the J&K Reorganization Act has been upheld by the Supreme Court. And as you rightly pointed out, elections will have to be held sooner rather than later, by the 30th of September, and Jammu and Kashmir as a separate state must be constituted at the earliest.
Right, Sunil, do stay on with us. We've also got Nazir Masoodi joining us live from Srinagar at the moment. Nazir, Omar Abdullah has just said that they're disappointed but not disheartened. Take us through the political ramifications on the ground as far as this latest verdict is concerned.
Well, 370 defined the politics and the constitution, how the Jammu and Kashmir was governed for last 70 years. All that has changed on August 5, 2019, and today Supreme Court has put its stamp of approval on centre's decision. Article 370 is gone, truly gone, and completely this chapter appears is now closed. The last legal resort before the political parties and those who have challenged it, who are not supporting the abrogation, is now used, that is exhausted. So the Supreme Court clearly saying that Article 370 was temporary, this was transitional because of that particular situation. It was meant for the integration of Jammu and Kashmir into the Union of India, not disintegration. And then the other important was Reorganization Act, by which Jammu and Kashmir was made turned into 2 union territories. While Supreme Court has said it is not going to, it has not dealt with this question and saying it is not, we do not find it necessary to determine whether the J&K Reorganization Act 2019 was invalid. But in essence, actually, they have upheld it because the Supreme Court has upheld UT of Ladakh. At the same time, they have not made any declaration whether the reorganization of Jammu and Kashmir was invalid. In a sense, what Centre has promised, restoration of state at due time and also holding elections, same thing has been reiterated by the Supreme Court. Only thing Supreme Court has done different is that they have given now a timeline, a deadline for the Election Commission of India to hold elections in Jammu and Kashmir by or before September 30 next year, and also restore state as soon as possible. So these were already promises made by the Centre, and in fact the Chief Justice also talking about, Solicitor General has himself submitted that the statehood will be restored. So the Supreme Court says we direct that the steps shall be taken so that the elections are held in Legislative Assembly of J&K by September 2024 and statehood shall be restored as soon as possible. So now its ball is in the court of central government when they are going to do it. Jammu and Kashmir is without an elected government since last more than 5.5 years. The last government was PDP-BJ government, which fell in June 2018. And when BJP withdrew its support, since then J&K is under direct centre rule, while the centre had said several times they are holding elections and it is the prerogative of the Election Commission of India to conduct elections in Jammu and Kashmir. But in this direction, in this now case, the Constitution Bench has directed the centre, Election Commission to hold elections before September 2024. A partial victory for the parties, but the political parties, everybody is saying they're disappointing because 370, it was projected as an identity of this place where people had certain privileges, where people had their own constitution, which was framed by the Constituent Assembly of Jammu and Kashmir in 1956. That is completely gone. And now the last legal resort, which was with the opposition, is exhausted. So clearly the final stamp on the abrogation of 370, as Prime Minister said, it is a historic judgment in a sense. And now BJP is saying it is that what they had decided on August 2019 has been upheld by the Supreme Court, and that has happened. So clearly the huge chapter with the turning point, which was August 5, 2019, has been upheld by the Supreme Court, which will have far-reaching consequences, implication for the politics and how Jammu and Kashmir is being governed in the Union of India.
As always, Nazir, thank you so much for joining us with that live update from Srinagar. The Supreme Court has ordered that the elections to the J&K State Assembly must be held before the 30th of September and has further said that the restoration of J&K statehood should be expedited. In fact, the Home Minister has also just posted on X saying, I welcome the Honourable Supreme Court of India's verdict upholding the decision to abolish Article 370. On the 5th of August 2019, the Prime Minister took a visionary decision to abrogate Article 370. Since then, peace and normalcy have returned to Jammu and Kashmir. These are the words of Amit Shah. He has added, growth and development have brought new meaning to human life in the valley, once torn by violence. Further, the Home Minister has said on X that prosperity in the tourism and agriculture sectors has raised the income levels of the residents of both Jammu and Kashmir and Ladakh. We also have a reaction from the ex-Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, Ghulam Nabi Azad. Listen in.
इससे हमारी स्टेट की इकोनॉमी को बहुत नुकसान होगा, ज़मीनें महंगी हो, आएगी, पूरे हिंदुस्तान के लोग जम्मू और श्रीनगर आएंगे। हमारे यहाँ कोई बड़ी इंडस्ट्रियाँ नहीं है कि जिसमें हज़ारों या लाखों लोग काम करें। हमारी सबसे बड़ी इंडस्ट्री है टूरिज़्म, और वो लिमिटेड लोगों के लिए है। हमारी सबसे बड़ी इंडस्ट्री जम्मू कश्मीर की है नौकरी, सरकारी नौकरी, और उसमें भी अब और बहुत कम नौकरियां होती, ज़ाहिर स्टेट बहुत छोटी है, अब उसमें पूरे मुल्क के 130 करोड़ जो आबादी हमारे में वो अप्लाई कर सकते हैं हर महकमे के लिए। तो हमारे जो नौजवान बच्चे हैं या बच्चियां हैं पढ़ी लिखी, वो और बेकारी हमारी बढ़ेगी, कई गुना और ज़्यादा बढ़े।
In fact, we have a reaction from Omar Abdullah as well. He has posted on X saying he's disappointed but not disheartened. He has said the struggle will continue and it took the BJP decades to reach here. We are also prepared for the long haul, he has said. But Jammu and Kashmir's Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha denied claims that some J&K leaders were not being allowed to leave their houses before the verdict. Earlier, former J&K Chief Minister Omar Abdullah had posted on X saying chains had been put at his house gate. The LG, though, has said these claims are baseless. Listen in.
ये पूरी तरह से निराधार है। पूरे जम्मू कश्मीर में न ही किसी को हाउस अरेस्ट किया गया है, न ही किसी की गिरफ्तारी की गई, और ये भ्रामक अफवाह फैलाने की कोशिश है। मैं बड़ी जिम्मेदारी से बात कर रहा हूँ कि पूरे जम्मू कश्मीर में राजनीतिक कारणों से किसी को न गिरफ्तार किया गया है, न हाउस अरेस्ट किया गया है।
Also, my colleague Vedant joins us live in studio to take us through the government's claims regarding the transformation of Jammu and Kashmir post the abrogation of Article 370. Over to you, Vedant.
That's right, Parmeshwar. So now remember, the government has presented or projected the idea of Naya Kashmir in a big way. In fact, that is a key political plank for the BJP government at the centre as well. But let's look at what the government claims as to the the transformational changes that have been brought about after the abrogation of Article 370. Well, incidents of terror have declined from 228 in 2018 to 41 in 2023. But of course, while the government claims that militancy is in its last phase, in the past couple of months, we have been witnessing, some infiltration attempts as far as, that entire encounter in Anantnag was concerned, also Kokarnag in Kulgam. So that also has to be kept in mind. But one thing that the government has sort of said is that the establishment of the three-tier Panchayati Raj system has really benefited the people of Kashmir, because what the government says is that for the first time there were block development council level elections that were actually held in Jammu and Kashmir, and that has really enhanced the powers of the the Panchayati Raj system in Jammu and Kashmir. Now, the other aspect that the government is looking at is also the penetration of central schemes. Now, the government says that the central schemes have actually reached people in Jammu and Kashmir in a much better way after the abrogation of Article 370. The government says that skill development for 2,000 tribals, that has been a key focus area. Also, scholarships have been provided to nearly 50,000 students in Jammu and Kashmir. 50 new degree colleges have been established, though there are some flaws and shortcomings to be looked at as well, with vacancies there in these colleges. But by and large, the government says that these colleges at least have been established after the abrogation of Article 370. The government also says that 7 new government medical colleges have been operationalized after the abrogation of Article 370, and also IIT, IIMs and AIMS are now operational in Jammu. And the government also says that 1.85 crore tourists visited Jammu and Kashmir till October 2023. Of course, tourism, the government says, has witnessed a great boom in Jammu and Kashmir, particularly in Jammu after the abrogation of Article 370. The larger point the government is making is that the economy has opened up, and central schemes and welfare schemes have actually penetrated in a much better way after the abrogation of Article 370. So by and large, the government claims that whether it is infrastructure, whether it's economy, whether it's tourism, all these sectors have witnessed a big boom after the abrogation of Article 370. Parmeshwar.
Vedant, thank you so much for taking us through the government's claims as far as Jammu and Kashmir is concerned. We'll of course get you the regular updates from Jammu and Kashmir across the country and the world. For now, we're slipping into a very short break.
When there's too much talking but very little being said, too many voices but hardly any being heard, you turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
शादी is madness.
हमारे लिए तो शादी ये है.
Hate this invention of the bloody can.
For the wedding, I'm just go on a bullet. Seriously.
प्लीज इस प्रेशर में मत पड़ो क्योंकि मोनी रॉय ने सब्यसाची पहना था, कैटरीना कैफ ने सब्यसाची पहना था, तो हमें भी सब्यसाची पहनना है.
अरे सब्यसाची ने देखी है अभी? मैं कोई बात नहीं करूँगी.
मुझसे शादी करोगी?
पहला सवाल होता है मुझे रील बनानी है.
लोगों ने फोटोज खिंचवाई होंगी, अपने क्रेन पे नीचे आते होंगे, आज वो देख के अपने मुंह पे चपेड़े मारने का मन करता होगा उनको.
सिर्फ 23 दिन में 35 लाख शादियां. Yes, it's the season of the big fat Indian weddings. Trends that are in and out, celeb styles and how to steal them. Shadiyan jo hui viral. Catch all of it in Shadi Mubarak this Wednesday at 10 p.m. Only on NDTV 24x7.
Verdict of 5 states. Accurate coverage on NDTV.
The larger question of
In-depth analysis.
I would differ as far as Rajasthan is concerned.
Best analysts. Biggest newsmakers.
Narendra Modi is known for fiscal discipline.
No one covers elections like NDTV. Election means NDTV.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
covering the latest developments
across politics,
business and technology,
bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered.
Right, we have breaking news coming in as far as the TMC is concerned. A TMC MP is challenging the Lok Sabha expulsion in court. In fact, Mahua Moitra is now approaching the Supreme Court over her expulsion. The Trinamool Congress leader, Mahua Moitra, was on Friday expelled from the Lok Sabha. This was on the recommendation of the Ethics Committee report in the cash for query row that was tabled in the lower house. And now breaking news coming in, Mahua Moitra is going to approach the Supreme Court over her expulsion. Sunil Prabhu joining us with the latest details. Sunil, what details can you report as we speak?
Well, as you're well aware, last Friday, Mahua Moitra was expelled from the Parliament, and she had made a very categorical statement at that time saying that this was kangaroo justice. The principles of natural justice were not followed. You heard the opposition members at that time say very categorically that, that entire procedure that is required, which are principles of natural justice that have to be accorded in the rule of law, were not followed. But the Parliament, in its wisdom, decided to go ahead and expel Mahua Moitra. She has now moved the Supreme Court to challenge this entire judgment. There have been precedents before. In 2005, when 10 members were expelled at that time, the Supreme Court had delivered a judgment after issuing notices to the Speaker, who refused to take it at that time and be a party, but the government helped in adjudicating this entire matter. And at that stage, it had upheld the decision of this Parliament to expel those members of Parliament. This time round, we'll have to wait and see what exactly happens. There has been a precedent, but nevertheless, as we've been saying, Mahua Moitra is taking the natural principle of saying that her, principles of natural justice not being followed, that she would have to challenge that decision of the Lok Sabha in the Supreme Court.
Thanks so much, Sunil, for joining us with the latest details on the breaking news information coming in. Trinamool leader Mahua Moitra approaches the Supreme Court now against the expulsion from Lok Sabha in the ethics case. If you remember, on Friday, minutes after her expulsion as a Lok Sabha member, Ms. Moitra said she has been found guilty of breaching a code of ethics that does not exist and that there was no evidence of cash or any gift given to her. With that, let's get you a quick update from Madhya Pradesh now, where the suspense over the name of the Chief Minister is set to end soon, perhaps by this evening. Well, the preparation for the meeting in the BJP office is currently on, and all three observers from MP, they have reached Bhopal, is what we're being told. The BJP Legislative Party meeting will be held this evening at 4 p.m. and BJP observers are arriving in Bhopal for this legislature meeting. My colleague Amritanshi Joshi is tracking the latest developments. Listen in to her report from the BJP headquarters in Bhopal.
मध्य प्रदेश का नया मुख्यमंत्री कौन होगा? शायद इस सवाल का जवाब आज हमें मिल जाए, क्योंकि बीजेपी की विधायक दल की बैठक का आयोजन किया जा रहा है। फिलहाल मैं मौजूद हूं बीजेपी कार्यालय में। तस्वीरें आपको हमारे कैमरा पर्सन अभिषेक दिखाते चल रहे हैं। ये जो स्टेज बनाया जा रहा है, यहाँ पर बीजेपी के 163 नवनिर्वाचित विधायकों की फोटो सेशन होगी। यहाँ पर तमाम विधायक मौजूद रहेंगे। जो बीच का सेंटर स्टेज आप शायद देख रहे हैं, यहाँ पर बीजेपी के तमाम दिग्गज नेता मौजूद रहेंगे। इसके अलावा 3 पर्यवेक्षक, जो कि सबसे महत्वपूर्ण कड़ी है, जिनको राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जेपी नड्डा और केंद्रीय संगठन ने नियुक्त किया है। 3 पर्यवेक्षक भोपाल पहुंचेंगे। उनमें से सबसे पहले हैं हरियाणा के मुख्यमंत्री मनोहर लाल खट्टर, ओबीसी के राष्ट्रीय मोर्चा के अध्यक्ष के लक्ष्मण, इसके अलावा बीजेपी की राष्ट्रीय सचिव आशा लाखड़ा। ये तीनों ही नेता यहाँ पर रायशुमारी करने के लिए विधायकों से पहुंचने वाले हैं। सबसे खास बात यह है कि यहाँ पर साफ तौर पर विधायकों को निर्देश है कि मीटिंग से पहले किसी भी मीडिया पर्सन से चर्चा ना करें। ये एक खास लाइन हम कह सकते हैं कि शायद मुख्यमंत्री का नाम तय हो चुका है। ये जो तीनों पर्यवेक्षक आ रहे हैं, ये मात्र एक फॉर्मेलिटी करने के लिए आ रहे हैं। जाहिर सी बात है, बीजेपी लंबे समय से अपने मुख्यमंत्री नाम को लेकर मंथन कर रही है। हालांकि कुछ नाम चर्चाओं में भी हैं। पहले हैं वर्तमान मुख्यमंत्री शिवराज सिंह चौहान, जो कि प्रदेश के सबसे लंबे जो है बीजेपी के मुख्यमंत्री रहे हैं। दूसरा है प्रहलाद पटेल, ओबीसी के कद्दावर नेता, सबसे प्रबल दावेदार जिनको हम मानते हैं। इसके अलावा सबसे खास बात यह है कि एक साफ छवि वाले, सौम्य छवि वाले नेता हैं, पूर्व केंद्रीय मंत्री रह चुके हैं। तीसरा नाम आता है नरेंद्र सिंह तोमर, पूर्व केंद्रीय कृषि मंत्री, दिमनी से विधायक, लेकिन एक कद्दावर नेता, संगठन को बेहतर तरीके से चलाना जानते हैं, कुशल नेता रहे हैं और शिवराज सिंह चौहान से भी उनकी जो है पर्सनली हम कह सकते हैं जो रिश्ते हैं वो काफ़ी अच्छे हैं। चौथा नाम है ज्योतिरादित्य सिंधिया, केंद्रीय मंत्री हैं, ओबीसी नेता हैं, महाराज वाली छवि है, लेकिन कहीं ना कहीं पिछले कुछ समय में बीजेपी में अपना एक अलग स्थान बनाने में कामयाब रहे हैं। 5वां नाम आता है एक सर्वंट चेहरा, जो है प्रदेश अध्यक्ष वीडी शर्मा, क्योंकि संगठन को कुशल तरीके से चलाना जो है उन्होंने पिछले कुछ समय में उसको प्रूव करके दिखाया है। तो इन 5 नामों पर चर्चा है, लेकिन ये बीजेपी है साहब, ये कभी भी चौंका सकती है। शायद कोई ऐसा नाम आ जाए जिनका हमने सोचा भी ना हो, और शायद यही वजह भी रही है कि बीजेपी को इतने लंबे समय तक मंथन जो है मध्य प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री के लिए करना पड़ा। कहीं ना कहीं शिवराज सिंह चौहान जैसा एक नेता ढूंढना, यानी कि जैसे जनाधार शिवराज सिंह चौहान का है, जिस तरीके से वो जनता से रूबरू होते हैं, वो बीजेपी के लिए एक वैसा ही इमेज क्रिएट करना अभी मध्य प्रदेश में बेहद ही ज़रूरी है, क्योंकि आने वाले समय में लोकसभा चुनाव है और लोकसभा चुनाव में बीजेपी को 29 में से 29 सीटें इस बार मध्य प्रदेश में जीतनी है, और यही संकल्प लेकर बीजेपी का हर नेता भी चल रहा है। लेकिन शायद आज मुख्यमंत्री कौन होगा, कौन प्रदेश की कमान को लीड करेगा, और सबसे खास बात यह है कि कौन सा वो चेहरा होगा जिस पर इतने दिनों से मंथन चल रहा है, आज शायद ये पूरी स्थिति साफ हो जाएगी। कैमरा पर्सन अभिषेक सिंह के साथ अमृतांशी जोशी, NDTV।
My colleague Anurag Dwari joins us live with a quick update at the moment. Anurag, the suspense over the name of the Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister is set to end around 4 p.m. today?
Yes, around 4 to 4:30 p.m. But BJP is known for throwing up surprises, and all the 3 central observers have reached the BJP headquarters in Bhopal. And first, they will hold a meeting with a core group of 10 members of the state BJP, and after that, the registration for MLAs will start. And and after the photo ops and all, around 4 p.m. The meeting is scheduled, and we'll come to know the result by 4:30 or 5.
As always, Anurag, thank you so much for joining us with the latest update from the BJP headquarters in Bhopal. With that, let's turn our attention now to day 6 of the winter session of Parliament. Well, Amit Shah is expected to table 2 Jammu and Kashmir bills in Rajya Sabha today. But there were also BJP protests against the corruption that's happening within the Congress, this protest happened outside Parliament. But even though the Supreme Court has announced the verdict on the abrogation of Article 370, Home Minister Amit Shah will introduce the Jammu and Kashmir Reservation Amendment Bill 2023 and the Jammu and Kashmir Reorganization Amendment Bill 2023 in the Rajya Sabha in a short while from now. A number of other bills are also listed. Meanwhile, the cash seizure in the Income Tax Department's searches against an Odisha-based distillery company owned by Congress MP's family has been calculated at over 351 crore rupees after 5 days of counting, and this is actually the highest ever haul in a single action by any probe agency in India. The premises of the Congress Rajya Sabha MP from Jharkhand, Dheeraj Prasad Sahu, in Ranchi and other places were also covered during the searches by the department. These marathon raids against both Distillery Private Limited, its promoters and others entered the 6th day this morning. The raids were actually launched last week on the 6th of December by the taxman on charges of tax evasion and off-the-book transactions. But hitting out at the Congress over income tax raids at MP Dheeraj Sahu's residence, Amit Shah said that the Congress is silent on this issue as corruption is in the nature of the grand old party. In fact, JP Nadda led the BJP's protest against the Congress outside Parliament earlier today regarding this matter. But listen in to what Amit Shah had to say about Dheeraj Sahu.
मुझे तो बड़ा आश्चर्य है, आजादी के बाद किसी भी दल के सांसद के घर से इतनी बड़ी मात्रा में कैश नहीं पकड़ी गई होगी। सैकड़ों करोड़ों रुपए का कैश सांसद के घर से मिलता है और पूरा इंडी अलायंस मौन है इस करप्शन पर। मैं तो पूछना चाहूंगा इनके साथियों को, कांग्रेस का मौन तो हमें समझ में आता है क्योंकि इनकी फितरत ही भ्रष्टाचार की है, परंतु चाहे तृणमूल कांग्रेस हो, चाहे जेडीयू हो, चाहे आरजेडी हो, ये सारे दल डीएमके सहित चुप बैठे हैं। सपा भी चुप बैठी है, कोई रिएक्शन नहीं। अब मुझे समझ में आ रहा है कि मोदी जी के खिलाफ ये जो एक प्रचार अभियान चला कि एजेंसियों का दुरुपयोग हुआ है, वो क्यों चलाया गया? क्योंकि इनके जहन में एक डर था कि हमारे करप्शन के सारे कच्चे चिट्ठे खुल जाएंगे।
As always, news and updates continue in a moment. We're stepping into a very short break.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
Business news can sound incomprehensible, unnerving, unrelatable. But how does it impact you? We deconstruct complex business news and ideas by talking directly to the leaders who shape the economy. We are serious about business. Welcome to Serious Business on NDTV.
$1 has only secured 0.6 cents of private capital. That needs to fundamentally change.
By mid-century, India's economy will grow eightfold.
One topic.
When a family comes out of the poverty line, what would be the first asset class they would buy? It's gold.
One speaker.
It's the biggest attack on Jews since the Holocaust.
If you want to control inflation, you need to play the trade policy.
UPI, Aadhaar, all of that, where India is well ahead of the West.
5 trillion is a short-term goal. I would like to see India becoming a $30 trillion economy.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24x7.
When there's too much talking but very little being said, too many voices but hardly any being heard, you turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
शादी Shadi is madness.
हमारे लिए तो शादी ये है.
Hate this invention of the bloody can.
For the wedding, I'm just go on a bullet. Seriously.
प्लीज इस प्रेशर में मत पड़ो क्योंकि मोनी रॉय ने सब्यसाची पहना था, कैटरीना कैफ ने सब्यसाची पहना था, तो हमें भी सब्यसाची पहनना है.
अरे सब्यसाची ने देखी है अभी? नहीं, कोई बात नहीं.
मुझसे शादी करोगी?
पहला सवाल होता है मुझे रील बना रही है.
लोगों ने फोटोज खिंचवाई होंगी, अपने क्रेन पे नीचे आते होंगे, आज वो देख के अपने मुंह पे चपेड़े मारने का मन करता होगा उनको.
सिर्फ 23 दिन में 35 लाख शादियां. Yes, it's the season of the big fat Indian weddings. Trends that are in and out. Celeb styles and how to steal them. Shadiyan jo hui viral. Catch all of it in Shadi Mubarak this Wednesday at 10 p.m. Only on NDTV 24x7. Verdict of 5 states. Accurate coverage on NDTV.
The larger question of
In-depth analysis.
I would differ as far as Rajasthan is concerned.
Best analysts. Biggest newsmakers.
Narendra Modi is known for fiscal discipline.
No one covers elections like NDTV. Election means NDTV.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis.
Covering the latest developments
across politics,
business and technology.
Bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to
launch Viksit Bharat, Voice of the Youth. Now the aim is to involve